Good morning, everyone. Just want to do a quick check that folks can hear me.
Good morning, Gwyn. We're firing up our camera here, so that should be a minute or two. But we can start anytime you want.
Excellent. Sounds good. First off, apologies if you can hear any background noise. There is currently a truck outside my backyard cutting down some shrubs, and it is quite loud. Hopefully my headphones minimize it, but apologies. Unfortunately, I'm not able to go yell at them.
It's very loud and clear, Gwyn. No background noise.
Excellent. Love to hear it. Okay, so I think we have almost everyone, noting that Pete will be joining shortly. So I think we, in order to try to stay as on time as we can today, I think we'll kick off and get started without him. So first up on our agenda item for today is to do a quick review of the draft report that the paragraphs that were drafted yesterday. So Alan had sent these around last night. So hopefully folks who weren't able to stay for the drafting session were able to have a quick review of it. And I think it's coming up on the screen now. As soon as we can see it, we can go through them and have some quick chats about them or some of the wording if needed. And note that we'll also be at the end of the day today, we'll review the draft, and then we'll have another opportunity tomorrow as well. So not all of this is completely set in stone, but the drafting yesterday was relatively seamless. So I anticipate that we won't have too many issues here. And hi, Pete. Good to see you. Okay, so if we could scroll down, please. All right, so for folks who weren't able to stay for the drafting sessions yesterday, note that items in red, I believe, are items that will be filled out near the end. Is that correct, Alan? Or items that we just don't have information for right now?
Yeah, red just means we still need to finish that up. So like paragraph 2 here, we'll just wait till the end of the meeting to get the total number. There's a few new members today that have shown up as well. So we'll just wait till the end on paragraph 2.
Okay, great, thanks. And then items that are in yellow that aren't in red, I believe that those will be hyperlinked to the items that they are discussing.
That's correct.
Awesome. Glad it was correct there. So these first couple of paragraphs are kind of general. We didn't really change much about these. I think it's probably starting at paragraph 3 is just a reminder of what the primary role of MSAB is, and there will be a link to the rules of procedure. We didn't change anything here, and the stuff in italics is directly from the rules of procedure. And first, I believe the first new one is paragraph 5, where it references that I was nominated and elected as the Canadian co-chair. And so that I'll be in the role for 2 years. So it'll expire at the end of April in 2026. So we adopted the agenda. Not much has changed there. We did add some notes about MSAB membership, as we had a bit of a discussion there yesterday. So we have added information about myself joining as a Canadian government member. And in paragraph 11, we have mentioned Linda and Michelle, who were appointed for U.S. commercial interests, and that Michael Fowler was appointed for Canadian recreational interests. That I wanted to make sure, Michelle, that we had your name spelled correctly there. We did add paragraph 12, where we had a bit of a discussion on the terms that are expiring at the end of this year, and that the commission will consider these folks for reappointment without the need to submit an expression of interest. And we then added paragraph 13 that if MSABs are wishing to resign, that they shall notify the Secretariat and the MSAB co-chairs. If we could scroll down. And folks, if you have any questions or want to discuss a certain item, please feel free to raise your hand so I can see it. And then the last thing that we had added for membership was paragraph 14 and 15, where that expressions of interests can be made to the commission even if a seat is not currently available. And then we had a quick discussion on the number of representatives for each interest category, as well as the number of positions that can be held for each contracting party within each interest category. So any thoughts, questions on MSAB membership? And Alan, are we going to add something for number 16, or is that just there?
Yeah, that's just there. I'll make sure that's
okay. Okay, excellent. So next up, an update on the actions arising from our last MSAB meeting last year, MSAB 019. Pretty straightforward there. And I don't think we really changed much there. Outcomes of the 100th session of the annual meeting. We noted the paper that details the outcomes. Then we also added paragraph 20, where we had mentioned that an intersessional meeting of the commission will occur in 2024. So we will be following up on that action item that came out of AM 100. So if we can, go to the next point. So agenda item 4. So this is where kind of the meat and potatoes of our discussion was yesterday. And we tried to kind of summarize it up in as few paragraphs as we could, while still reflecting on all the excellent discussion that took place yesterday. So the MSAB had noted paper number 6 that provided simulations performed since our last meeting, priority objectives defined by the commission, and potential outcomes. So if we could scroll down, please, just the beginning of the next page. So we, at paragraph 22, we recalled the recommendation from the SRB showing a separation of the coastwide TCEY and distribution. And so then Alan last night was able to add in the actual recommendation from the SRB here. And then we also added a paragraph, I believe it was Peggy yesterday, that had mentioned how MSAB, the structure of MSAB provides kind of an avenue for stakeholders to be able to be involved in the MSE work and be able to kind of talk to the members that represent them here if they have any questions, rather than kind of just talking back and forth and then talk with each other, and then we can get some answers here. So we wanted to reflect that because we think it was a really, really great statement made yesterday. Paragraph 24, and I was just about to point out that typo, so thanks, Alan. We also just reflected on the 4 objectives that have been endorsed by the commission, and we've listed them here. I'm sure we're all, or most of us, are pretty familiar with those 4 at this point in time. Paragraph 25 recalled the SRB recommendation for reevaluating the target objective, which is currently B36. Then we get into our discussion that we had yesterday, looking at the outputs from the updated operating model. So overall, these outputs were similar to past MSE results, indicating that previous evaluations are still relevant. We tried to can the conversations yesterday regarding kind of all of the various uncertainties that are taken into account in the operating model into paragraph 27. So I know that a single sentence doesn't necessarily reflect all the great conversation that we had yesterday, but I think this pretty much covers it. We recognize that the OM incorporates many sources of uncertainty, including environmental influences and population factors. We then also noted that a retrospective analysis of the empirical rule could only be analyzed from 27 onwards due to the space-time model coming into play in 2016. Then we also wanted to note that there were some concerns raised yesterday and some conversation about using FIS WPUE and how the kind of the major changes in the FIS and some of the constraints and uncertainties that it's currently facing could potentially affect this. So that's reflected in paragraph 29. And was that it? Did we have more? All right, that was it. So any thoughts, questions, anything that we'd like to take a little bit of a closer look at before we move on? All right, not seeing any. So we'll leave it there, and just remember we will have an opportunity to look at that in a bit more detail at the end of the day today and as well tomorrow. So we are pretty much right on time with the original agenda. I'm going to hop back into continuing the conversation from yesterday, agenda item 4. So continuing to discuss updates in MSE that have taken place since our last time we met. I believe yesterday, Ali said we only had about 11 slides-ish to continue to get through, so we should be able to stay on time. But I'm wondering if before we do, we should pause quickly and just have folks that were able to join today but weren't able to join yesterday, just introduce themselves to the group. Is that something that's Pete and Alan that you guys are comfortable with?
Definitely.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I see
awesome.
Angel, Linda, and then Brian Ritchie is an observer.
Awesome. So Angel, Linda, and Brian, what we did yesterday was just introduce ourselves, kind of who we're, what organization we're representing, and then just a kind of a single sentence of what it is that we're looking to get out of the MSAB meeting, what it is that our key interests are, and what we're hoping to achieve. So why don't we...
Scott Mazzoni as well is new today.
Okay. All right, excellent. So let's start with Angel, and then we'll go to Linda. So go ahead, Angel.
Thank you. Angel Drabnika. I'm from Juneau, Alaska. I work for a community development quota organization. So we represent or serve 6 communities in the Aleutian Pribilof Islands, fishery-dependent communities, many of whom are halibut fishermen, participated in the conference board for a number of years, and have been on the MSAB for a few years as well. I'm, like all MSAB meetings I attend, just really important to get a refresher of where we're at and the status of our MSC process, and really good to connect with folks online. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Angel. Linda, go ahead as soon as your microphone's activated.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Linda Benkin. I'm a commercial fisherman based in Sitka, Alaska. I'm also director of Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association, interim director of the Alaska Sustainable Fisheries Trust. And I participated in MSAB some years ago and have been involved in the IPHC process for a long time. I guess what I'm looking to get out of this is continuing to explore different potential management strategies for this stock, and to hear the thoughts of other stakeholders on what those management strategies might look like.
Thanks, Linda. Welcome back to the process. We have Brian and then Scott. Brian, as soon as your microphone is activated, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Brian Ritchie. I'm a charter fisherman. I own vessels in Homer. I guess I've been participating in the IPHC process like 5 or 6 years now, just on the conference board and things like that. I'm just an observer here today, but I want to learn more about MSAB, so I'm here to learn.
Thanks, Brian. Welcome to the meeting. And last up, we have Scott. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Scott Mazzoni. I'm Area 2A tribal representative. I've been on the MSAB since they formed. I apologize for not being around yesterday, but had a little harmful algae bloom starting to pop up on the coast here I had to deal with. And I'm definitely excited to learn what's new and which direction we're heading and going forward. So happy to be here. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Scott. Welcome to the four of you. Just checking I haven't missed anyone. I believe that you are the only newbies that we have for today that we didn't have yesterday. In case the four of you don't know me, my name is Gwyn Mason. I am the halibut coordinator with the Groundfish Management Unit in DFO. I have been kicking around IPHC for a couple of years now. I've taken over from Maureen Finn about 2 years ago. And I, as of yesterday, am stepping into some very big shoes to fill, taking over from Adam as Canadian co-chair. So I was voted in yesterday. So I will try my best, but I appreciate everyone's patience as I'm kind of navigating my first MSAB in any kind of official capacity. Then just the last kind of logistical thing before we move on and get into our presentation, I hand the mic over to Alan. I unfortunately do need to sign off at about 2:30 today, and I'll be back online tomorrow morning. But so I will be kind of navigating the chairing this morning, and then after lunch, we'll pass it over to Pete. So I'll be online as long as I possibly can, but there is a wedding rehearsal happening in my backyard that I am part of at 2:30. So I fortunately need to sign off. All right. So I think with that, if we are good to go, I will hand the mic over to you, Alan.
Thank you, Gwen, and thank you, Pete. I apologize, our camera's not working here in the office right now, and during the break, we'll troubleshoot that and get it working so you can see the faces of me and Ian. But if the Secretariat could please bring up presentation 06, we'll continue on with that. And I think there's about 11 slides left in that. Perfect. Oh, and it's at the same place we left off yesterday. Excellent. So as a reminder, we walked through the first 19 slides of this presentation yesterday, had a great conversation about, the operating model and its predictions and projections of spawning biomass, talked about the retrospective analysis of the empirical rule. But as a reminder, this presentation number 6 is really just a review and an update of what's been done in the last year with the MSE. A lot of the work, responding to requests of the MSAB, of the SRB, and of the commissioners. In this presentation, you'll see every once in a while a little green symbol that says Agenda Item 5. That means that's not the end of the discussion, and we'll bring up that this concept again in Agenda Item 5 for a little more detailed discussion around decision making and what the MSAB might want to put in as a request or recommendation. So if you feel like you're not understanding something or not getting the word in or what you want to say or answer the questions, that's okay, because a lot of these topics we're going to bring up, and the real important topics we'll talk about in presentation 7, which should be shortly after we finish this presentation. So with that being said, I'm just going to jump right back into it with talking about management procedures and different elements of the management procedures that we have been investigating. We were talking about assessment frequency yesterday, and that means conducting a stock assessment annually or conducting one biannually or triennially. And what happens when you don't conduct an assessment in a year, we still want some method to determine what the coastwide TCUI should be scientifically. And we want that to be a scientific and a transparent method. So we call that, what we've been calling that an empirical rule. And we've discussed a couple of empirical rules, one being just hold that TCY constant from what it was adopted by the commission after viewing the stock assessment. So that might be held constant for an additional year or an additional 2 years, depending on if the assessment frequency, biennial or triennial. The other empirical rule was just to change the coastwide TCY at the same proportion that the FIS WPUE was changing also. So if the FIS WPUE goes up 10%, the coastwide TCY goes up 10% from the previously adopted value. So that's the concepts we were discussing yesterday related to this performance metric. And what this next section is responding to an MSAB request about those performance metrics and how to report a performance metric that gets at the change in the TCY in assessment years versus the change in the TCY in non-assessment years. So the request is there, and we've been thinking about this a little bit at the Secretariat. And one thing we were really thinking about is, performance metrics, it's best to link a performance metric to an objective. Then it has a lot more meaning. But just reporting a lot of performance metrics can become confusing, can become onerous, and it can become superfluous if it's a performance metric that doesn't have much meaning. And so what we thought is, well, what is really the objective related to stability? And so our current performance metrics, they're all averaged over a 10-year period. And so in that 10-year period, you could have 10 stock assessments with an annual frequency, or you have 5 with a biennial frequency, for example. And so the concept here is the objective to have, on average, over a 10-year period, a small, low changes or small changes in the TCY from year to year, but on average. So it might change 10, 15% in 1 year, but might change 5% in another year, and that's okay. Or is the objective to have a period of stability followed by a potential larger change in the TCY? And so is there an objective here, like, I want my business plan to have a 3-year stability in it. I want to know have a good idea what the TCY will be for the next 3 years, and then we'll readjust, and that's okay too. So there's a slightly different concept between those two objectives. And so with that, we're going to talk a lot more about this in agenda item 5, and we just wanted to bring that up to get people to start thinking about what is the objective related to stability. Are you okay with, on average, some stability, or do you really have an objective? And then once we define that objective more clearly, we can define some appropriate performance metrics. Okay, so that's all we're going to talk about, those objectives now. And as I said, we'll bring those up in agenda item 5 later, but something to sort of get you start thinking about it. Another element of the management procedures we've been investigating is fishing intensity. And this was another request from the MSAB to investigate SPR values ranging from 30 to 56%, and potentially alternate trigger reference points. That's the 30% in the harvest control rule. So that's the trigger reference is when the fishing intensity starts being reduced to rebuild the stock to higher levels. So as a reminder, fishing intensity is determined by finding a fishing rate that would result in the defined spawning potential ratio. So the spawning potential ratio is the spawning potential of the fished population compared to the unfished population. So when we say something like an SPR of 43%, that means reducing the spawning potential ratio, the spawning potential of the stock, to 43% of what it is when it's unfished. It's a complicated concept, takes a while to get your hands on it, but the key there is it's really a measure of fishing intensity. And it's a better indicator of fishing intensity than an F, just a simple fishing rate, because F depends on a lot of things. It depends on the current conditions of the stock, what the age structure is. It depends on how different fleets are fishing the stock and their respective intensities, what their selectivities are. So F isn't really a good measure for all of the mortality happening on the stock, where SPR is a good measure of fishing intensity. And then as a reminder, as if you remember from the annual meeting, the decision table was presented with two columns in it related to the MSY proxy and the MEY proxy. And these are an FSPR 35% and an FSPR 40% for MSY and MEY respectively. Now, just to note, those are the SPR values for MSY and MEY. Fishing at an FSPR 35% would result in a relative spawning biomass of about 30%. So the relative spawning biomass MSY proxy is different than the SPR proxy. Okay, so I probably confused everybody a lot with this slide, and that's okay. It's not an easy topic to get, but I'm happy to answer any questions or whatever. But the key here is fishing intensities measured by SPR, and those are the different values that we will be investigating with the management strategy evaluation. So again, we'll bring this up in agenda item 5 for decision making to again redefine potentially this range of SPR values.
I see a question from Tom. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, Alan, is this the concept that the SRB is questioning about why are we at 36 because it's impacting harvest so much? Is this the same slide they're talking about?
Thanks, Tom. No, this slide's slightly different, and this is referring to the fishing intensity. The SBR, sorry, the SRB, a lot of acronyms. The Scientific Review Board is referring to the objective related to biomass. So the 36%, what some people call the target objective, I call the threshold objective. That is a relative spawning biomass, 36%. And that relative spawning biomass, 36%, corresponds to an SPR of around 39 or 40%. So the 36% is actually the biomass MEY proxy, whereas the SPR of 40% is the fishing intensity MEY proxy.
Yeah, I understand, but they're kind of causal, aren't they? I mean, one kind of causes a correlation with the other.
It does. They're linked through that concept of fishing at an SPR 40% will result in a biomass around 36%. And so they are linked in that way. But what we'll talk about with that respect, I think I see where you're coming from, Tom, is the decisions of the commission has been to reduce the TCY in recent years. And so they've been setting TCYs around that correspond to an SPR around 52%. And that doesn't match this biomass target of 36%. So yeah, I see your point. They're linked in a way that one does lead to the other.
Okay, I see Chris's hand. Go ahead, Chris.
Thanks, Gwyn. Two questions on this slide. One is in the fishing intensity bullet D there, looking at alternate trigger reference points in the harvest control rule. I looked through the notes of the last meeting. I can't remember what was the rationale for looking at, why do we think we need to look at alternate trigger reference points in the harvest control rule? Is there something wrong with the harvest control rule right now? It's been a year and I've forgotten. So what was the rationale for looking at why we need to look at, or we should look at, or we want to look at alternate trigger reference points?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I think the point of D here is really looking at fishing intensity and how fishing intensity is determined in the harvest strategy or this management procedure. And we have a reference fishing, a reference SPR of 43%, and then that 43% can be modified if we get below this trigger reference point of 30% relative spawning biomass. So I've produced a plot that can show this in the past. But the key here is, one, we wanted to invest, or the MSAB wanted to investigate different SPR values. But the thought is, should we investigate alternative control rules? We haven't done that in a while. And is there, there was a slight interest in just investigating maybe alternative control rules. I don't think that it was a high priority, and we have not started down that road. But given the commission's decisions of actually lowering fishing intensity, a higher SPR of like 52% in their adopted value last year, sort of does indicate they're operating at a higher trigger reference point, potentially. So they have already been reducing fishing intensity, even though we're above that 30% trigger reference point.
Okay. Yeah, just a comment on that. I've really been thinking about, you know, the decisions we've been making in the short term, and here we're trying to talk about what to do over the long term, really. And I guess one thing is, you know, we're focusing on a lot on these decisions in the last two annual meetings, and you know, have we changed people's objectives and stuff? And I guess the thing is it, and I don't know the answer to this, but I'm just putting out the group something to think about. Is it the fact that on an annual basis we're making these short-term tactical decisions, and here we're trying to look at something over the long term? And do we want to be careful reading too much into what's being done in the short term, and really start thinking and make sure we're focusing on you know, yes, the short term and the medium term for what that means for the fisheries, but for the longer term in terms of the biomass? Like, you know, a short-term tactical decision does not necessarily mean that's what the intent is over the long term for what the biomass target should be. Just something I've been thinking about. And then my other question was just moving down to the bottom of this slide. For the MSY proxy and the MEY proxy, is the MSY, I just know you mentioned in an email, Alan, with me, that you're possibly recalculating MSY to see that, to make sure that it's still around B30. I can understand, like, the MEY proxy is just like 1.2 times MSY. That's what we discussed up in Sitka that year we were up there. How do you calculate the MSY? Was the B30 just a proxy? Is it something done within the operating model, or as part of a stock assessment, or some other process? How do you, when is it a proxy, and when is it something that was calculated, or is it calculated? I guess I'm trying to understand how we came up with that number, the B30.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. And to your first point about these, you know, the commission making short-term tactical decisions, I think that's a really important point for all MSAB members to think about. What have these recent decisions really meant? Are these just short-term, yeah, we need to make this decision now, but in 10 years, I don't care about that decision? Or, you know, we won't care about that, we won't be making these decisions? Or are these indicative of, we're in a place we want to avoid, we're in a biomass place that we want to avoid, or something like that? So we'll talk about that more at agenda item 5. So thanks for bringing that up, Chris, and continuing to get people to think about, where are we now? Where do we want to be in the long term? And then I want to remind people also, the commission objectives, the objectives for TCY and variability in the TCY are both short-term objectives. You know, we calculate performance metrics for those over the next 4 to 14 years. And so there's really this mix of short-term tactical, you know, next 1 to 3 years. Short-term MSE is 4 to 14 years. Medium term is 14 to 24 years, something like that. And then there's the long term, which is, you know, out to equilibrium. So really good concept there, Chris. On your second point on how do you calculate MSY, the MSY is actually a calculation we do in the operating model. We can also calculate it from the stock assessment, and we can also calculate it from simpler equilibrium type models, you know, more classic fisheries theory. And so, boy, was that 2019? I think it was. We did all three of those methods, and that's how we came up with the relative spawning biomass of MSY is around 30%. It is approximately 30%. No, yeah, it is about 30%. And an SPR corresponding to that is about 35%. So that was an actual calculation. With the updates to the operating model, I think it's worthwhile to recalculate MSY using the operating model. And that's, I mean, it's not a simple calculation. You just try a lot of different fishing intensity rates, and you see where in the long term the yield is maximized, and that's maximum sustainable yield. And then you're right, the MEY is just a proxy off of that calculated MSY value, and the proxy is 1.2 times MSY, and that just comes from fisheries literature. So yeah, MSY in this concept is a calculated value. So we can call that, you know, our best estimate of MSY for halibut and not really a proxy. If we're basing something off of a relationship or some general guidance, that's when we would call it a proxy. Although we do call it an MSY proxy here, I think the reason there is we've accounted for some uncertainties that we have, and like in the stock recruit curve and steepness and things like that, and increase that value of MSY to account for those uncertainties, which is why it's a proxy. Sorry, long-winded explanation there.
But just follow up. I mean, given what you showed us yesterday to the update to the operating model, there wasn't a lot of change. So is it fair to say there's probably wouldn't be a lot of change in the MSY?
Yeah, it's going to be within 1 percentage point of what we're using now. So, you know, it might be exactly equal, or it might be 1 or 2% higher, you know.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah. But for my perfectionism, I think I will try to do that calculation again sometime in the near future.
Okay, thanks, Chris. I see Michelle's hand up. I did see Linda's hand up as well, but she's taken it down. So let's go to Michelle.
Thanks. I'm trying to understand the MSAB request, the beginning of paragraph 29, and it says subsequent to an agreement on the distribution procedure by the commission, and how that relates to how the FSPR is calculated. Is that the annual agreement on the distribution procedure of the TCEY? And then if so, is the FSPR calculated on a area specific basis, determined by how the TCEY is distributed, and then calculated on a coastwide basis?
Thanks, Michelle. And it's really good to clarify that statement, because the paradigm here at IPHC has changed since MSAB019 when this paragraph was written. At that time, so a year ago, May, the commission was in negotiations to determine an agreement on a distribution procedure, how to distribute the TCEY. So at that time, the MSAB felt, before we really embark on more MSC evaluations, let's let the commission come up with an agreement, and then we know what that agreement is, and we can simulate that in the MSC simulation, so we have a more accurate depiction of the management strategy. However, the commission, as we know from the annual meeting, has not come to an agreement on distribution procedure, and the SRB has also recommended separating that distribution of the TCEY from the coastwide TCEY in this harvest strategy, and only focusing on the coastwide aspect of the TCEY at this time in terms of a management procedure. Therefore, there's not really a relationship between how SPR is calculated. It's not really dependent on a distribution procedure in the way that you were describing. We're always calculating that coastwide TCEY first, and then distributing the TCY across the regulatory areas. So I think what that point subsequent to an agreement is actually a moot point now. And we will discuss in agenda item 5 some methods in the MSE how to actually simulate the distribution of the TCY, because we still have to do that in the MSE simulations. And instead of having an agreement, we can just incorporate uncertainty in different ways because we're not certain how the TCY will be distributed. There's not a specific method for it. So at, the harvest strategy policy works with determining the coastwide TCY from these SPR values that we would be investigating with the MSE. All these SPR values refer to a coastwide level, a coastwide fishing intensity. And then that TCY is then just simply distributed to each regulatory area with some method, whether that's proportions, stock distribution, relative harvest rates, whatever that.
So thanks, Ellen. And maybe I'm not sure if this is a question that can be answered now or just something for MSAB members to be thinking about. But I appreciate the recommendation from the SRB of focusing the MSE on a coastwide TCEY and separating out the distribution. I guess what I'm trying to understand is assuming that harvest in the different management areas affects the status of the stock in the future over the long term, and how that gets factored in, and how that affects the overall SPR. If the fishing intensity varies by each of the management areas, but that is set post, coastwide TCEY, it seems like, it would be helpful to know how harvest in each management area would affect FSPR and factor that into the distribution discussion. So I understand separating them, but also want to understand how, the differences of fishing at different rates or different intensities in the management areas affects the overall coastwide. Thanks.
Yes, I would agree with you, Michelle. That is a very interesting question. And we can investigate that with the MSE simulations. We can have all the catch come out of 2A or all the catch come out of 4B, and we'll see what happens in the stock, But we've currently been directed by the commission to not be looking in depth into the distribution procedure, but to let that be a part of their negotiation process. However, as you said, understanding how the different distribution of the TCY affects the stock and affects the different areas is maybe useful to the commission. The MSABs, can say anything along that lines, along the lines of what you were just discussing, how important that is. But what the MSE simulations at this time will be doing is just incorporating that distribution as an uncertainty. So we're going back to that original purpose of an MSE or description of an MSE. It's robust to the uncertainties. And we're going to find a management procedure that's robust to a range of proportions of the TCY going to each of these different regulatory areas, and finding a management procedure that, hopefully it has some trade-offs between the regulatory areas, but meets objectives in an appropriate manner. So it's a difficult situation regarding distribution that we're in. It will distributing the TCY in different ways will have a slight effect on the coastwide SPR, but it's not a large effect unless we do something extreme like take all the fish out of region 2 or something like that. So within the parameters that we're talking, the coastwide SPR is only slightly affected. The bigger effect is the TCY in each of the different regulatory areas.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. I just wanted to do a quick check. Linda, I saw your hand pop up again. Apologies if I skipped over you last time. Just wanted to check in, see if you had any comments or questions for Alan.
Okay, I'll continue on, and raise your hand if you do have questions. As a reminder, this is a really good discussion. Keep these concepts in mind, and have a think about these, because we'll come up for decision making and any requests or recommendations. We'll revisit this in agenda item 5. So here's some results actually looking at different fishing intensities. So these are showing the different SPR values across the columns, where high fishing intensities on the left and low fishing intensities on the right, going from 34% SPR to a 56% SPR. Down the rows are the different performance metrics associated with those 4 primary objectives. And so you can see they all pass the 20% biomass objective. There's different values for the probability that the biomass or the relative spawning biomass is less than 36%. And I just wanted to point out here is where you can see that, it's in between 38 and 40 that these simulations showed the relative spawning biomass would be above 36% half of the time and below 36% half of the time. So if we were to develop a management procedure only based on that one performance metric, we would probably choose a 39% SPR, because that's where the median, where it's above equal amounts and below equal amounts of time. However, there's a lot of trade-offs here. And you see we have the median TCY, ranging from almost 68 million pounds down to 45 million pounds. And this is a median average over 10-year period in this 4 to 14 years from the start of the simulations. So it doesn't mean that you'd always get, 44.8 million pounds every year. It means on average, you would get about 44, 45 million pounds. Sometimes you might have a fishery with 80 million pounds. Sometimes you might have a fishery with 25 million pounds. And we have performance metrics that investigates that range of TCYs. The last one is the variability in the TCY. And you can see when you're fishing hard, you have a higher variability. And then when you're fishing at a lower fishing intensity, you have a lower variability. But the MSAB has talked in the past about not being above a 15% average variability over a 10-year period. And you see that would actually be associated with a SPR of 52% to meet that objective, if that was an objective, which it is not anymore. So another way to look at those performance metrics is to create some plots and look at the trade-offs between them. I'll walk through a couple of these. So we have on the top left, we have the TCY, the yield, plotted on the vertical axis, and then the fishing intensity actually plotted on the horizontal or x-axis. And what you can see right here, there's a tiny little kink you can see in this relationship. It's not linear, it's almost linear, but there's this kink here. And what I think is happening at that kink is when you start seeing that trigger in the control rule, reducing fishing intensity, start to kick in a little bit more often than at lower fishing intensities. So we have the next plot over here is the AAV, or the variability, plotted against the TCY. And this is a classic trade-off. What you see as you increase the TCY along the x-axis, the variability also increases. We saw this in the table. But notice here, this is not a linear relationship. And variability really starts to ramp up again around, that, I think, around that SPR, 40%, even around 43% is when it really starts to increase. And again, that's because the control rule will cause a little bit more variability in the TCY. And in the past, I believe that's one of the reasons the MSAB chose a 43% SPR is because of this relationship. After fishing harder than 43% is where variability really starts to increase at a greater rate. And then there's a couple more plots, right? The probability the relative spawning biomass is less than 36%. You see, again, that's nonlinear. It gets a higher probability quicker at higher fishing. The interesting one here, and this is a new metric that I've been very interested in recently, is the probability that the biomass is less than the biomass observed in 2023. So the long-term biomass is less than what we observed in 2023. And one thing, you see those probabilities range from about 10% to 25%, but it's almost linear across all of these SPR rates or TCYs. So we don't see that nonlinear relationship. It's just sort of this linearly increasing probability. So I just found that interesting, but I'm not certain how to interpret that or how the MSAB would like to interpret that. The key outcome from this is as yield decreases, stock size is larger and variability in yield is smaller. So you can say that in the converse way, as yield increases, stock size is smaller and variability increases.
Hey, Alan.
Yep.
I have a quick question on that one. Just trying to wrap my head around that result. So as yield increases, the variability increases. Does that, and that given our current circumstance, and because you're projecting forward from where we're at for these results, does that mean that the stock is declining rapidly? Is that where that variability comes from?
No, I think the variability is more just coming in, you're taking more out of the stock and then you're relying more on it, filling in for what you're taking out. And I think it's just a general result that as you fish harder, you can expect the stock to get to low levels and then you might have to back off, especially with the control rule in there. And then that variability, then you back off the TCY and then all of a sudden the stock rebuilds and then you try to increase the TCY. So you're really sort of chasing it a bit more than at a lower yield.
Gotcha. Great. Thank you.
And the control rule is in all of these simulations. So as soon as the stock is estimated below 30%, that has a big increase in the yield. And you can see a little bit of that kink right there. See the yield starts to increase at a faster rate. And I think that's the control rules getting kicked in a bit more. You mean the variability increases more? Yeah. Sorry, the variability increases. Right, because you'd have a big TCEY one year. You hit that control roll, then it shuts it down to a smaller level, and okay, great. Yeah. Thanks. So that kink that I'm talking about right there, and I think it corresponds to right there, is probably a place that is not desirable by most people because variability begins to increase at a faster rate, where the TCY increases at a slower rate. So you sort of have diminishing returns at that point. And I think the MSAB's identified that in the past. Fishing harder than 40% just starts getting high variabilities and less return. All right, so that was a little bit of fun with fishing intensity, and we can definitely do a lot more with that. We can, I've done simulations in the past without a control rule, which was really interesting. Stock size gets a lot lower without the control rule. So that control rule is sort of protection on the stock size in there. The next element that was discussed by the MSAB was constraints. And a constraint is basically a method within the management procedure to reduce that variability from year to year. So say we were talking about what Pete was mentioning is like you have high TCYs and the stock size gets below that 30%. All of a sudden you got to ramp down on fishing intensity and reduce those TCYs, say by 25% the next year. Well, a constraint would say, nope, you're only going to reduce it by 15%. to reduce the variability. What that happens is then, you're still taking a higher TCY and not rebuilding the stock. So you can maintain lower spawning biomass levels more often, which may result in lower TCYs. And that's some of the results we get out of the MSC simulations. We get to see those types of things. So the MSAB has identified two methods to reduce interannual variability within the management procedure. One is just to reduce fishing intensity, as we saw in those previous plots. Lower fishing intensity reduces the variability, or specifically add a constraint onto the change in the TCY. And so we thought, well, let's take a look and what have recent decisions actually looked like in terms of a constraint. So we have here in the first column, coastwide adopted, is the percent change from the previous year in the adopted TCYs. And then what we have here is the percent change in the TCY from the previous year, which is the previous year is always the adopted value, but the percent change that now the reference TCY would be. And so you notice things like they increased in 2015, the coastwide adopted increased more than the reference value suggested it should. But then you have other years where in 2019, the coastwide adopted increased a very small amount, even though the stock assessment, it could increase by 29%. And then, of course, one that we're all more familiar with is the last 2 years, 23 and 24, where the stock assessment with the new stock assessment suggested the TCY could increase by quite a bit, whereas the commission actually lowered the coastwide adopted value. So we just wanted to see, it does look like when you start averaging and looking at these values, the commission is actually de facto invoking some sort of constraint in their decision process. It's not that they're trying specifically, maybe not to constrain the TCY, but the decision-making process is resulting in a lower variability. Do I have a plot? Oh, there's a question. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, I was just going to say before you get to the plot, we have a question. Chris, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, just thanks for explaining the difference between 22 and 23 in the coastwide reference. What was the big jump in, like, for instance, 2016, 2017 to 2018, 2019? Like, there's some big differences there. What happened there?
In terms of the reference?
Yeah, like there's just, there's some sort of the big changes there.
I think that was the assessment was really trying to figure out those 2012 fish. And it predicted in 2018, it said, look, there's no recruitment coming in. 2019, we saw a little hint of it, and the assessment says, oh, we got a bigger recruitment. We can increase the catch a little bit. And then 2020 said, oh, that's not as big as we thought. That is a real indication of that estimation variability. We have that in the MSC simulations as well. And if you remember, we did some simulations quite a while ago. It was probably around 2020, where we did simulations with no estimation error. And the variability from that was about 6-7%. The TCY, the AAV, was about 6-7%. As soon as we added estimation variability, the AAV jumped up to like these 16%. So estimation variability is actually a big source of variability in calculation of that reference TCY.
So maybe to follow up on that, I think there's three factors that are affecting the change in the reference over time. One, as Alan said, there's just the estimation variability. So the assessment's going to go up and down even if the stock were constant, just due to estimation. There's also the fact that we've changed the assessment methods over time. So you'll recall that the quota for 2020 was being informed by the first time that we had sex ratio information from the commercial fishery. And that was included in the 2019 assessment, which then fed into the 2020 mortality limits. So there's actually some real change going on behind the scenes. And then as Alan mentioned, The third component is the actual variability in the population that's going on that we're trying to estimate with the assessment. And there have been some real changes in what's going on with year class strengths. So early in this period, we didn't really see this gap in recruitment coming. And then at some point, we start to see these big drops, and that some of that is reflective of our understanding that we had a big dip in recruitment from 2006 to 11. And then, as Alan mentioned, it took a couple of years to refine our understanding of the 2012 year class. And of course, we may be entering another period like that with upcoming year classes coming as well. So three components that make this a little bit hard to compare directly the assessment to what you might get out of a simulation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next up, I see Tom's hand up. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, well, isn't that about the time though when they had the time space model kicked in, the hook competition got bumped in, and then also the female count about that time happened.
Yeah, there were certainly a lot of improvements to the methodology in that 2016 to 2023 range. We had improvements in the survey methods, as you mentioned, the sex ratio introduction. So yeah, a lot of things are improving the stock assessment, but that sometimes results in changes. And that's actually an argument a lot of people have for going to an empirical rule, is that it's, can be more consistent, transparent, still science-based, and not be subject to these swings that estimation error in an assessment might be subject to. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I do have a couple plots here. So we wanted to plot what these decisions have looked like comparing the adopted TCY and the reference TCY. And so here on the left, that plot is simply the adopted TCY and the reference TCY. And if the commission was to follow the reference TCY exactly, those dots would appear on that diagonal line in this plot. However, as we've noted, they've departed from the reference TCY, and that's part of their decision-making process. What's interesting is when you look across this, it has, there you can see that stability is the reference has ranged, from here to here, but then the decisions from the commission have really reduced that variability and really reduced the range of TCYs, mostly between 35 and about 45. So you might just say maybe the commission is targeting a 40 million pound TCY. I don't think that's the case, but that just seems to be what's happening. They've really reduced that range. When you look at the plot on the right, this is, we're trying to dig into this a little bit deeper to understand this. And now we're comparing the adopted difference from the status quo TCY. So the TCY from the year before, that's what the status quo means. And we take that difference, what they adopted in next year compared to what they adopted this year compared to what the TCY was last year. And then we plot on this lower horizontal axis the reference difference from the status quo. So that reference, as you saw earlier, has a lot more change potentially from the status quo, that previous year TCY. The key outcome here is that when the reference is near status quo, the decision actually remained near status quo. But when that reference was very different than the previous year, that was when the commission would often not make as big of a change. So I don't want to get too deep in the weeds of this plot, but it's something that we're experimenting with and trying to just understand the decision-making process and where some of these decisions are coming from. Okay, so that's the last of the management procedures update, and the sort of the concepts we've been working on with management procedures. And I'd like to just move on to exceptional circumstances really quick. quick. So exceptional circumstances, and what I'm going to do is try to actually finish this presentation. We'll see where we get, but before a break, and I think we have a scheduled break around 10:30. So exceptional circumstances are events beyond the expected range of the MSE evaluation. So these MSE evaluations, they have a range of uncertainty, but every once in a while, something happens that's like, wow, we did not expect that to happen. And that's way outside what we were actually simulating. That would be called an exceptional circumstance. This isn't something like, oh, wow, the biomass went up when we expected it to go down. Well, the MSE simulations probably would simulate something like that. It's within its uncertainty range. This is really something that's way outside what we expect. And this would trigger very specific actions to actually open up a re-examination of the harvest strategy. And that could be things like examining the operating model, reconditioning the operating model, looking at why it's not performing correctly. So this really, the idea of an exceptional circumstance is to define a process for when you would deviate from your harvest strategy. It's to define that process instead of just a decision makers going, well, we're not going to follow our harvest strategy this year. No, you have to have a reason for not following your harvest strategy. And this could be one of those reasons, really opening up the whole process, MSE process again. So a couple of key items in exceptional circumstances are, we really need to distinguish those from unusual conditions. What is exceptional? What is unusual? We need persistence for an exceptional circumstance. 1 year, an observation might be outside the bounds, but then it comes back in, and maybe that's just an outlier year for some reason. And then the SRB reviews that evidence of an exceptional circumstance and assists with the response. And I think the MSAB would also be involved in that process as well. So we'll get into the details of the exceptional circumstances in agenda item 5, but these are some of the general concepts, and we've been kicking these around for a while. So really the focus in agenda item 5 is just to put a bow on all of these. But we can use things like the coast-wide FIS observations, the regional FIS observations, the persistence of those happening, and then another reason to call for an exceptional circumstance is there's a brand new understanding or perception of the stock. For example, the change in natural mortality a couple of years ago in the stock assessment, would that be big enough to say, let's reevaluate the operating model and update that and then do some more evaluations, which is something we actually did. And then the action, if one of these events occurred, is identify why it occurred. Was it a problem with the operating model? Was it something with the survey? What's happening? Decide what can be done to resolve it, conduct more MSE simulations, and then consult with the SRB and the MSAB. So we've been working on these over the past number of years, and in agenda item 5, we'll have very specifics to these for the MSAB to consider and then make a recommendation to the commission. This would be something included in the harvest strategy policy document. Okay, that's agenda item 5. And then I just want to mention, Okay, we do have a hand up.
Yep, go ahead, Linda.
Oh, looks like now I can unmute. Great. Alan, I did have a question on that. You said the change in natural mortality might be enough of a trigger in this context, but wasn't that just a change in the estimation of natural mortality? So yeah, I'm just curious if that change in how we estimate natural mortality fits this category of exceptional circumstances as you're describing it.
Yeah, that's a really good question, Linda. And I think that's something we would have to discuss with the SRB. That's part of the process that the SRB would have to be involved. So we would come to the SRB and would say, hey, look, the stock assessment now estimates natural mortality in 3 of the 4 models in the ensemble. And that natural mortality is slightly different than it was assumed to be before. And that resulted in these types of changes and a slightly higher TCY, blah, blah, blah. And then we would discuss, is this a big enough difference that maybe we should reopen up the operating model, recondition the operating model, redo some simulations to make sure that our harvest strategy is still robust to the uncertainties that are remaining. So yeah, I can't answer that specifically if that is a very specific event that would cause an exceptional circumstance, but it would probably be that type of event, that type of change in the stock assessment would be something we would bring up to the SRB and have a discussion about, is this an exceptional circumstance? Is this something we should be really concerned about? And then they'll make a recommendation from there.
Got it. Thanks.
Go ahead, Pete.
Yeah, thanks, Gwen. Sorry, Alan, to do this to you, but back on that figure on slide 25, the one where you have the quadrants there, I'm just noticing that we're not going to go back in agenda item 5 to look at this again. But it takes a minute to kind of wrap your head around that one.
Yeah.
You know, it's but anyway, a quick comment I have is I wonder what it would look like if there was like not a 3D map, but like a third dimension here where you also looked at the change in the FIS from the previous year and compared that to the adopted difference and then the reference difference. There might be some pattern that kind of emerges there where the adopted is following the FIS or the references, or, you know, there's a lot going on here because there's model changes as in addition to data. So anyway, that was just a quick comment I had on that one.
No, that's a great idea because as we know, those decisions being made by the commission, they are justified a lot by the changes in the FIS and the changes in the commercial CPUE.
Right.
Well, I think you've given me a challenge there, Pete.
It's a challenging plot, but I think I think once you really ponder it, there's a lot there.
Yeah, there is for sure. Yeah, we'll talk about constraints, but not necessarily these plots in agenda item 5. Okay, so we have actually a half an hour scheduled for break. So if people don't mind, we'll just finish up this presentation. There's 2 more slides, but we could actually potentially have a lot of discussion about environment versus fishing. So if we want to have a lot of discussion, we can take a break, have people think about it after I present it, and then have a discussion following break. That's up to the co-chairs.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I agree. I think let's get through the slides and then we'll revisit when we're back from break for a discussion if needed.
Yeah, so at MSAB019, we presented some analyses done looking at the effect of the environment versus the effect of fishing on the Pacific halibut stock. And what we did in this last year is we actually updated those results using this new operating model. They're very similar, almost indistinguishable. And we created a poster for the 100th annual meeting, which is info document 1. And what we found is that the distribution of the spawning biomass is affected by fishing and affected by the environment, where the environment is simply simulating the PDO in the halibut stock. So it's not incorporating potential environmental effects on size and age and all those things. It's simply the effect of the PDO on the average recruitment level, but also in the operating model, the PDO affects the movement rates from area to or region to region. So in low, they're different than compared to high PDO. So those movement rates are different. So here's a whole bunch of results on one slide. Again, this might take a while to digest. And if you're really interested in this, I would suggest looking at document 06, has a section on it in a little bit more detail. It also looks at some other fishing intensities. And then the poster is, you know, a summary with basically these same results on the poster. But let me just walk you through this real quick. When we use the term both, that means that the PDO is simulated in this cyclical manner. So the PDO can switch between, you know, it might switch in 5 years, it might switch in 35 years, but it can switch from low to high, and it has a cyclical nature in the MSE simulations. So you think of both as sort of an integration over poor and good periods of the environment. There really isn't a concept of normal in here. It's just an integration over good and bad. Low means that it's a persistent low PDO, which means poor average recruitment. And then high means a persistent high PDO, which means good average recruitment. And so let's look at what some of the results. Let's just focus on the last two columns, low and high, because the both is just an integration basically of low and high, and it always falls in between, typically falls in between. The one key here is if, let's say, so these results are also, sorry, it doesn't mention it here, at an SPR rate of 43%, the reference SPR rate. So one thing we'll notice is that the probability of being less than 36% is higher in the low regime compared to the high regime. And that just means there's poor recruitment, thus the spawning biomass is not as resilient, and it's not as, the relative spawning biomass is lower with a, in the low regime, right? The spawning biomass is lower. This is how confusing it is. I can even confuse myself. So you can think of it that way. The fishing has a higher effect in the low PDO regime on the coastwide population. Now, what happens because productivity is basically less in the low regime, you have a lower TCY on average as well, 51 million pounds compared to 83 million pounds in a high PDO regime. The AAV actually comes out less when you're not simulating both low and high. And that's partly because the different regimes add a source of variability in here. So that the AAV is not really comparable to both, but it is comparable between low and high. And you see that it's about the same in the two regimes. You'll also notice the AAV is very low here. And that's because we're doing these simulations without estimation error. We're really trying to dig into what's the effects on the stock here. And then these last four rows are just looking at each region, what the TCY and the different regions are. And that's what's repeated in the plots on the right. Similarly on the right. So here in the table, we have the TCYs. In the plots on the right, we actually have percent of the spawning biomass in each of the regions. So we can see in the table the effect on the quotas or the TCYs, and in the plots, we can see the effect on the population. And there's a couple of interesting things to point out in the population. One, say let's take a look at region 2 up here on the upper left. And we have an unfished in blue. That's what the percent spawning biomass would look like in an unfished state for the integration of low and high, as well as the persistent low and the persistent high. So if we're not fishing on the stock, you can see that there's more spawning biomass in region 2, that point up there, compared in a low regime than when it's in a high regime. And then when we fish on the stock, you see that general pattern of the black, orange, and red match the blue, but it's all at a lower value. So really, fishing has an effect on the percent spawning biomass, and the environment has effect on the percentage of spawning biomass in region 2. So they're both having an effect there. When we look at region 3, we see going from an unfished to a fish state, the points don't change all that much. They're about similar, but the environment has an effect on the distribution of the spawning biomass. So it's less in a low regime, but more in a high regime. So you see it's basically trading off with region 2. So you can say for region 3, fishing has less of an effect, and the environment has more of an effect on the distribution of the spawning biomass for region 3, or the amount of spawning biomass in region 3. Region 4 is opposite of that, where fishing has a big effect on Region 4, but the environment doesn't have as big of effect in Region 4. And remember, Region 4 is 4A and 4C D and E. And then finally, for 4B, it's a little bit of a mixed bag, like Region 2. There's a lot of uncertainty, but they both sort of have an effect, fishing and the environment. So we found these results pretty interesting in starting to understand the regional effects of the environment and the regional effects of fishing on the stock. Part of these results are how the TCY is distributed. And one thing to remember is, oops, sorry about that. One thing to remember is in regions 4 and 4B, the relative harvest rate is lower, and actually in 3B as well. The relative harvest rate is lower than in regions 2 and then regulatory area 3A. So there's some differential effects of fishing in all of these regions. So that's it for this presentation. I don't know if the chairs would like to take a break now until around 11 and then come back with any questions.
Yeah, I think my preference, and Pete, feel free to jump in, would be let's take a quick break now, but in interest of trying to keep ourselves on time, let's just shorten that break and come back at 11 regardless. Does that work for you, Pete?
Yeah, I think that's, yep.
Okay. And that works for you as well, Alan?
Yeah, that's great. I think to keep us on time, and then we'll start presentation. We'll take questions and then start presentation 7.
All right, excellent. So it is 10:37 now. Let's aim to reconvene at 11 a.m. So see folks shortly. All right, folks, it is 11 a.m. Pacific time. So we are going to get back at it. And I see that we can now see Alan and Ian. So good to see your faces and good to hear that some of the tech issues were sorted out. So before we move on to agenda item 5, I wanted to do a bit of a pause and a check to see if there are any questions or comments about the environment versus fishing results that Alan covered before the break. So if you have any comments or questions, please just put your hand up. All right, Lynn, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Hi, hopefully you can hear me now.
Yes, we can.
Figured it out this morning. Maybe I'm reading this incorrectly, but looking at the plot for region 4, it looks like the stock is actually, the percent of spawning biomass is actually higher when we fish than if we don't fish. Am I reading that correctly?
Alan, I think you're muted.
Yeah, I had a great answer. You didn't. Yeah, no, Lynn, I was going to say, or I was saying, I was struck by that when I first created this plot. And then I had to remind myself, oh yeah, this is percent of spawning biomass. So the percentage of spawning biomass is greater in region 4, but there's less spawning biomass because you are fishing. So it's sort of how the stock is being redistributed. And I think of that is probably because fishing's going on in 2 and 3 at probably a higher rate than 4, and 4 is probably filling up with a lot of those young fish that the model assumes are recruiting into that area.
All right, I see Chris Bohr's hand up. Go ahead, Chris.
A couple of questions, thanks. One is just to make sure I understand this, the table. For the both scenario, I'm thinking of the slides we saw yesterday of sort of showing the projection of the spawning biomass, for instance, if we harvested an SPR 43, and that put us at about 38% RSB. Is both kind of the, is that aligned with that, those long-term graphs you showed us yesterday?
It is in a sense, but these simulations differ because these do not have estimation error in them. So they're not exactly comparable to the ones I showed yesterday. The purpose of these simulations was really to try to understand the effects of fishing and the effects of the environment. So we decided to use no estimation error so that we could really look at those effects without the blurriness of estimation error in the model. For looking at performance of management procedures, you'd really want to include that estimation error. So the tables have different purposes. And the ones you'd want to focus on most are the tables I showed previously or are available in the MSE Explorer.
Okay, but the aside from the estimation error not being there, the both is kind of the, you mentioned yesterday it sort of changes uncertainty in the environment. That this is sort of encapsulating the same thing, recognizing that estimation error is not included in this.
Yeah, exactly. It would be, other than estimation error, these are exactly analogous to the both column would be analogous to any simulations we would do in the MSE.
Okay. Then I'm just looking at the charts over here, and I notice like in some cases there's quite a bit of overlap when you put the error bars in. So that in some cases almost like there's no discernible difference, and it depends on the region. But it really seems that it's where in like looking at region 2, high is the one that has the big difference compared to low in both. Like both covers it, and then region 4, they're almost there isn't really any kind of, there's not a lot of change, especially with the error bars crossing each other. So I guess I'm trying to make sure I'm reading this right in that it just seems when it's the fishing, there's a lot more overlap than when there's unfished in
Yeah, it does look like that. The range of percent spawning biomass is increased when you do fish, and that could be because there is uncertainty in here on how the TCY is distributed, so that might be a part of it. Whereas when you're in the unfished state, you take out a lot of that uncertainty in these simulations. All the uncertainties associated with fishing are removed in the unfished state, so you might expect it to be a little bit more stable or less wide error bars.
Okay, thank you.
All right, one last call for any questions about environment or fishing.
I guess one question I have, for the MSAB to consider, does this satisfy the request from MSAB019 to create these outreach materials? There was a mention of a pamphlet or a poster to be reviewed at a future MSAB meeting. We didn't have one before the AM100, but, just the MSAB to think about when thinking about paragraphs to put in the report. Is there anything else of interest related to this?
Linda, go ahead.
I guess I would just say if you're using it for more general outreach, I think it needs more explanation.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Linda. And if the MSAB does want a little bit more outreach on this topic, then, we can work together on, with, the MSAB and the Secretariat on creating something that they would find useful.
And if I could follow up, I guess just your answer to Chris is about, in the unfished, you're taking out uncertainty. So is that a real response, or is that just an uncertainty that's our uncertainty about our ability to estimate response?
I would say that's a real response because you're taking out a lot of the variability that's resulting from fishing. So for example, when as the stock moves in an unfished state, the fish just have a choice to go here or there, and they end up going where they are. But you introduce fishing into the concept, and in some years, there might be higher fishing in region 3 or lower fishing in region 3. So it is in real life, it's an extra source of variability affecting the stock and how it is going to end up being distributed. So I would expect the range of percentage spawning biomass in each region to have a larger range with fishing than without fishing.
Could I follow up one more time? Would you expect that if the fishing intensity was the same in each region, you would see that same response to fishing? Or is it just because we have different fishing intensity in the different regions?
Yeah, you're asking some really hard questions, Linda, which is great. It's really getting me to think about this. And fishing intensity is definitely one part of it. Another part of it would be selectivity. And if is selectivity changing, how the year classes are coming through and how those year classes intersect with maturity at age. So I think there's a lot of different facets, and that's where just all this uncertainty comes from. So I can't say, I don't think fishing intensity is the only factor that's causing this increase in uncertainty, but I think there's a lot of factors. I guess if you wanted to put it down to one factor, you say how the fishery interacts with the population, which includes a lot of factors.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Linda. I see Michelle's hand up. Go ahead, Michelle.
Thanks. Alan, can you remind me that when you say fishing, you're just talking about directed fishing? Is that correct? And then can you remind me then how mortalities from other fishing, from bycatch, are treated?
Yeah, sure. So in all of these MSC simulations now, I think we're assuming 30 some fleets across the different regions. And so we have all the directed commercial fleets in each regulatory area. We have recreational fleets in most recreational areas, some subsistence in the different areas. And then we do have bycatch or non-directed mortality in this model as well. That non-directed mortality is, it's been a while since I thought about how that's done, but it is more of a, it's modeled as it does go up and down depending on the amount of biomass, but there's a lot of uncertainty around it as well. So we've tried to identify some relationships of when bycatch would be low or high and include those, but it's also, we've identified the uncertainty around that as well based on like the last 10 or so years of observed bycatch. And we're trying to simulate that process in a way that incorporates the uncertainty that we would normally see in the bycatch. So that is included in these simulations as well, the bycatch.
So thanks, Alan. So just to be clear, though, the bycatch is still occurring under the unfished state.
I can't remember. I have a few different definitions of unfished, whether it's only commercial, but I think in this case, it's zero mortality. I don't think bycatch is occurring in the unfished state in these simulations, but that's something that I should check on.
Okay, not seeing any more hands. I think we might be good to move on to agenda item 5.
Excellent.
Sorry, just one more.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Thanks. Yeah, so in terms of your question, Alan, of whether or not this satisfies the request, I guess I would be interested in, and I don't know to what extent it needs to be as part of an outreach material. I mean, I think the MSAB could have more discussion about that, but I would certainly be interested in seeing kind of how the simulations compare with the directed fishery versus not the directed fishery. And so when I guess that's more of like a general observation. I'm not sure if it only pertains to the environment versus fishing results that you presented here, or if it pertains to what you also presented yesterday. But and maybe it's just something that needs to be clarified, that when we're looking at comparisons of unfished, that's zero removals, and that's, you know, turning off all fishing mortality. And it would be interesting to see, I think, in the regional plots, like how that how these comparisons look if the bycatch mortality is left on, but the directed fishing is turned off.
Yeah, I agree, Michelle. That's a really interesting question. The, you know, when we started this little project, we were very interested in just unfished versus fished. And that's why we did it this way. And we're always a little cautious on, you know, examining effects of the non-directed fishery at IPHC and making sure we coordinate with the appropriate agencies, you know, mainly being the North Pacific Council in their research they're doing on that as well. You know, we just want to make sure we're realizing what we should be investigating and what other, I'm trying to be diplomatic here, but what is appropriate for IPHC to be investigating at any time, and make sure we're coordinating with others appropriately.
Thanks, Ellen. I appreciate that.
But it's a very interesting question.
All right. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Michelle. Okay, so I think we are good to move on to agenda item 5 now. So take it away, Alan.
Okay, if the Secretariat may bring up presentation 07. Yes. Perfect, thank you. Wow, that was fast too. Just looking. So a couple of thoughts that I've been having this morning. One is this presentation, we're going to get really into the Secretariat's looking for guidance and maybe some, you know, recommendations from the MSAB. So hopefully those appear when it's necessary. And as we have these discussions, I think to help the drafting session later today, if a request or a recommendation seems to be coming out of it, or one MSAB member is like, you know, I really want a recommendation or a request on something related to what we've been discussing, write that up and have it ready to put into the report, you know, instead of spending 10 minutes trying to draft a paragraph. That will save us a lot of time later today, because we'll have a lot to put in the report tonight. The second thing is I just want to make a plug for ending the meeting tomorrow before 3 o'clock. I have a couple personal things going on at home that I need to attend to. I don't want to push us to end before 3 because we are scheduled till 5, and I certainly can stay if people do want to stay. But I'm just hoping that we can end before 3 o'clock tomorrow on a Friday, especially let those Juneau people enjoy that sunshine. So just a couple thoughts in the back of my mind. that being said, I'm always here for all of the MSAB members. So, you know, we don't want to cut anything short if we're having good discussions. Okay, so let's talk about the MSc program of work. And this really is the program of work, meaning what would the MSAB like to be like to see being done with the MSc in the next year, 2, or even 3 years. So why do we want to put together a program of work for the MSc? Well, this is in support of adopting a harvest strategy policy. Yesterday, we talked about this harvest strategy policy and a document, and we're really looking to adopt one at IPHC for many different reasons. You can find a draft of that harvest strategy policy document on the MSAB webpage, and it's info document 02. What goes into the harvest strategy policy are, or what the program of work, what we need to do to complete that harvest strategy policy is investigate a little bit more about management procedures. And you saw we already discussed some of the concepts, and we'll review those in this presentation. We want to have clear goals and objectives, and we'll discuss a couple of objectives in this presentation. We've already brought those up. We want to put a bow on those exceptional circumstances and the actions to take, and we've already drafted some specific language for the MSAB to consider. And then there is a slide in this presentation that's blank, and that's basically for any additional considerations that the MSAB might have. So that's sort of an outline today of how we're going to walk through this presentation. As a review, and we talked a little bit about this yesterday, what is a harvest strategy policy? And that's the framework for applying a consistent, transparent, science-based approach to setting mortality limits. And this includes many different concepts in it: reference points, risk, rebuilding strategies if we're ever in that point, you know, the policy. It's really the policy behind all of this. And this is a document that other agencies, other researchers, other organizations will go to look at to see how Pacific halibut are managed, and are they being managed sustainably. One example is the Marine Stewardship Council with their new standards 3.0. With all RFMOs, they're looking to have a harvest strategy adopted. And so this document, I'm hoping, would satisfy that standard for the Marine Stewardship Council. And that's something that's brand new. Here's a look at that framework where we have that separation of coast-wide scale and TC-wide distribution. So again, we have the management procedure shown at the top here. The management procedures that we are investigating are all related to coast-wide scale. And this is that fishing intensity, the control rule, the 30-20 control rule, the stock assessment. This also includes how data are collected. So how they're collected on the FIS, what the uncertainty in the FIS is. And that combination of the assessment, the data, and then this SPR and control rule produce the total mortality that would come out of the stock, which gets transformed into a TCY by subtracting out the U26 non-directed discard mortality. And that coast-wide TCY can then has to be distributed to the different regulatory areas. And that whole distribution process going to the regulatory areas is what we call the harvest strategy, including the negotiations and the decision-making process is the harvest strategy policy. So we have noted down here that potentially we could work all the way through distribution in what we call a reference. And that might be something that the commission would desire as a starting point for the negotiations or information into the negotiation process. But at this point in time, we're stopping right here at coast-wide scale. That's what's been presented in the past at the annual meeting. And the initial presentations at the annual meeting have not included this mortality table because we're not certain how to distribute the TCY to the regulatory areas. So it's just a thought is, you know, would the commission find a reference distribution and mortality table useful to their process? Something we're working on. So let's talk about management procedures. And the first management procedure we want to discuss is the assessment frequency. And so again, this is conducting an assessment annually, biannually, or triennially. And in years without an assessment, we can have a simpler empirical approach. So the first two we've talked about already. We talked about those yesterday. And the numbers 1 and 2 in empirical approach, just holding that TCY constant when their assessment's not done, or updating the coastwide TCY with when there's a change in the in accordance with the change in the coastwide FIS 032 WPUE. Those have been investigated. Those have been recommended by the MSAB. And what we've done here is we've put potentially some other options for an empirical control rule. These came up maybe a little bit yesterday in talking about, does an empirical control rule can it include anything? And we said, yeah, it can include the World Cup rugby scores, for example. And so we can use the FIS all sizes WPUE instead of 032 WPUE. We can use projections from the stock assessment, and we might even be able to incorporate commercial catch rates into the empirical rule. But another key point is that in some areas do this, like BC sablefish, they use just a simpler model in general to set the TCY, and they use the assessment process to determine status and really ground truth the MSE simulations.
Hey, Alan, looks like Chris has a question. I have a quick question also after he's done.
Okay. Yep.
Thanks. I'm just curious, are we going to go through this presentation? Like what's best, Alan, we go through this presentation or discussion, or do you want comments along the way? Because I noticed at the end of the presentation, you sort of revisit these points so what's easiest? It's just, I've got some thoughts on some of these slides we've seen already, but I don't want to bog down the discussion.
No, I think bringing up your thoughts during the presentation is probably best, and then at the end we'll just review it, and we've sort of put in some potential recommendations or requests, and we'll see if they match what the discussion has been. So I encourage anyone to bring up thoughts now, and we'll just try to keep that focused on each topic and then moving along.
Okay, so can we go back a slide? Okay, and you touched on this about a reference distribution procedure, and I guess I would just, from my perspective, I caution the group, as you said, the commission has been very clear in their direction that we're to focus on the coastwide, and my concern is that I would like us to stay away from distribution, because I think for two reasons. First of all, our direction has been pretty clear. I think the Science Review Board also has seen sort of. We got bogged down in kind of an allocation discussion, for a lot of the time we spent on MSAB work over the years there, because everyone's looking at, well, what does this mean for my area? I think we'll make a lot more progress if we can stick to the coastwide, and that's my perspective, and that's what I bring. And I also think that we have to be careful, even if we think a reference distribution procedure, giving that to the commission to start the discussion could be helpful. It could also at the same time put the commission in a very awkward position, because now all of a sudden they're starting from there's a point to start from, and it turns into maybe the risk of turning it into a position-based discussion rather than an interest-based discussion. So I think we have to be really careful about that. And I'm of the mind we need to stick to the coastwide scale. I think we'll be more productive. So that was my comment on slide 4. If we could just go to slide 5. Couple of comments here. You mentioned that about sablefish, and I thought that was a good example of what they do. And I have to say on this one, I understand the simpler empirical approach. I guess my only thing is right now, for just with all the changes we've seen with the FIS over the last few years, it just seems, we're changing, we're not doing certain areas and all these different changes. At this point, until we sort of iron that out, I'm a little nervous about using the FIS for that reason. Just make that point. Having said that, I don't really, if you don't want to use the FIS, Chris, what are you proposing? I don't really have another example. And then the other thing, with commercial fishery catch rates into the empirical rule, I would be a little cautious there. For instance, in 2B, right now our fishery is not driven, it's driven a large part of what we're not trying to catch than what we're trying to catch. People are trying to avoid yellow eye rockfish, or we're trying to avoid sablefish in deeper waters. And it does, I think, impact the catch rates. So I think we have to be a little cautious about, at least from using the fishery catch rates. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Those are both really good points. And I agree with both of them. I might make a quick comment about the FIS in that, it's been obvious the FIS has been reduced. We're investigating here at the commission the potential increases in uncertainty due to those reductions. And, we're all concerned about that as well. And it has, the first thing we thought about was, how does this affect an empirical rule? Number one, we can simulate that, and we will be simulating that as a task from the SRB. But number two, even given that in the reductions in the FIS, we still have a very good survey for Pacific halibut, and hopefully in the future, that it does get expanded again and has a wider footprint.
Thanks, Alan. Forrest.
Next, but did you have a comment, or was that earlier? My brain's skipping. I'll just go.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So Alan, this has been really great today so far. Very informative. Thanks for the work. I have a question about number 4. When you say use projected TCYs from the stock assessments, that's assuming that you have a stock assessment every 2 years or 3 years, and then there's some type of figuring that goes on, projections that like trajectory or something.
Yeah, right. So what you can do in a stock assessment is say, what if we fished at a F43 for the next 2 years? The stock assessment can predict what the TCY would be at an SPR of 43%. It certainly adds a complication, and it's not as straightforward as just setting a setting in the stock assessment. You have to do a lot of iterations, turning the cranks, making sure you get things right. But it is a possibility to do that.
Okay. And there was something that you mentioned, if I can do a follow-up. There's something that you mentioned yesterday about estimation error in an assessment. And then there's certainly error possibly in the FIS itself, because we've seen swings. You showed a slide earlier today that showed some back and forth, and I've seen work that you've produced before. So what I haven't caught on to in any of the presentations so far is like any kind of, if we went empirical and it was FIS based, that there was any averaging. I've always assumed that the assessment kind of did some smoothing, but if you pull that off and you're going empirical, would you consider looking at, if that was driving TCY, would you look at simulating what if we did some averaging in there, like 2 or 3 year average?
Yeah, I mean, we've thought about that for many concepts in the MSAB and the SRB. One thing with the FIS and the space-time model is already bringing in that averaging. It's bringing in that smoothing by incorporating that temporal correlation. So the FIS observations, and you can see that sometimes when you look at the last, say we looked at the 2023 value of WPV from the FIS, which is the last value in the time series we currently have. When we get more data and we update 2024, that 2023 value can change a bit. And it's just the influence it has in sort of speaking for itself and using the temporal autocorrelations between adjacent years. So there's some smoothing already going on in the FIS. And the second part of that is, if you have an empirical rule, you may actually want it to respond appropriately to the changes that you're seeing, and doing any sort of smoothing would certainly slow down those changes. But if you are concerned about potential uncertainty, causing big swings in the TCY, we could consider a smoothing process. At this time, we have not considered one for the empirical rule, but we have considered it for other things when we're thinking about stock distribution and some things like that for sure.
Pete, can I have one more question?
Sure.
Good question. So when we're looking at conducting assessments biannually, every 2 or 3 years, are we suggesting that? So I guess I'm seeing layers here. Like if we're only doing partial assessments, if we're only doing if our is confined to like the core areas of the stock, and we're not doing assessments, are there any complications in, sort of shortening our information? And I'm worried about that bleeding. You talk about temporal smoothing going on between stations and stuff naturally, but when we're already extrapolating from core FIS to other areas, it seems like there's a lot of room for not understanding what's going on.
Yeah, it's a really good point, Forrest. As we reduce the footprint of the survey, we have to start, we might introduce some bias in these areas that are not being surveyed in a number of years. Well, the Secretariat, Dr. Webster here, is looking into that and what that bias might be under different design scenarios of the FIS. And we can easily incorporate those into the MSC simulations to try to identify those complications that you are that you were asking about.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Forrest. Scott, looks like you're next. Oh,
yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Alan and Pete. And I just want to thank Chris's comments that he was making about the CPUE data, especially in area 2B, where it could negatively impact his area. In area 2A, the CPUE actually augments our understanding of the true biomass down in our area, especially as Forrest was just talking about, lack of FIS stations, especially in, on the tail ends of the population in area 2A. We've gone on, I don't know how many years now, where they've had limited to no sampling in our area. We're heavily reliant on that CPUA data to show what's actually happening in the population. And I don't think that's going to be changing in the next couple of years. So there's a flip side to what Chris was talking about, and there's got to be a happy medium to combine what each area needs to get a true sense of what's happening. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Michelle, you're up next.
Thanks. A couple of questions. The first one is, would the PDO and the projection of the PDO for the next 2 or 3 years be included in the assessment? Is that a factor?
Not really. I don't think it would have very little effect on the next 2 to 3 years, because the PDO and the assessment's only affecting recruitment, right? So it wouldn't even come into the TCY calculation for another 6 to 8 years. So yeah, I think the benefit of the PDO and the stock assessment itself is, just relating those past recruitments and understanding what's coming in. In the MSC simulations, though, because we are simulating farther than 6 to 8 years, the PDO does become a very important factor to it.
Thanks. And then relative to the empirical approach, option number 1 of the same coastwide TCEY from the previous year, I'm trying to reconcile that with what you showed in the previous presentation in slide 24 and the changes from the previous year, and how there were some pretty, I would say, significant changes in some years from year to year in terms of the reference point and as well as the adopted. And so if we're trying to tie this management procedure to the stability objective, it would seem like having the assessment every 2 or 3 years could provide more stability for that period, but could provide greater variability between assessment periods.
Exactly. Yeah, that is exactly a concern the MSAB has brought up. And earlier today, when I talked about an objective in those performance metrics and what is the objective for variability, that the concept is that a concern of you could have this 2 to 3 year stability and then a potentially higher jump when an assessment is done than if you had just done an assessment every year.
So, so along those lines, is it possible to consider a constraint on the assessment period variability on the AAV for that 2 or 3 year time frame?
Yeah, we could certainly combine any of these things with a constraint. We could have a constraint on even the change in every year, but still have an empirical rule and assessment occurring every 3rd year. So yeah, well, those are easy things to simulate.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Michelle. Robert, looks like you have your hand up next.
Yeah, I was just, for the empirical rule, I'm just trying to think of what would be, if we're not going to use FIS, what is acceptable? Because I mean, commercial fishery catch rates, generally you go out there, you're trying to catch fish. So I mean, you can skew the abundancy out there if you do include it. But is there a way to, like, because we're harvesting year classes, is there a way to have the year classes as part of the empirical rule? Because like you're going to be getting year classes from the otolith samples that you're doing at the dock and from the FIS that you're going to see if there is a period, like especially if you're going to the triennial assessment, you're gonna see that, is there a year class coming up or is there no year class, and maybe we need to, but I guess maybe that doesn't work. I'm just trying to think of something other than the FIS, because I do have concerns with the fact that there is going to be a bunch of gaps. Like if we were just talking about the core areas, then yeah, fine, we use the FIS because we will have fairly good understanding of what's going on there. It's just the outlying areas that you really don't know what's going to be happening. So I was just thinking maybe if you could use the year classes as a maybe a proxy or something. I don't know. That was just a thought.
Yeah, we can certainly bring in, other concepts like year classes. That I saw a presentation, I think last week, on they're considering, or they're using an MSE type model to investigate bringing in age structure into their harvest control rule for Alaskan sablefish. I don't know where that's going to go, but we can easily bring that into this concept. I think the problem there, though, is where do you get the year class information? The year class information would have to come from the FIS. So you're in the circular argument. Now you're only sampling the core area. You probably have a lot of uncertainty, and you're probably not going to see those year classes.
But don't you sample otoliths from the commercial landings as well? Like it doesn't. Don't you get a year class structure from commercial landing as well? So I mean that would be a blend of what's being. It would be a way to use commercial catch rate without using commercial catch rate, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I see your point. Yeah, that would certainly be a possibility. So that might be another point to add to these spots. Use some population structure things such as.
Okay, Jim.
Yeah, thanks. So, in kind of keeping this relatively simple, and with all the the uncertainties with the FIS and other things. I mean, number one, right? Just using the TCEY from the previous year until an assessment, we're only talking 1 or 2 years out from an assessment. So they're relatively, the population doesn't change that dramatically year to year, for these animals. So to me, that would be the simplest and most transparent one. I mean, yeah, I think you did some analysis there. Was it last year where you might have a little bit more variability in the third or second year just because you're using the same one, but it seems rather more straightforward. But I think you've already done those analysis. So maybe this is just more of a comment than anything else. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. We have done a bit of investigation on these concepts.
Thanks, Jim. Peggy.
There we go. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
So I'm really interested in hearing what everyone's been saying, and I just feel obligated to emphasize some of the points from our sector that variability is probably the biggest, most important factor that our members, processors in general, I can't speak for fishermen, but I would assume for everyone, all stakeholders, is that they can rely on something to build a business plan to. And you mentioned this earlier, Alan. So I really agree with that. When we look at the robustness of a triennial assessment compared to an annual, I feel some obligation to kind of rely on what the scientists say, what we can do with those numbers. But in my gut, I think a 2-year assessment is probably as far out as we would feel comfortable going, unless I learn something different in the next 24 hours. But in some of these points, the 5 points or 6 points maybe that we have now, some of the smoothing does fall through the cracks. And I guess the averaging that Forrest brought up would be an important way to constrain any big changes year to year in TCEY. And also just some semblance of the slow up, fast down that was in operation many years ago. And I just I've been sort of looking for it, and I've not seen any operational element that we could say is capturing that yet. So I'm going to put my thinking cap on and try to come up with something, but those are my 2 comments right now.
Thanks, Peggy. And I will, I'll add a slide. In fact, the next slide, maybe I'll address that last question.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Thanks, Peggy. Okay, Tom, go ahead.
Well, to follow up on what Peggy's saying, because I've had these same thoughts, why don't we consider something like maybe item number 2, where you use the TCEY, but you only use 50% of whatever the FIS changes. So that way there's a kind of a smoother, a buffer. You're being a little more there's more precaution there. So if like the FIS changes by 7%, you would only use 3.5% or something. That way you kind of have you don't have so much variability, and it kind of buffers that to a bit. It's just the concept only use a fraction of a portion of whatever the FIS changes.
Yeah, that's certainly it's very much in line with the slow up, fast down approach, or full down, whatever you want to call it. And we can investigate that in the MSE. It's whenever a fisheries organization talks about these types of things that I've seen in the past, and there's always a concern about being able to change the TCEY fast enough if the stock is going down, so you don't cause bad damage. So we could easily input something like half of the change in the WPE. We may want to also think about what if the stock is decreasing, if it decreases in the third year, maybe we start going full down, or, you know, something like that. And we're actually getting on to the discussion of constraints, which is actually the next slide. So I'm wondering if we, I think Pete, you had a question as well, and then maybe we can begin to move on.
Sounds great. Yeah, I agree. I kind of have two comments here, and so the first one, it has to do with what Tom just mentioned, and also something that Forrest talked about. So, yes, there is a temporal aspect of the space-time model that is smoothing it somewhat, but you can still come up with fairly large changes in the FIS from the space-time model, and you know, and the assessment is dampening it slightly. So I'm wondering if there's a way here where you do a data retrospective with the assessment, comparing that to changes in the FIS, and then kind of like figuring out an empirical rule or a time period of averaging or whatever that seems to mimic that mimics the assessment's response to the FIS changes. So that, anyway, that was one comment. The other is for number 4, you know, using projections is something that's pretty common up in Alaska. But the reason you're using projections for a lot of these stocks is because there's no new survey data. So I feel like it'd be a little bit awkward to use just a model projection with catch when you actually do have updated survey data. I think those could look pretty different, perhaps. So
Yeah, I would agree, Pete. I think number 1 and number 4 would actually potentially ignore new data coming in those non-assessment years. And that's something that we've shied away from those types of approaches, because we're going to look at that survey data. And then if the empirical rule says something different than the survey data showing, there's going to be an uproar. So,
right. In either direction. But yeah, exactly. Let's go ahead and I think Peggy, maybe your hand is still a hand from before, but go ahead, Alan. Let's all
right.
Let's move on.
Excellent. So yeah, this is good discussion. So each of these points is something that, you know, the IPHC or the Secretariat's looking for guidance on how to proceed and what to investigate for this year, what simulations to do. So we've been talking about constraints a little bit, and this is basically just limiting those annual changes, putting in something into the management procedure that actually limits the annual change in the TCY. So we've been working with no constraints, and you can lower the fishing intensity to reduce that variability. We've also been working with a maximum 15% change in the coastwide TCY in either direction from one year to the next. This is that 15% constraint. We've mentioned the slow up, fast down approach, or slow up, full down approach. The slow up, fast down approach is increasing the TCY by 1/3 of the increase suggested and decreasing by 1/2 of the decrease suggested. So this is getting at Tom's point. And then constant TCY, that reduces a lot of the variability, but potentially can result in higher changes in an assessment year. I always have to remember this last bullet. An additional component specifying not to exceed a maximum fishing intensity consistent. Yeah, I think the last bullet, if I remember right, it's been a while since I wrote this, is just sort of making sure that you're never exceeding that maximum fishing intensity of 35%, which is the proxy for MSY. And we brought this into the concepts a while ago. And with any of these constraints, you know, if the stock is declining and you're constraining the reductions in the TCY, you could potentially get into a situation where your fishing intensity keeps getting higher and higher. And so this would be like a check. Once you start getting up to high SPRs, you just turn off the constraint or something like that. So those are some of the suggestions for constraints, and we're just looking for insight into from the MSAB. And it sounds like we've already been talking about some constraints, and maybe another one would be smoothing on the some sort of averaging on an empirical rule, whatever data is going into the empirical.
I see Chris Bohr's hand up. Go ahead, Chris. Chris, if you're speaking, you're still muted.
Thanks, Gwyn. I was. I just wanted to try and remember when we did sort of almost one of the first round of simulations and evaluating. Alan, I remember you said to make it meet the objective, to make the management procedures, and I might not be saying this correctly, meet the management for the management procedures to meet the objective of, I forget what it was about, couldn't change more than 15% or something like that, the variability. You had to put some kind of constraint on each management procedure. You had to do something to deal with that. And I guess my question is, and I might not be explaining it right, but was that over and above the constraint, or was the fact the MPs that we were looking at the time were lacking a constraint?
That was because the MPs were lacking a constraint. So even now, if we see an annual assessment with the estimation error that we simulate for the assessment, the AAV at a SPR 43% is about 17 or 18%, I believe. So it's above that 15% threshold that used to be an objective. And so to actually, with an annual assessment, to meet that goal of being less than 15%, we had to introduce a constraint. Or we had to get a better assessment or better data or whatever it is to reduce that estimation uncertainty.
Okay.
What we've found recently is that a triennial assessment with an empirical rule based on the FIS, and this is results 2 years ago, maybe last year or 2 years ago, they actually showed an AAV of around 14 point something percent. So that might be another method, is to have an empirical rule that has less uncertainty than the assessment estimation error. And then when you average that over a 10-year period, you actually reduce the average variability over that 10-year period.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. I guess my second question is just around slow up, fast down approach. And I guess the thing that strikes me about the slow up, fast down is if you go, if you drop, say, £1 million in TCY change from 1 year to the next, and then the following year it goes back up 500,000 pounds, for example, you never actually get back to where you were.
Yeah, I agree. The slow up, fast down is has interesting lags that would be fun to investigate with these simulations.
Yeah, it's just you would have to depending on the decrease, to get back to where you were before that decrease, you'd have to have a TCY coming out of the stock assessment of more than the decrease to get you back there. And then, if it stayed the same, you'd never get back, because you're only going up a third. And I wonder if people have if we've all thought that through in terms of the implications. I mean, it's a nice concept, but what are the implications when things are going sort of back up? You have to go to a much higher level to get back up to where you were.
Yeah, and that's something we can investigate with the MSE simulations. Is how long does that take when you're going down versus going up? And I think what would happen when you're going up, you might go to a higher level than if you were increasing the TCY by a full amount going up. And so it might catch up over time, but there certainly would be a lag in there.
Okay, thank you. I'd be interested in seeing that type of simulation.
All right, thanks, Chris. I see Linda and Robert, so maybe we'll go to Linda, and before we jump over to Robert, let's have a quick check-in about what we'd like to do for our scheduled lunchtime, if we want to keep it to close to 12 or shift it. But let's go to Linda, and then we'll have a quick chat on that.
Thanks, Gwyn. Yeah, I guess I think the flip side to
the concern that Chris raised is what we experienced before when we did have a really rapidly dropping understanding of abundance in a region, and we were just not catching up with the falling star, as everybody was saying at the time. And that was the reason that the slow up, fast down was abandoned. So I think it's good to look at that in both scenarios, with it going up, going down. But I also, I guess, just to comment, I know I've heard a lot of support for looking at for an objective of stability in the 15%, no more than 15% change in coastwide TCUI from one year to the next. But also a lot of concern expressed in the past when there was a push by the commission to go to really a constant catch and holding it steady for too long. And I think particularly in the climate we're in now, or the amount of change we're seeing in the climate and the ocean, that there's some real risk there. So anyway, just approaching that with some caution.
Thanks, Linda.
Yeah, thanks, Linda. Just do a quick pause here. Robert, I do see your hand. But just looking at the agenda, we are scheduled, I believe, for noon to 1 Pacific time to go on our lunch break. Wanted to get Pete and Alan's thoughts and MSAB folks' thoughts on, do we want to keep the scheduled lunch now? Do we want to wrap up the constraints discussion and then push lunch forward by 15, 20, 30 minutes? Just wanted to do a pulse check here.
Yeah, when I put together the scheduled agenda, what I've been doing with the MSAB is having longer breaks and longer lunches than might be normal, just to allow for discussion among members or people and their constituents during those breaks if they wanted to. But we are a little bit behind, I'm thinking, because this is the easy part of the discussion that we're having now. I do appreciate all the discussion we're having. But to get through this entire presentation, we'll need a full day. So maybe we can go another 15 minutes, and I'll try to get through the management procedures, or at least through this one and the next slide.
Okay, sounds good. So let's aim to break at 12:15 Pacific time, but we'll do a quick check at that point in time. We haven't gotten through the next slide. But for now, Robert, I see your hand. Go ahead. Thanks for your patience.
Thanks. I'm hopefully not be too long here. With the constraints, is it just for like whatever the triennial, like, so if we do a biennial, it's just a 15% decrease for the 1 year, and then when we do a reassessment, then it could theoretically be more of a jump one way or the other, depending on how the assessment turns out. Same with the triennial. So I mean, if we're trying to go for stability, like, how much of a constraint do we really want if we're gonna constrain ourselves, and then all of a sudden, once we do the full assessment, it says, well, we need to take more fish or less fish. So I mean, there could be a bigger jump one way or the other. I mean, it's good to have more fish, but shitty to have less. So just again, it's is it just for the constraints, are just for the 2 years that, or the 2 years that we're not having the assessment, and then there's potential for a big increase one way or the other?
Yeah, so we could, the MSAB could make a request to do a constraint in any way possible. It could be only in the years without an assessment. It could be any year, all the years. It's always constrained. It could be only during the assessment year. Whatever the choice is, and that's the nice thing about this, is we're just dealing with simulations. We don't want to get it too many, but if that's the case, maybe there's a slow up, fast down in empirical years, and it resets during the assessment year. So yeah, whatever option you think. And then I want to make sure I'm taking the focus away from the 15% and on that second bullet point, and talking about just a constraint in general, because a maximum 20% change in the coastwide TCY in any year might still satisfy the average annual variability of being less than 15%, because it would just knock down those really big changes, but keep the normal changes, which, you know, there could be some years which only change by 6 to 10%. So if the goal is to maintain it below 15%, you don't need a constraint at 15%. It can be any number, you know, 20% or even 10% if you wanted.
Okay, yeah, no, I was just curious as how they were going to be run,
Yeah.
whether they were going to be run with a reset or whether they're going to just be straight to the commissioners, like, no matter what comes out of this, we only want to see a 15%.
Yeah, and it can be
change one way or the other.
any way you want. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no more hands, feel free to continue on, Alan.
Great, thanks. So that's some of the decisions, you know, around constraints. We have investigated those in the past, and if the MSAB is interested in continuing with constraints, these are some options that the Secretariat has thought of and have been investigated in the past. The next one is fishing intensity SPR, and we just talked about this recently. What SPR is, we have the MSY and the MEY proxies, and also noting that the recent TCYs have been associated with SPRs above 50%. So the decisions made by the commission, the TCYs are associated with about a 52% SPR. So when thinking about a range of fishing intensities to investigate, you know, I think it's useful to take all this into account. We probably want to include the reference SPR 43%. We might want to go down as low as an MSY proxy, but we've also learned that going below 40% causes a lot of variability, which is undesirable. But it's good to fill in the table with those high fishing intensity values. And then we probably want to have SPRs, you know, up around 52% or even higher, meaning lower fishing intensity than that, just to get the range that has been under operation in the recent years, as well as in our reference value. And I didn't put it on this slide, but another thought about fishing intensity is, do we want to investigate the control rule, the 30-20? I would not suggest messing around too much with the 20%. I think that's a lot of justification for that. But the 30%, you know, we can see what happens with that, but I'm not sure if that's of interest to the MSAB. So that's fishing intensity. I see Forrest has a question.
Yeah, it's just a comment if you're soliciting feedback. Where I'm coming from, I feel like the 30-20 harvest control rule kind of sets the lower limits that protect the stock, and I personally wouldn't be interested in investigating a higher upper limit. I think that our discussions in the past have revolved around setting an SPR and letting it ride. And maybe the SPR, maybe we need to have the discussion about a higher SPR, or, well, not higher fishing intensity, higher SPR, lower fishing intensity that would keep us off of the control, the higher control for most or all of the time. But I don't, we'd be playing the game at a higher level. And I feel like if we put that there, it would set this expectation that that's not where we want to go, and we'd still be making adjustments. We'd be making them sooner. So that's just a perspective.
Yeah, and that control rule, as we saw, has a lot of interaction with variability. When you're on, you know, using the control rule, it's not necessarily bad to be on that ramp. But when you are on the ramp, you are increasing the potential variability of the TCY. Okay, maybe I'll start the next slide then, and we'll go for another 5 minutes if that's okay.
Go for it.
Cool. So again, I wanted to bring up distribution for for one real reason, and I've heard the comments today about, distribution, and we've had clear guidance from the commission to not be considering that in the MSC process at this time. However, even though it's not a part of the management procedure, it is important to the simulations. And so what we need to do in these simulations is incorporate the uncertainty in the distribution. So we can't say, well, let's just ignore distribution and not distribute the TCY, because the MSC simulations have all these different sectors from different regulatory areas. So we need to distribute the TCY in the simulations. So there's a number of different ways we can do that. In the past, we've used multiple distribution procedures. If you remember 2 or 3 years ago, the commission decided on 5 distribution procedures, and we integrated across those 5 distribution procedures. That was a bit onerous, and it might not have captured the entire range of uncertainty in the distribution of the TCY. So when I thought about that, I had a little bit of concern, but it did capture some of that uncertainty. So it is a valid method. We could also just use a single distribution method and then add uncertainty to it. And we've been doing that in a way also, but we've been adding that uncertainty in the form of what we've been calling decision-making uncertainty. So we simulate a distribution of the TCY, say using stock distribution or whatever, and then we add some decision-making uncertainty, which shifts the TCY in different ways across the different regulatory areas. That is another valid approach. It adds uncertainty. However, you're still using a distribution procedure, and that might alarm some people about, well, what distribution procedure shall we use? The third method is just to simply use recent years to define a percentage of the TCY in each regulatory area. Just say, what have we observed in the last 10 years, and then add uncertainty to that. And I have a quick example. Maybe this will give some people something to think about over lunch. So this method would just simply say we have here a table of the percentage of TCY in each of the different regulatory areas. And we can use these percentages to simply simulate the distribution and then be able to create performance metrics for each individual regulatory area, the fishery in the regulatory areas. So we might use something like these percentages, and we might get a little more complicated and say, okay, well, 2A, let's just give it 1.65. And then 2B, well, it looks like it's had a range between 17 and 21% over these last 10 or so years. And then Alaskan areas could be treated differently, or it could be treated the same way and just simulating from these percentages. Or maybe there's a procedure that only the Alaskan areas would use if that was an option. So we don't have to be tied to just using these percentages. We can get a little bit more complex. And so I wanted to bring up what Alaskan only percentage of the TCY looks like. So this is looking only at the Alaskan areas. If you sum these numbers, they'd sum to 100%. So this is sort of taking 2A and 2B out of the equation and looking only at Alaska. And you can see the percentages for each of the individual areas in the blue dots in the plot on the right. And then what I did, just as a proof of concept, is I created a simulation routine, which would then simulate these percentages for each of these areas with uncertainty, and that's the little box plots shown in there. So it shows that with the simulation routine, you can cover the uncertainty seen in this last 10 to 12 years. So we can do that in proof of concept. So that's something to consider in how we simulate that. So again, there's 3 different methods. Do we want to define a number of distribution procedures that are then integrated over, which involves the process of deciding on those distribution procedures? Do we want to just use one single distribution procedure, which could incorporate some percentages and some procedure, and then incorporate uncertainty? or do we want to incorporate recent historical percentages seen in this process? And sort of this, you know, the Secretariat's leaning towards this type of approach, you know, assuming 2A is at 1.65 million pounds, unless maybe the stock gets really low, that changes. 2B has some range of percentages that's drawn randomly. And then the Alaska areas are then distributed using this method that I showed here, using past proportions as well. And then just to finish this up, let me just make sure I'm at, yeah, this would be perfect if we can finish this up. I've already talked about a potential of a reference TCY distribution, and we've heard some comments of this reference distribution potentially being an anchor point in the negotiation process, or there could be some other downsides to it as well. So the upsides, though, it could be a starting point for decision making. We'd be able to present the mortality tables before and during the annual meeting before decisions are made. And then we could use this reference in the MSC simulations with uncertainty if we were to go down the route of a single distribution procedure. So with that, that brings us to the end of the management procedures, and I think that's a good stopping point for lunch. I'm gonna put it back to here.
Okay. Thanks for that, Alan, and for wrapping those up. I'm assuming that we'll likely have some discussion on TCY distribution, but we can pick that up after lunch. So it's 12:15 now. My question for the group is, do we want to keep lunch at an hour, or do we want to shorten it slightly to 45 minutes in the interest of trying to stay as on time as we can? What are our thoughts, Pete and Alan?
I'm good for 45 minutes. If we come back at 1, I think that would be helpful, but it's up to the group. I don't know if some people had things. I see Lynn says works for her. Robert has his hand up.
I say let's get back for 1. Shorter the lunch, better.
Okay, excellent. Does that work for you, Pete, as well?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, sounds good. So it is 12:15 Pacific time now. Let's all reconvene, same time, same place, so 1 p.m. Pacific time. And at that point, I will hand the chairing reins over to Pete because I'll be turning into a proverbial pumpkin about midway through the afternoon. So enjoy your lunch, folks. We'll see you soon.
All right, thank you.
Okay, folks, it is 1 p.m. Pacific time. So hopefully we have most folks back online, but I'll speak slowly to allow other folks to get plugged in as well. I see Alan and Ian are back. Welcome back. And we'll just give it a minute or so for Pete to join us.
Hello.
Welcome back, Pete. Okay, so let's get going. I'll shortly hand the chairing reins off to Pete, but I believe where we were intending to pick up was to have a bit of conversation about the TCY distribution slides that Alan had gone over before lunch. So let's start it there. Chris, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Thanks, Gwyn. I guess one question I had is, and I already expressed some concerns with treading into the area of distribution of TCUI, as it's not in our mandate, and the fact that even the SRB has recommended we don't touch it and said it should be dealt with in a separate process, such as the annual meeting. But I did have a question about, if we're looking at distribution of TCY because it's necessary, it's important to the simulations, does it have to go down to the regulatory area level, or is it more appropriate at the biological region level? Just simply that I remember that, the statements were made that there's no biological basis for the regulatory areas. So So that would be my first question.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. So when I first came to IPHC, I set up actually just a coastwide model. We made a lot of progress with only that coastwide model. But as many of you know, you think a lot about the areas that you represent. And so when we put together the operating model that we use now in the management strategy evaluation, we wanted to include those different sectors, those different areas, like the commercial and 2A, for example, so that we are able to create performance metrics for those specific sectors and sectors within areas. And that's the reason why we have to distribute the TCY in the MSC operating model, or in the simulations, actually. And so we don't have to do that. We can go back to a coastwide model, but I think we lose potentially a lot of output, a lot of performance metrics, and we can only then look only at the coastwide ones, which are the priority objectives. If the MSAB wanted to move in that direction, we could put together a coastwide operating model that just it would make assumptions about how the fishery occurs at a coastwide level, but we'd probably have to simulate some sort of uncertainty with that as well, because it's representing the real life distribution of the TCY anyways.
Okay. Thanks, Alan. Yeah, like I said, as I've said, I have some concerns, and I don't support us getting into the area of distribution of TCY. And I understand it's important for the simulations. And I would say that given the commissioners are given the mandate they've given us, and given they're going to have an intersessional sometime in the near future, I would just say to them, look, there are 3 possible options here, and let them decide this. And then we're not in the middle of it, and we're not putting ourselves into where everyone's looking at their vested interest of what's happening in their area, instead of looking at what's best for the coastwide stock, which is what we're supposed to be doing, or at least that's been our mandate given by the commissioners. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I think that's a good suggestion.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I just have a quick comment, and then I'll to you, Jim. Alan, a question on this was, it seems to me that you weren't necessarily asking for us to come up with different distribution scenarios for you to simulate, more that you were able to mimic what has kind of occurred over the last 10 years in the simulations going forward. First question. Second, it seems that we would lose a lot of information on movement and things that are interesting to look at if we do go to the coastwide scale. Is that not true?
Yeah, Pete, for sure. We would lose a lot of that information, a lot of interesting performance metrics to look at, the whole environment versus fishing. We wouldn't be able to really do that at the scale that we did looking at it by a regional level. So going to a coastwide model would lose a lot of fun stuff to look at, to be honest. And then you're right, we're not, this section is not, is realizing the commission has directed the MSAB and the MSC process to not investigate distribution procedures at this time. And so we're not looking to that, but as Chris mentioned, we're just noting, or, looking, the Secretariat's looking for confirmation of how it would be preferred to simulate the distribution of the TCY. And that could be based on recent years, what we've observed in recent years. But if people feel that that's not capturing enough of the uncertainty, or is not representative of what would happen in the future, we can use different approaches. Like we chose to, a couple of years ago, we used 5 different distribution procedures that we felt at that time represented a range of the possibilities.
You can see your comment there, Alan, may have created some interest. So Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just, I sort of agree with Chris I think one of your comments earlier, Alan, was, it may be a starting point for someone, or it's going to be an anchor. So yeah, it's going to be both, right? Depending on how people look at it, but it's going to get fixated on. So I think, like I said, in a month, the commissioners are going to have an intersessional session, and maybe get clarification from them. But we went through distribution, even if it's just a reference one. It's been my experience that if it looks like it's advantageous to some, it'll be like, it'll be gravitated to, and if it's not, it'll be criticized unfairly for what it's supposed to be. So I just think maybe you want to just get some clarification before we go down this road again. Anyways, thanks.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jim, and something that, we've been concerned about as well. However, the reason that we started thinking about this was before the annual meeting, we were getting questions about why isn't there a mortality table? What does this new assessment mean for my recreational sector in 3A, or something that comes out of that mortality table. And we had to say we cannot supply a mortality table because we don't have a way to distribute the TCY. And I realize that can be looked at from 2 points of view. One is, well, provide us a reference, we get an idea. The other point of view is, well, you don't know what it's going to be, so you can't actually tell us. So we're just sort of proposing that here to get a feel for, is it important for stakeholders to see those types of outputs from the stock assessment before the decisions are made, or are stakeholders okay seeing the mortality table after the decision has already been made for the TCYs?
Thanks, Alan. Forrest.
Yeah, thank you, Pete and Alan. So you just referenced a range. You've done work showing ranges before. We've always had the reference, which is FIS-driven reference numbers to look at, which regardless of what the outcomes are, the adopted or negotiations or anything, everybody always wants to look at what just reference distribution is doing mechanically. Is it too much to do the work to do, basically a FIS version and then a historical adopted version like you've put up and showed percentages, or like what's your time constraints on that?
Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't be real difficult to do 2 mortality tables or something, 2 distributions. But, I think it comes down to, is that a concern that becomes a fixation point, or those 2 become a fixation point? But, we don't want to start, I don't think we'd want to go beyond 2 different reference distributions to represent a range, because then it does become a bit more work to produce that, becomes more confusing. But that is a potential solution for us, is actually is part of the harvest policy, having multiple options for distributing TCY to inform the negotiations.
Well, I think it seems to me that that's, I don't know that anybody believes that we'll be at pure FIS distribution. I think that there's, historical decisions. All of the management in both countries has sort of been built on, like the domestic FMPs have been built on a certain understanding of what's been done historically, what's been available. The stock goes up and down. But anyway, I didn't realize that the decisions that you make now are going to wind up in what the literature looks like at the next interim and annual meetings. So that I guess I don't mean to confuse that process. I thought this was more like investigative, what we were able to look at, but come to think of it, I get it now. That's where we do look at it. So the ranges seem reasonable, but historical last 10 years make some sense. And I guess my last question is how far off, if we deviate by 1% here or 1% there regionally or within regulatory areas, is that going to put us in a whole, out in left field? Or if we use 10-year distribution or 10-year adopted distribution, is that going to give us a ballpark sense for what's going on anyway?
It's hard to say. I can't predict what would happen in the future with these distributions, but I think a small percentage in the distribution of the TCY might have pretty big consequences for some of the sectors in the different regulatory areas. And so we want to make sure we are capturing a reasonable range that we would expect to occur in the future, especially when we start calculating those performance metrics that are, the TCY going to a recreational fishery in 2A or something like that. These types of decisions in these simulations have consequences at certain points at a coastwide level. Being off 1% or 2 here or there is probably not going to make a big difference at the coastwide level. But if we do ever look at those individual sectors, it probably has a bigger effect in there. And I just want to back up to your previous thoughts about, the reference distribution. And, we're presenting this to the MSAB to get the input from stakeholders. This is an opportunity to get input from stakeholders because, it was noticed that we weren't presenting these mortality tables, but also because the MSE process is in support of adopting a harvest strategy policy. Part of that harvest strategy is distributing the TCY. So we want to develop methods that support the commission in what they need to have the information they need to make the decisions they need to make. So recognizing that, this is a great place for stakeholder input, but the MSAB is also making those recommendations to the commission, and the commission then considers them for their, decisions on whether or not they would actually want to see some sort of reference distribution. So, it's not that we're here making decisions what the Secretariat is going to produce for the annual meeting, but the MSAB has the opportunity to weigh in with the commission what they would like to see produced for the annual meeting. At least that's the way I'm thinking about it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Alan. Michael, you're up next. Go ahead, Michael, if you can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I understand what you're talking about, having minimizing the number of distribution procedures. And I fully understand that. One thing I would like to see included, if you do have, go ahead, and would be the 10-year average, but with a slow up, fast down approach, so that when we see things going negative, we react as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Alan, did you have any comment, or we can go on to
that's
Peggy?
Great. Thanks. Just taking a couple notes on that.
Okay. Peggy.
Thanks. I don't want to slow this down, but I'm stuck on something and I'm hoping you guys can help me. So last year when we asked for the decision table and we were told that we weren't going to get it because it was, I think the reason I heard the most frequently was you don't need to worry about it. And also it's a sensitive issue and we don't want to predict or foreshadow any decision. And so that doesn't square, and I'm hoping you can help me square this with just using that decision table to help us understand, help any stakeholder understand the ramifications of a coast-wide TCEY. So could someone help me understand what I'm missing from that? Why is that so dangerous to just ask Ian to come up with what the distribution would be if it was exactly like it was the year before, or something like that, or a different number?
I want to clarify, Peggy, that we do produce the decision table for the annual meeting, and that's easy at a coast-wide level. What we were not able to produce last year for this year's annual meeting was a mortality table before the decision was made. And the mortality table is that table that breaks down the TCEY into FCEYs and TCEYs and everything by the different regulatory areas and the different sectors within regulatory areas. So it's
that is the one I'm talking about. So why was that? What was the reason again?
It was because there's no agreement on distribution. So we need to know what the TCEY is in each regulatory area to then break it down into the sectors in each regulatory area. We had ideas of what the coast-wide TCEY would be, but we had no clue how the commission wanted a reference distribution to create that initial mortality table. Now that the decision has made that mortality tables in annual meeting report, is that right?
Yeah, it's there. And the commission directed us not to produce one table, but just to provide the mortality projection tool online. So somebody could put in the previous year's TCEYs and see what that would look like in the upcoming year with updated sources of mortality from other places or other sectors. So that was the compromise that the commissioners directed us to provide last year.
I think it was clear to me that there was a super sensitive negotiation going on, and knowing what it could be was helpful. Not that it was what we were going to do, but knowing what the ramifications down to, the tribes portion in 2A at great detail was helpful for all the stakeholders to see. So I agree with Chris that we need to steer clear of this subject, and also agree that we've got some options here. So let the commissioners weigh in on it. But I still feel a little bit like we're approaching arguing about something that isn't getting the table like that is not all that important. I mean, it's important, and we've done it, and we can do it. So I kind of would like to move on and just wait and see what the commissioners want to do with what you've got here. I don't think we can get any further on distribution, unless I'm wrong, than what you've got on this slide 8.
Yeah, thanks, Peggy.
Thanks, Peggy. Next up, Michelle.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I want to say that I agree with the thoughts that Chris and Peggy have expressed, and also noted the commissioners' plans to have an intersessional discussion to provide more guidance on the MSE. Having said that, I think what you presented in slides 9 and 10 makes sense, and I would support presenting those to the commissioners, because I think what you've got here is a really well thought out approach of how to distribute TCEY in the simulations. And I guess I'm just going back to like the role and the responsibilities of the MSAB and the direction we've been given. And I guess absent any guidance from the commissioners, I'm inclined to support just putting forward, reasonable options for them to consider.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. And I think Chris said something similar. Maybe we can just present these three options as how to simulate it within the operating model.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. Just to kind of summarize what I'm hearing is, I think the consensus here is that, yeah, presenting this and using what has historically been, how the TCY has been distributed historically over the last 10 or so years seems to be a reasonable way forward. And I think we are all reluctant, particularly given the commissioner's direction, to not dig into alternative distribution procedures in the MSAB. If they direct us to do that, to check out some different alternatives, then I think we can come up with some more ideas at that point. But not seeing, Alan, do you have anything to add to that?
No, that's good. This was a really good discussion and very helpful.
All right. Forrest, I see your hand popped up there.
Yeah, and I don't want to deflect this any particular way, but I think it's important for us to see modeling of survey distribution, not because it defines who gets what, but because it gives us a sense of, how the stock moves according to the survey, gives us a frame of reference, not that we have to choose pure stock distribution as the mechanics for distribution, but I'm reluctant to let this go forward and not be able to see simulations of that as a frame of reference, even if we've done something different in the past and will likely do something different in the future. So I don't. I do get letting the commissioners weigh in on it to. But I don't want to abdicate our responsibility to make recommendations that, from a stakeholder standpoint, that we want to see some of this information, because otherwise we can't be informed. So if you're able to do, runs using reference points and adopted historical distribution, that just gives us some, three-dimensional thinking, or two-dimensional, I don't know, just gives us a way to compare what's happening. So anyway, it would be my recommendation that we have some alternatives to look at for reference.
The Secretariat will always present stock distribution as a result of the FIS, and I think Ian presented that in the sort of stock assessment data results. But Forrest, are you referring to doing some sort of MSE simulations with just stock distribution, or are you referring to that would be an output that you would like to see, say, at the annual meeting?
Well, to me, I'm still trying to grasp like what we're providing, and then what ultimately, given our influence or feedback, what we'll be able to see in the future. And if we're going to run simulations on things, it would be good to see it with, from a reference standpoint, meaning what the survey dictates, and also from historical decision making, because I think the historical decision making takes into socioeconomics and all those kind of things. I don't think pure distribution is probably a reality for anybody, and you may not want it. It doesn't matter whether you're in the core of the stock or on the fringes, or you just may not want that because you never know what the stock's going to do. So I guess what I'm saying is, it would, in our simulations, we should have a way to compare. If you just put pure 10-year historical figures in there, then we might not understand how the stock would simulate, just doing a FIS predicted run. So I don't know if that's any clearer than when I started my response to you, but.
No, it is. That's much more clear. I get it now. Thanks, Forrest.
Thanks, Forrest. Chris, it looks like you have a comment in response.
Well, not to belabor the discussion, but I was under the impression that we're of the view that it's up to the commissioners to decide what I understand that this is needed. It's important to the simulations distribution, the TCY, down at the regulatory areas. Dr. Hicks explained that. But really, let the commissioners decide what distribution they want to look at. And there's three options there. And I think I heard what Forrest's saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is Forrest is saying that he thinks 032 biomass distribution should be one of the ones that the commission should consider, or at least we should put in front of the commission for their consideration. So if we want to add a fourth one on there, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. It's the commissioner's decision. If that's what I think that's what I heard, but you know, maybe that's a way to just, you know, it says use a single distribution procedure and add uncertainty, and that technically there's a whole bunch of subsets under number 2, and one of them could be 032 biomass distribution. But again, it's just, this is something the commissioners need to decide. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Robert?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Chris. What Chris is saying there is I mean, it's important to have the distribution because you kind of need to know where the fish is going. But until we're kind of putting the cart before the horse in a sense, because the commissioners have to decide how the fish is going to be distributed for us to be able to run models to accurately simulate what's going to be happening in the next 10 years. So I think we're going to get bogged down like we always do in terms of distribution. So I like to almost punt it back to the commissioners and ask them what they would like to see us evaluate, and maybe it's these 4 different ones, and then just go from there. But I think the coastwide is at the end of the day, that's where we need to be focusing on is where do we want the overall biomass of Pacific halibut to be in the future. And I understand that the distribution is an important factor of that, but the coastwide health of the stock will determine where the distribution act ultimately ends up anyways.
Yeah, thanks, Robert.
Linda, I see your hand up next.
Yeah, thank you, Pete. Yeah, I would just say, I think it's important to remember we're not recommending, if I'm understanding correctly, a distribution strategy. What we heard from Alan was that the distributions, we have to distribute to run these simulations to be able to incorporate uncertainty, and having a simulation that distributes the way the stock is distributed according to the FIS, which we still consider to be the best, just purely based on, without the socioeconomics factored in, distribution of the stock, that would probably reflect most accurately what those uncertainties are, to give us coastwide simulations. So to me, it makes sense to also, I would agree with Forrest. It makes sense to include a simulation that does use the distribution for the FIS. So we are getting close as possible to estimating what that uncertainty is in these simulations of coastwide.
Thanks, Linda.
Yeah, thanks, Linda. Chris, I had seen your hand up, but now it's down. Did you have another comment?
No, nothing right now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Alan?
we can move on, Pete.
Okay, I was just going to ask you. I think you've got plenty to think about for this. Yeah, we'll go ahead and move along.
Yeah, and there'll be the opportunity to address these things tomorrow to have more comments. Okay. Yeah, distribution's never an easy topic. It's always, and I think that's why there's been a lot of work done on it and negotiations are still in place. So what I want to do is now switch gears a little bit and talk about objectives and performance metrics. And there's really two concepts that we're going to discuss here. One is what is an objective for variability over time, and what does that look like over a 10-year period, especially related to multi-year assessments. Chris, I just want to know your microphone's still on, just to give you a little warning. And then the second part of that is to discuss, is there some sort of absolute spawning biomass objective, which we touched on a little bit yesterday, and I have a lot of slides giving background to that, which will hopefully answer all those questions. So here's a review of the 4 priority coast-wide objectives that are currently endorsed for the MSE. We went through those. And I guess just to note again, in option B or number B, letter B there, is you have maintained the biomass above a biomass reference point at least 50% of the time. And that at least is very important. It's not trying to keep it as a target. It's trying to be more of a threshold and make sure that you stay above it at least 50% of the time. But that's an objective the SRB suggested that we contemplate a little bit, which we'll do. So part of the objectives process is you define these general objectives, you define a measurable objective, which are those 4 that were displayed on the previous page, and you can see that in this column, the second column there. And then you have a whole bunch of other things you must specify related to that, including the specific outcomes. What does a reference mean? What is the threshold biomass, for example? And that's in B36. What are we actually measuring? What's the time frame we're measuring that, long-term or short-term? Do we have any tolerances? Like we don't want to exceed that more than some percentage of the time. And then the performance metric can be developed from all of those inputs. And then if you have all those inputs, it's quite easy to develop a performance metric. So given that, wanted to bring up this concept on the performance metric for multi-year assessments and remind everyone of this MSAB request from, I guess this is MSAB 18, not 19. This one came from MSAB 18, and it's to develop new performance metrics to measure this change in the TCY in assessment years and non-assessment years. And so I just want to point out that we have developed a performance metric called the annual change, or the AC, which actually can calculate over a 10-year period what's the probability of exceeding an annual change of like 15% in 3 or more years. So we have been using the statistic called annual change, but what we wanted to do is just take a quick look at the actual annual change in each of those individual years within that 10-year period. So annual change is basically that relative percent change in the TCY from the previous year. So let's take a look at this. We have the annual change shown in these plots for an annual assessment on the top. So this is an assessment occurring every year. And you can see that the annual change is quite consistent across years. There's a couple of years like here and here, and these are actual simulation results. You can see there it's slightly less, but that might be due to something happening in the stock assessment and estimation of year classes and things like that. But it's generally consistent, and you can see there's quite a bit of variability. Down on the second row is what we call biennial A, and this is previous simulations we've done. And biennial means the assessment occurs every other year. And A, option A, means option A for the empirical rule, which is a constant TCY based on what it was set at in that previous year. And that doesn't need to be the case for a constant TCY. There's many different ways to set a constant TCY over a number of years. But anyways, you can see that when the assessment is done, you can actually see the years that an assessment was done. The change is somewhat similar to the annual change, maybe a little bit greater. And then it's held constant, so the actual annual change to the next year is 0 because that TCY is held constant. Then you have the assessment, constant, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you can see here, this is where the MSAB had their concern. It's like when you average over that, now compared to an annual, you have 10 years of all this variability. In biennial A, you only have 5 years with that variability. So maybe and then you're averaging that with a bunch of zeros. So it could be a lot less on average, but does it change more when going to the assessment than compared to this result up on top of with an annual assessment? So that was what the MSAB was very interested in, is are we resulting in a larger change when an assessment is done than if we did an annual assessment? Biennial B is, again, the assessment's biennial, but it's using an empirical rule based on the FIS WPUE. And this is assuming a full design of the FIS, so it has pretty low uncertainty. And you can see that the change in the TCY is much less than when there is an assessment. So it's not subjected to that estimation error, in other words. And then finally on the bottom's the triennial B. So again, an empirical rule with the FIS WPUE, and the assessment's done every 3rd year. And so again, you can see there's much lower variability, and then having only 3 years now with an assessment, that average annual variability across 10 years is probably less than in an annual assessment. So the key here, though, is to develop a performance metric. You really want a performance metrics that's consistent across all of your management procedures. And so if we have 3 different management procedures, an annual assessment, a biennial assessment, and a triennial assessment, and we developed a performance metric that only looked at the change in the assessment year, well, we could compare, say, this column, 2029, because they all have an assessment in that year. And then we can compare that column. But now we're only comparing 2 years in a 10-year period. So we really have to think about maintaining a performance metric that's really consistent across there. Because if I compared this column, say, where there was a triennial assessment here, no biennial, but an annual, it's going to be really different. Now you can't compare the biennial as an assessment part. So when we were thinking about this initially, we thought, well, how do we create a performance metric that would be consistent? And then if we add every 4th or 5th year, then we don't actually have a performance metric that could compare assessments across this time period. So we started thinking about this a little bit more. And we said, well, what are some potential assessment frequency performance metrics? We could report the average annual variability calculated separately for only the years with an assessment, and then separately only for the years without an assessment. But this is challenging for those reasons I mentioned, is you only have certain years that you can actually compare. And if you're not comparing those same years, it's confounded with other sources of variability. You could compare the percent change in the TCY from the previous year, calculated separately for assessment years and non-assessment years, summarized over a 10-year period. But again, this is just, instead of the AAV, using the percent change, and that is also subject to making sure you have similar comparisons across the years, or else it's confounding. Another performance metric we thought of is the maximum annual change observed in a 10-year period. And this could actually be a consistent performance metric across all of these management procedures. But it would just measure the maximum that you would have observed, could be subject to other influences. But you just want to make sure that you have the same years are compared, and that if you're separating by assessment and non-assessment years, you just really have to make sure that this is consistent across those management procedures. So we thought, okay, so there's some potential performance metrics, but really, what is the objective here? And so we thought about this, and it seems like there could be potentially 2 objectives. The first objective is to have a smaller, on average, changes in the TCY for any year. And that would be, you don't ever want any year to have a real large change in the TCY. And we can do that with a constraint, as we've talked about, if we wanted to, or lowering fission intensity. And we could measure this with the AAV or that annual change over a 10-year period. So that's basically the status quo, what we've been doing, measuring it with the annual change. Another objective, though, might be that it's desired to have a stable 1 or 2 year period after a change in the TCY, and that we're okay with a larger biennial or triennial change when an assessment comes in, but we really want that stability for a short period of time. So we can accomplish this with less frequent assessments and using some sort of rule in between assessments that has a lower variability in change in the TCUI for non-assessment years. So that's what we've been investigating with this empirical approach. And then we can measure that with the chance that any annual change exceeds some threshold. And we've been using a performance metric already called the probability the annual change is greater than 15% in any 3 years within that 10-year period. So I'm just going to back up. And so you see, even with a triennial assessment down on the bottom, you still have 3 assessment years within that 10-year period. And what it would measure is any, is there any 3-year period in this 10 years where the annual change was greater than 15%? And that might come out in this statistic, even with there's 3. But we could use a performance metric, which is already reported in the MSE Explorer, something like the probability of the annual change is greater than 15% in 2 years or even 1 year. So that probability of the AC is already being reported in the MSE Explorer, and so we can get at those performance metrics already. So we've really been thinking about this from the standpoint is there a difference between these 2 objectives? Is there one over the other that the MSAB would prefer? And if we define that objective, define it as a measurable objective, define other elements to it, then we can easily develop a performance metric to do that. So so here's our current measurable objective for this variability and mortality limits, and it's just to limit the annual changes in the coast-wide TCY. And we have these 2 different measurable outcomes: the annual change and then the AAV. And they're both measured in the short term, and they don't really have a tolerance on them defined at this point, which is fine because we can just report the performance metric. And here they are. So do these measurable outcomes down here actually encompass the objectives of the MSAB that the MSAB would like to evaluate? And if not, what concepts are missing? Is a period of stability desired? How stable, how long, and what is the objective related to that, and how can we measure that? Is a more predictable and transparent rule to determine the coast-wide TCY desired? What is the maximum allowable change in any year, and how many? And if it's not just a maximum, how often do you want to change above some level in any number of years? So, for example, do you want to see it? It's okay if it happens 1 out of 10, it's over 15, but we don't want it to happen 2 out of 10, something like that. Is a 10-year period appropriate to measure stability, or should we be looking at a 20-year period or a 5-year period or a 3-year period? And then some other questions that I thought would be useful for the MSAB to consider: is stability prioritized below, the same, or above the yield objective? The Commission has put those 4 objectives in priority order, and they're actually prioritizing yield above variability, which means when you're evaluating management procedures, you may choose a management procedure with high variability if it gives you more yield on average. And then is a maximum percentage desired or a maximum absolute change? That's the same as before. Sorry, that's a repeat, I guess, of a bullet point before. But these are some of the questions that we are contemplating and would look to the MSAB to help us answer any of those questions. I think that's the last slide of this. Oh, yeah, I did want to show the different performance metrics. Oh, that's a bummer. Did get cut off when it goes to Adobe Connect, but I think we got enough here. These are an example of all these different performance metrics across those 4 different management procedures that I presented earlier. The annual, the biennial with a constant TCY, the biennial based on the WPUE from the FIS, and then the triennial. I'm going to go right down to the bottom where the AAV is, and you can see 17.8% for annual is 13% for biennial static. And that's because you have all those years in there, those 5 years where it's 0 change. And then it's 17%, 17.0% for a biennial with a FIS WPUE. So not a big difference there. But then when you go to that triennial, it reduces quite a bit. And this is over that 10-year period. And that's because now you only have 3 assessment years in the 10-year period. When we look at different things like the annual change, so this is the probability of any one change in the TCUI is greater than 15%. You can see there's a high probability that 1 year out of those 10 in any of these management procedures is going to be greater than 15%. Where you really start to see differences is you start to see some down here with the probability of any 3 years has a change greater than 15%, but you can really notice a big difference. Any 5 years have a change greater than 15%. And that's because there aren't even 5 years with an assessment in the triennial management procedure. And then we put in a couple more looking at only decreases in TCY and increases in TCY. So these are some examples of performance metrics that you can already get out of the MSE Explorer. And so we're wondering, like, are these performance metrics enough for the MSAB to make these sort of understand better the performance of these multi-year assessments? Or is there something else that we're missing in this concept? Yeah, so I guess the other one is there another performance metric we could add is just the maximum change in a 10-year period. What is the maximum seen? What is the annual change seen over that 10-year period? So that's the end of that little section. So I'll take a quick pause and see if there's any comments or suggestions related to this objective.
All right, looks like we've got a couple there. I have a quick question on interpretation of these results, Alan. Yep. If you could flip up to that to the box plot figure that you have. So that table, if I'm interpreting this correctly, that table, those probabilities are based off of the outputs in this figure. Mm-hmm. And so you could have in some situations a annual change upwards of 100%.
Yeah, that just means that the TCUI more than doubled. So if the TCUI went from 10 million pounds to 30 million pounds, that would be 150% increase, I think.
Okay.
And then I note this is the annual change, which can be positive or negative. In those statistics, it's the absolute value of these. So negative 20% would still count as greater than a 15% change.
Okay.
And
well, think about that.
Yeah,
Robert,
well, I'll just point out, Pete, real quick. You see some above 200. And what I think happens is that control rules kicked in, or the assessment is just saying, whoa, the stock's in really bad shape, and we're going to shut down the fishery or set it at like 1 million pounds. Then the next assessment comes in. It's like, yeah, it's pretty good. You can actually take 10 million pounds. Well, that would be like a 900% increase in the TCY, I think. The annual change is just calculated as this year minus the previous year divided by the previous year.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Robert, looks like you have your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, for the 10-year period, I mean, it seems like it's probably all right, but you don't really get enough data for the triennial because you're only getting 3 full assessments. So I wonder if it's worth maybe extending that out to 15 years to see if going to triennial is maybe the way to go, just because then you'd have a bit more data to be able to see what like 5 assessments would possibly do in the longer term. That would be probably my suggestion on that. Just because you can't really compare it to the biennial. I mean, you can to a certain extent, but you're not really getting as many assessments as the other one. That makes sense.
Yeah, I would agree, Robert. And it really comes down to the objectives. What sort of time period are people interested in? If we change that 10-year time period, which I totally agree with you, it's only 3 observations from the triennial assessment. When we change that, we'll have to think about the periods, the short-term period, what that actually means.
Because again, like for a fish harvester, I mean, you kind of want to know what you're going to be getting as close to possible every year. Like you don't really want that big swing in variability. So I mean, if the triennial is a smoother way to go in terms of variability, I mean, that would be helpful to have it out to 15 years just to see what it works out to.
That's an interesting comment, Robert, because I wonder if perhaps like these time periods could be based on how many assessments are done rather than having them all in the same time frame, trying to make it more of an apples to apples sort of a comparison.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I was trying to get at, is because like the other 2 have 5 assessments but you're still going to be adding. You're going to be getting more data with the biennial because you're getting assessments every second year as opposed to the triennial. But if the triennial seems to be smoother in terms of your variability, I mean, that might be a better way to go depending on how it plays out in the modeling.
Yeah, we were thinking about that. You're like, okay, so maybe we take 5. We want to look at 5-year periods. So we take 5 of the annual assessments, 5 of the biennial, and then 5 of the triennial years that had an assessment. And the problem with that is now you're confounding it with the population changes in the population as well. And you might be comparing apples to apples in terms of the number of assessments, but you're apples to oranges in terms of what's happening to the population. And so if you added 2 more assessments that here at the bottom for the triennial, you'd have to go out to 2040s, but the population could be doing something totally different in the 2040s than it's doing in the first 5 years of the annual. So we've been going in circles here in the office thinking about this, and it's like, okay, let's get equal number of assessments compared. Nope, because now you're confounding it with changes in the population, and that might have a bigger effect.
Yeah, but you're still doing it over the year time frame. Like, would 15 years be?
Yeah, if you did 15 for all of them, I think that that's a possibility.
Just so that you can see, because I mean, 3 is not really. It's not really enough, I don't think, to get a firm grasp on what's happening with only 3 assessments.
Yeah, and then adding 5 more years would also add a few more years of these low variabilities. So
yeah, and it also would potentially give you more, like it would tell you what the biennials are doing a little bit more defined as well. So my recommendation would be to push it out to maybe 15 years, but I don't know.
Okay,
that's what everybody else thinks, but that's my thoughts.
Yeah. And there's probably some number of years that you just get better indicator of the actual average, pushing out to more and more years. And there's probably like a point where you get diminishing returns.
That Alan, your point there on having the population doing the same thing for a fair comparison is a good one. I wonder if like Robert's mentioning, you move it out to 15 or whatever years, but then select the years in which all the assessments are done at the same, and then just compare in those years what, you know what I mean? Like if you're going top to bottom, 2029, you have an assessment happening in all of them. And then again in 2035. And then you kind of push that out so that you have like 4 or 5 of those sets where all of them are done. Anyway, we're collecting up a lot of hands over here. So we'll start to move through those. Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah. Sort of a lot of questions there we're looking to try to answer. I guess my first one is really fundamentally, well, the first one is that I see is you're asking about the objective. Do we want an objective that is looking at changes year to year, small, slide 17, or are we comfortable with an objective where you might have stability for 1 or 2 years, but then you have a possible larger jump, larger change in every second year, every third year? I mean, are you asking us that, like, or are we saying, because right now the objective is kind of it's the first one, right? It's annual changes. So are you proposing a change to the objective that we consider that, or are you just pointing this out that there's a difference here?
I think we're asking, is this measurable objective capturing the actual objective? And are these 2 performance metrics capturing, what the MSAB would like to have to be able to measure it? And we've pointed out these are really 2 concepts of how you can think about variability in the TCUI. And we do note that the commission is only using AAV right at this point in time over a 10-year period, which is really focused on this first objective up there. It's just looking for an on average, is the change in the TCUI below some level or small or whatever it is. But if it is important to the MSAB to measure the periods of stability and the potential of a larger change when the assessment occurs, maybe the MSAB needs to make the commission aware of these measurable outcomes and how different they are, and that that a different performance metric may be useful to look at when evaluating these management procedures, something different than the average annual variability over that period of years. So I think the MSAB can come at this 2 different ways. They can certainly identify the specifics of the objective, and or they can identify the exact performance metrics that they think the commission should be looking at when evaluating variability in the TCUI.
So, and for the performance metrics, the one we've got right now is every 3 years.
Well, the AAV, which is on the bottom, cut off, unfortunately. Sorry. But we have reported in the past, this one here, every 3 years, any 3 years with it, what's the probability any 3 years have a change greater than 15%? However, with the commission's updated priority objectives, we have not been reporting this as often. But the MSAB can look at any of these performance metrics when they make their recommendations.
So I guess on the first point, this objective is, do we want to look at smaller on average changes in the TCUI for any year? I don't know. I think, to me, and just I got to think about it some more, but okay, we're stable for 1 or 2 years and then we have a possibly big change. I just wonder if it's better to have smaller changes, or what probably would be smaller changes year to year than, but I don't know. I've got to. Anyway, so that's the one thing I had. And then, so for the current, we're trying to figure out what whether the measurable objectives are working. And I noticed in your recommendations you talk about a median average of the maximum change. So obviously that's an idea that you've got. Could you elaborate on that?
A Let me just take a quick look at that in the recommendations, because I'm trying to figure out myself what a median average of a maximum change would be. I think I did think about this. I'll have to think about that, but yeah, what one thing is, anytime you do these performance metrics over a 10-year period, so you have a 10-year period, and then you have, say, 100 simulations, each with a 10-year period. So for AAV, for example, we average over the 10-year period, and then we calculate the median over the 100 simulations. And so that's where the median usually comes in. I'm just trying to remember if I don't remember where that came in, but I'll have to look that up, Chris. So, but yeah, that would be something that we would try to come up with a performance metric that summarizes the 10-year period over a number of simulations as a single number to put into a table.
Okay, I'm having trouble wrapping my brain around what that would, understanding what that is. So we might, once maybe if you've got a chance to think about it a bit, we could talk about it some more. But I guess really it's coming. My question is, I take the point that the discussion just happened with Robert's point about should we be looking, is 10 years really appropriate? So we're getting a bit of apples to apples. So should it be 10 years or 15 years or I don't know. But I guess my question is under the current measurable objective we have, and then of course we have the other one that we're not reporting on as much. Is there a real flaw there? Like, is there some shortcoming that's looking like here's the reason why we need to change this measurable outcome?
That's what we're the MSAB asked us to develop a performance metric that measured this period the variability with an assessment versus the variability without an assessment. And so that made us ask the question, is there something we're missing in our performance metrics right now? So sorry, I sort of turned it back onto the MSAB, your question there. But that's the key item here. Are we capturing by, reporting the average annual variability? Are we capturing everything that the MSAB's interested in with regard to variability and mortality limits? Or is there something else? And in the past, we have reported this metric as an alternative metric. And boy, that was a long time ago. We came up with it after discussions, but we thought it just measured something slightly different, the variability slightly different. And our proposal here is that, these probability of any one or any 5 changes in the TCY is greater than 15%. Does capture a little bit more of that nuance of there's big changes in the assessment year and then there's little changes in the non-assessment years. It can capture that a little bit more.
So just on this table, you're recommending the NE5?
Not necessarily. Whatever the MSAB likes to see, these all just explain it a little bit differently. And it depends on the period of years. So for example, that triennial only saw 3 assessments in a 10-year period. Thus, you would expect that probability of any 5 to be quite low. But you see, when you look at any 3, well, now you're looking at all 3 assessment years, and it's quite high. But it's, you have a higher chance of 3 with an annual assessment being greater than 15% than with a triennial. So it's trying to get at, what does the MSAB really want from this, noting that the request they made, we thought, yeah, that's easy. And then we thought about it more, and it's like, well, we need to make sure this comparison is equal or apples to apples across all these management procedures. And we can't really figure out a good way to do that, other than maybe the maximum change in a 10-year period. It's another performance metric that we could add. But we've talked about 15-year period and maybe, that looking at only the same years with an assessment in them or something like that as well.
Okay, and then the current one we have, the median annual average variability in the TCUI.
Yep.
There's no tolerance. It's just a reporting metric, but it gives you a sense, okay, this management procedure has a higher variability than that management procedure. But what it doesn't say is we want to keep the variability within a certain frame. It's just basically reporting it.
Exactly. I mean, you could have a threshold in your mind that when you are looking at them says, I want to be below 15, therefore, I would choose the biennial static or the triennial WP.
Okay, got to think about this some. Thanks.
Yeah, objectives are always hard.
Thanks, Chris. Peggy.
So I'm just fascinated with this conversation. Thanks, everyone. I'm going to depart a little bit and give you something that I'd love the scientists' response to. So in the world of fish processors, they're interested in certainty of operations and marketing. So the more certainty they can have in what costs of operations are, labor costs, all that, the better. The more certainty they can get on how large the market is or what the market is doing, growing, shrinking, changing in whatever ways, if that's predictable, they're very happy. So when we hear that there is a very big year class coming out, we're really excited. And some of the companies may, members of ASME may encourage ASME to do more marketing for small sablefish, unfortunately, despite efforts for that not to really hit the market. But whatever we hear from the scientists, we respond to operationally, of course, but also with the market. And so when I'm thinking about these objectives and how to compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges and make it useful, I'm thinking the time period is not as important in terms of reacting to changes in the biomass to apply to changes in the market. It is having more of an accurate prediction. And I think I'm sort of just hitting on things as they come to me here, so I apologize, but it's a little different than what you guys have been thinking about for a long time here. I can see. I'm really impressed. But when something like the snow crab disappearance happens, we wonder, why didn't those managers see the heat event in 2017 and 2018 in the Bering Sea and give us a little bit of a heads up? So, there's a lot of space between that question and reality, but I'm trying to give you kind of an understanding of the relative importance of some things and not others for us, I think. So whether we have a 15 or 30-year time period where we get 5 solid assessments if we're in a triennial regime, or 30 solid assessments if we're in an annual regime, is not as important as the accuracy of the data. And the predictability of the biomass. So I think we're onto something here with using options to present to the commissioners, but I just wanted to kind of get that out, because that's the bottom line for us, is being able to see when shortages are ahead. We've been told that now, so we're not expanding markets at all. We're not expending money to create new markets. And then when, things look like they're going to go up, that we get an increased TCEY. Pretty simple, everyone knows that. But I hope that's helpful for you guys.
Yeah, and that would, variability would be sort of a byproduct of that. you would investigate that in an MSC process by evaluating data collection, how much data
Exactly.
and information you have going into the process. But variability certainly would be a byproduct.
Thanks. I appreciate this very much.
Thanks, Peggy. I think that is a great perspective to keep in mind of that it changing one year to the next is important, but it's also important that it's accurate. Michelle, you're up next.
Thanks. I agree with what with the comments that Peggy expressed. And when I look at the questions that Alan, you've kind of posed for us about any concepts that are missing in the period of stability desired and how stable. So I guess when I think of the how stable and how long, and I'm not sure if this is if this concept is captured here, but is there a way to capture the length of the stability, the duration? So how long TCEYs are within 15%, and how often does that occur within that 100-year period? So do we have, durations of 5 years that are within 15%, and one of these scenarios has them more frequently? And I understand that there's going to be trade-offs, right? Because you could theoretically have pretty good stability for a fairly long time, but you're going to forego yield, right? So then that gets to kind of your question there of stability being prioritized below the same or above the yield objective. And so when I think of, if we had our druthers, we would have fairly stable within the 15%. We would have it for as long as possible, right? Maximize the duration of that stability, but allow for potential increases above 15% when the TCEY is in an upward direction, the coast-wide TCEY. And so from that perspective, it seems like prioritizing the yield objective just above the stability objective kind of makes sense as one way to possibly get at that. But I just, anyway, I'll stop there. Those are just kind of my thoughts, and not sure if that, if the length of the stability, if the duration is currently captured in the outputs.
Thanks, Michelle. I really liked that. Some really good points in there. And I've noted two things that I really like is maybe a performance metric reporting some duration of stability. Give that some thought. And then prioritizing yield above variability might mean, capturing that yield and allowing for a higher variability when the yield is potentially increasing.
Yeah, thanks for those comments, Michelle. Tom, looks like you're up next.
Okay, boy, this harkens back to, I think, the first meeting we had with Dr. Martell. And it was posed then by the commercial guys that 15% variability was really critical. And he came prepared, he had a chart. And of the 42 years he compared, 27 years were over 15%. So essentially, 1 out of every 2 years, you're going to exceed that 15%. That was the bottom line. And his question back to us is the challenge, like, well, if you want stability, then just set your harvest rate really on the low side, and you'll have zero annual stability, average annual variability. Because let's just say we set our harvest at 30 million pounds. Everybody can get exactly the same amount every year. Now, you may leave 10 or 15 million pounds on the table, but you won't have any variability, and everybody will be happy because it's really stable. Well, how much yield do you want to leave there? And we've been chasing this now for like 12 years. And it's like we just keep going around and around. It started out average annual variability, and now it's like we just keep stretching this variability to almost to endless comparisons. And I'm kind of starting to glaze over with the whole thing. It's like these are very variable fish. I mean, look at the annual fits. It used to be the core area was plus or minus 13% every year, and the fringe areas were 23 to 25. So yeah, I'm not surprised that we had more than 50% variability year to year because the assessments weren't that accurate. I mean, how can you get accuracy when you've got plus or minus 150 million pounds around your 198 to 25 or 210 biomass? So we're asking for accuracy on numbers that are highly variable, and it's just like you can't get accuracy out when you have a lot of variability in. And I'm just, maybe I'm missing something in this conversation, but I'm just kind of lost in this conversation anymore. But it's a comment, not really a question. Thanks.
But Tom, I think you've hit it on the head with your comment about foregoing yield. If stability is a priority, you're likely to forego some yield. That's because the more yield, the more variable. The less yield, the less variable. That's a pretty common result in all of that. And the hard part is making compromises in those trade-offs between yield and variability.
Yeah, no, good points. Linda, you're up next.
And I just want to note before Linda speaks, Pete, that this was the easy objective. The next one has about 15 slides of background. It'd be nice to finish the next objective before the end of the day.
I agree. I think we'll hit Linda here and then Chris, and then we'll maybe wrap this discussion up and move on to the next. Go ahead, Linda. I can see your microphone going on and off, but we're not hearing you. Perhaps you're having some audio issues. Maybe you could try calling back in or writing in the chat box. We'll go ahead and go on to Chris.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, I'm just wondering this comment about prioritizing stability over yield. Under the current objectives and the measurable outcomes, the tolerance, there's no prioritization. They're just being reported, right? So we're not, under the current way, I don't see how we could be prioritizing one or the other. We're just reporting, and then we can look at the results and say, oh, we like that TCY, but oh no, that doesn't, that's a lot of variability. Maybe that's one of the things that's lacking. We don't have a limit on the variability unless you bring in the annual change, but that's not under the current objectives right now. And I guess my other thing is I sort of take Tom's point. I'm kind of getting confused here and stuff. And I mean, it was pointed out when we started this thing, this is an iterative process. We're not going to get it right. Don't try and get it perfect. Just keep it simple, do something. And, it might be that we just leave these things the way they are. We run the results and we're looking at it in October or whenever, and we're saying, hey, geez, that objective now that we've got for variability isn't the right one. It doesn't make sense. We got to put some limits on it. I guess we can go around and around this forever. And I kind of agree with Tom's point. Like, I'm getting lost in the weeds here on this. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. The commission, when they adopted these, when they recommended these 4 coast-wide objectives, they stated, and this is paragraph 76 from the 99th annual meeting report, Commission recommended that for the purpose of a comprehensive intelligible harvest strategy policy, 4 coast-wide objectives should be documented within the HSP in priority order. And so they did have a discussion at that annual meeting about prioritizing yield over variability, and they put them in that order. And I remember that discussion distinctly because the MSAB had prioritized them opposite, had prioritized variability over yield. And so when I made the tables, I actually had to reverse them. So that is something, the MSAB could make a comment on or note. And then your second point was about, just getting confused with this issue. And I totally understand. And we brought this up just as a response to the previous MSAB request. And the MSAB was looking for a little bit more information to understand these multi-year assessments, these different frequencies of assessments. And we just want to make sure that we have the right set of performance metrics that is going to allow the MSAB to evaluate annual, biennial, and triennial assessments. And, maybe this is enough. Maybe you can make those comparisons of, look, there's a very high probability that, any 5 or 50% probability, but that probability is halved with a biennial assessment, which you'd still have 5 assessments in that time period. So, maybe we can still use the current performance metrics and then move on.
I think the thing is, and from my perspective, I just tell you, like, I almost think if and I know this is it's a complication added step, but if we had the results in a way, say, look, if we do, and maybe we had them before another meeting and I blanked out, but under, an annual assessment and we did all that. And I think we did do that work and be able to really look at it and say, okay, well, at least it would maybe it would bound it a bit, the discussion. I'm trying to think, did we have those from the last MSAB? I just think for me, what I'm struggling with is, okay, I'm looking at these probabilities and what it should be. And I'm like, what does that really mean?
Yeah, so maybe it'd be useful to show an example of what these mean somehow, to provide an example to the MSAB of what the difference between these probabilities would be.
That might be, I like that comment. That might be something to kind of go back and think about, is to put these results in some different form that they're a little easier to digest. Not exactly sure how. Being a stats nerd like you guys, it's easy to get deep into this. But I do think that you've got a lot to talk about with the next section of this, so perhaps we kind of leave it there and head on. What do you think?
Linda has a comment in the chat window.
Oh.
And I can read it. She says, it would be helpful to see max change in a 10-year period to answer Alan's question. Thanks, Linda. That would actually be a very easy statistic to report. And she says also, building climate resilience into fisheries management argues for backing off a bit from maximizing yield to reduce unpredictability and magnitude of fluctuations. So that's a good point, is that, backing off yield may reduce the magnitude of fluctuations, but also can provide a bit of buffer for those uncertainties that may arise in the future. All right. Well, that was a really good discussion. It does give us a lot to think about here. And hopefully I've noted a few things that might be useful to put into the report. What I would like the MSAB to really, ponder is, would the MSAB like to maintain that request in this MSAB 19, or do they think that this request here, paragraph 38 is actually from MSAB 18, is this request want to be repeated in this document? Something to think about. So with that being said, I'll move on. This is the fun one. If that wasn't fun enough for you, I have more fun. Okay, so yesterday we had a lot of discussion about the operating model and the spawning biomass predictions and projections coming out of the operating model. And what did that really mean? What does relative spawning biomass mean? What does absolute spawning biomass mean? So wanted to dive into this a little bit. And I think what might be best to get through this section, because there's about 8 or so slides, I think, is I will present this if anybody has a clarifying question, maybe, and then at the end we can discuss this objective related to absolute spawning biomass. But there's going to be a lot of material here, and I'll bet questions might arise that will be answered in subsequent slides. So currently, there's the objective, the conservation objective of maintaining the long-term spawning biomass above some biomass limit reference point. And all that means really is that you want to keep the spawning biomass above a level that would cause irreducible harm to the stock. So you don't want to drive the stock down to a level where the stock is unable to recover from. And that's this 20%, and that's why we just report it as pass or fail. If it's a fail, that management procedure doesn't work because it puts the stock at too much risk. So that's a conservation objective. And we measure the spawning biomass. We don't measure it as absolute spawning biomass because we don't actually know what absolute spawning biomass would result in irreducible harm to the stock. We don't really know in terms of relative spawning biomass, but we can at least have a better idea on that. And there's some fisheries literature that helps us define that 20%. But regardless, we measure the spawning biomass in relative dynamic spawning biomass. And what that means is the spawning biomass is going to change through time, regardless of fishing or not fishing. It's going to have changes in weighted age. It's going to have changes in recruitment. So that the spawning biomass is generally dynamic, whether we fish or not. And by using this concept of relative dynamic spawning biomass, we're measuring the effect of fishing rather than the effects of fishing and the environment. So here's the example, and this was presented at the annual meeting. On the left plot here, we have across years the predictions from the most recent stock assessment of the dynamic unfished spawning biomass, and that's this black line up above. So what you can see is that we predict if we did not fish the stock of halibut, the biomass would have increased to some high level, about 1,200 in the late 1990s, early 2000s. And then the spawning biomass would have decreased regardless of fishing or not, down to about 400. So let's say that we started a stock assessment in 2000 and we said, hey, we got an estimate of B0 at 1,200 pounds, but we ended up not fishing the stock. And then we do a stock assessment in 2024 and we say, hey, our spawning biomass is now 400 million pounds. And therefore, we're almost overfished. But wait, we didn't fish. So that's the concept that we're trying to avoid with this. So we predict that what the spawning biomass would have been without fishing, and then we actually calculate or predict the spawning biomass, what it currently is with fishing. And so this blue line is the estimate of spawning biomass from the stock assessment. And then the difference, the relative difference between these two lines is the relative spawning biomass. What effect does fishing have on the stock? And that's what's plotted over here on the right. We have the relative spawning biomass is simply the blue line divided by the black line. And so you can see at the end of the time series here, that space isn't as large as it was, say, right there. And so we predict that the actual relative spawning biomass is increasing. The stock status, the effect of fishing, has actually been improving in the last decade. However, the absolute spawning biomass here is at one of the lowest levels that's ever been observed. So I think that's a cause of confusion. And the confusion comes from these plots is, Dr. Stewart usually present these plots first, and people are like, oh no, the spawning biomass is down. The survey's down 3%. The coastwide commercial catch rates are down 10%. boy, the stock is looking terrible. And then he presents, and we're at 42% of B0. People are like, wait a minute, how can our status be so good when we're at the lowest point ever seen for our FIS survey WPUE? So that's a point of confusion and a cause of concern. And that's because this is a measure of absolute spawning biomass. And absolute spawning biomass is the actual spawning biomass. That's the 400 million pounds or the 1,200 million pounds out there. It's not in a relative sense. It's an actual measure of how many fish are out there. And that's what we mean by absolute spawning biomass. So we have these different perceptions. Stock status is good. It's above our proxy threshold. The long-term average stock status when fishing consistently at SPR 43% would be near 38%. We're above that level. So we're doing good. But then we hear people saying these are our lowest catch rates we've ever seen since the 1990s. It's actually pretty fun to talk to people that fished during the 1970s at the annual meeting. I suggest anybody that wasn't around in the 70s to talk to those people. It's pretty interesting. But the perception is, you know, this is terrible for our fishery. And the commission decisions have actually departed quite a bit from the reference level TCUIs, given a good status. They've departed quite a bit and actually reduced fishing intensity because of these concerns of low catch rates and low FIS WPUE. So here are some of the commission notes from the 100th annual meeting report on why they've departed from the reference. The estimated spawning biomass is a 35-year low and likely to remain low. Fishing at SPR 43% likely to have a continued stock decline, wide uncertainty. There's the adopted mortality limits have a less than 50% chance of stock decline, and mortality limits correspond to a fishing intensity of 52%. So it seems from these comments that there's some concern about continued stock decline, even though the status is in pretty good condition. Now remember, status is only measuring the fishing effects, not the environmental effects. So the last 2 years, the adopted TCUI is lower than the reference TCUI. So the question is, we've done a lot of work here at the MSAB with the MSE. We've developed a reference SPR 43% that would meet these objectives and maintain the stock around 38% in a relative spawning biomass sense. But yet we're departing from that, that reference SPR, from that decision made by the commission with recommendations from the MSAB that 43% would meet our objectives. And this is what the SRB caught on in their recommendation. Maybe we need to update the objective, that threshold objective to be 36%. And we need to update that because that doesn't seem to be an important driver in the decisions being made. So are we missing an objective? Do we need to add an objective, or do we need to replace this B36% objective? Catch rates and absolute biomass seem to be important, especially when they're low, which they are right now. Maybe they are not important when biomass is higher. The threshold objective does not seem to be important, as the SRB caught on. And then a couple of quotes from 1937. William Thompson, the first director of the IPHC, said, obtaining a catch from a larger accumulated stock, blah, 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 results in less effort, but also less time at sea. So there's some sort of efficiency that would go on with a larger accumulated stock and higher catch rates. And then Clark and Hare in 2006 made the mention that the commission's objective is to maintain a healthy level of spawning biomass. And they actually related that to a reference level from the 1970s. I forget how they predicted it, but they said, we saw good recruitment come from the 1970s when spawning biomass was likely low. And thus we want to keep the spawning biomass above that level. So that's sort of a arbitrary way to define a reference point. Is you saw this biomass occur, it recovered from it, and we want to keep it above that level. So given these thoughts, one thought the Secretariat has is perhaps there's an objective where the stakeholders and the commission would not want to go below an absolute spawning biomass level that was seen in 2023 or some other reference. But it seems like 2023 was when these concerns began. So maybe that's a good point to say, hey, we don't want to come back here again. We want a very low chance of coming back to this point again. We want to rebuild it to levels that are higher. And the question is, what control do we have with fishing? What control does the environment have on that as well? So what is an objective related to absolute biomass or catch rate? Why would that be important? Well, spawning biomass likely correlates with catch rates. So higher spawning biomass typically means higher catch rates. Current conservation objectives use dynamic relative spawning biomass, which can actually result in low absolute spawning biomass, but a satisfactory stock status. I think that's the state where we've seen ourselves in for the last couple of years, potentially. Minimum absolute coastwide spawning biomass may be necessary to ensure successful reproduction. That's not currently known, but that's been, some work in the fisheries world is, do you need to maintain some minimum level of absolute spawning biomass to ensure reproduction? And then an observed absolute spawning biomass or catch rate reference may have concrete meanings to stakeholders. And I think that is a really important point, is this objective of a B36 and a relative dynamic spawning biomass, does that have much meaning to stakeholders, or does being able to catch 400 pounds per skate, that has pretty good meaning to a stakeholder, I imagine. So the idea here is possibly replace the B36% with an absolute reference point for which dropping below would result in serious hardships for the fishery. Now notice this is starting to frame an objective, and it's an objective framed around the fishery, not the population per se. And so we really truly believe this would be a fishery objective, not a conservation objective, even if it's framed in using absolute spawning biomass. It's still a fishery objective to increase efficiency or maintain some sort of efficiency in the fishery. So what would this look like? Well, here's one way we can put it into the table that we've been using for many years. This would fall under the general objective 2.1, where the 2 over here refers to fishing objectives, and then 1 would be one of those. And that general objective is maintaining a spawning biomass at or below a level that optimizes fishing activities. And we could phrase that measurable objective as maintain the long-term coastwide female spawning stock biomass, or we could phrase it as FIS WPE or a fishery catch rate, any of those three things. At or above a reference point to be defined some percentage of the time. And then you see over here, we've defined in the measurable outcome, that's where you define the reference points. The time frame, is that in the short or the long term? And then a tolerance would be that X over there. So this is just in the measurable objective, we're defining these points of tolerance and measurable outcome. Once we have that, it's easy to develop a performance metric from that, once these things are defined. So the details that would need to be defined of a new objective, if a new objective was of interest to the MSAB, is what to maintain, the absolute biomass, the WPE or fishery WPE, FIS or fishery WPE. What's the reference level? Is it relative to a specific year, or is it an actual value? What's the time frame? The time frame is a pretty interesting one, because if you define it in a long term, it doesn't matter when your projection year starts, but a short term is really specific to the start year. And if we were to start our projections in 2000, we're already above the level in that we predicted in 2023. So our starting point may define if we meet that objective or not. So it's something to think about. If we want this as a rebuilding objective, then a short term might be a good objective. And then the tolerance, what's the chance of being below that specific level? So how could we meet this new objective? We could reevaluate fishing intensity because a lower fishing intensity, lower TCYs, result in lower variability, but also higher biomass. And that higher biomass might result in higher catch rates as well. We could change the 30-20 rule so that if stock status gets below, or maybe define a new control rule. That's the last point. But the 30-20 control rule would still be based on stock status. So it wouldn't have a clear link to an absolute spawning biomass. So we might want to add a second control rule that is based on absolute spawning biomass, say, or this new metric. That becomes complicated, and not sure people want to get a more complicated management procedure. So we created a table of results, and this is with different fishing intensity across the columns. And then we have the two metrics, long-term and short-term, for the probability that the biomass in the long-term or the short-term is less than the biomass observed in 2023. And so what you can see is in the long-term, that probability decreases with a lower fishing intensity. And with a fishing intensity of 56% SPR, there's a 1 in 10 chance that the biomass could be in the long-term less than we see it now. So is that an acceptable tolerance? That's for the MSAB and the commission to decide. At an SPR of 43%, there's a 1 in 5 chance. So there's twice the probability, twice the chance of being below that level we saw in 2023. And so on. And then if we look in the short term, because we're starting at a pretty low place, we're starting at or near B 2023, you see those probabilities are generally higher. And fishing at a SPR 43%, there's almost a 1 in 3 chance that in 4 to 14 years, the spawning biomass will be below this level we saw in 2023. So that's a way to interpret these probabilities, and that's a potential performance metric to report that's related to this potential new objective. Okay, so thanks for letting me get through all of that. Just going to back up to here and take any questions, and we can have that discussion. Yesterday, I know there's a lot of discussion about what dynamic means in relative spawning biomass and absolute spawning biomass as well. But this is great. We're right on time.
All right. Thanks, Alan.
I just
Jim.
a comment from Tom in the chat saying, I thought we defined this 12 years ago at 30%. And that would be in terms of relative spawning biomass, not in terms of absolute. And what we're thinking of here is there an objective that's either related to absolute spawning biomass, FIS WPUE, or commercial WPUE? Do we want to maintain any of those metrics above some level?
All right. Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So a couple of questions or just sort of comments. So if we go to another metric, like we're talking about here, then why would we have the 30-20 rule? Because I mean, I can see in the longer term, but really, the new target, the new management thing that people are going to focus on is whatever that becomes. Right? We talked about this, a number of years ago. Like it's, you're just going to change where you're focusing. So I guess that comes down, do you need the 30-20 rule if we're going to manage to an absolute biomass, where when we get there, we're going to start cranking things down, even if the relative, in a relative spawning biomass, you wouldn't sort of enact those type of measures. Or maybe I'm just trying to get my head around that. And then when you talk about, fish, the fish survey, commercials, the commercial WPUE. I mean, was that just a blend of all the areas or whatever? So I'm trying to figure out how that would work. Not saying not look at any of this, but I'm just trying to think how that would work, since they're quite different between what area you're in. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
So yeah, I think with the, using FIS WPW, a commercial fishery WPW, that would be on a coastwide level. So it wouldn't really matter the area you're in, although the area you're in would then affect those metrics. The amount of biomass or the catch rates in those areas would affect those metrics in some way. So we're trying to, stay away from area specifics in this objective, although this objective could then be on an area specific level if we were to go down that road. Your first question, go ahead, Jim.
Oh, so I guess I was thinking that, coastwide, so the, area 3 or these larger areas would, that may have quite different WPUEs would be, dominating the outcome. So I just kind of, something in my brain, how do you just accept that, or you do it regionally, or even regionally it would be challenging. I just kind of look at it like, you may be really do well in some areas of area 2, but in parts of 3 or maybe parts of 4 aren't that great. But because they're just so much larger, they're going to influence what the perception of the WPUE across the distribution is.
Yeah, I see your point, Jim. That's a really good point, is that, any of these coastwide metrics, some of those larger areas, or, certain areas at certain times would certainly dominate. And that's one of the reasons why we really do not want to move away from a regional or regulatory area operating model. We want to maintain that ability to look at those different areas, the different regions, the different regulatory areas, and see what's happening in individual areas as we evaluate these management procedures. And we might begin to see that, oh, look, yeah, using this metric, it's just dominated by biomass in 3A or something like that. And the results in 2B are just unacceptable. And so I think it's always good to keep those ideas in mind, as you mentioned, Jim. The first question you had is, would we need the 30-20 rule, and would we just be managing to a target? First, with the 30-20 rule, we don't need it ever. We could figure out a management procedure without that control rule. That control rule is really just our safety net there. Make sure the spawning biomass does not ever get to a level that we really don't want it to be at. Once it gets low, we really want to start taking some action. So the 30-20 rule is really in there as a safety net, and it's never been evoked, as far as I remember it from IPHC. But it could be useful. The question of managing to a target is a question I remember asking and arguing against having an objective like this, or like the B36% many, many years ago, because it would make either the 20% moot or the 36% moot. One of them is going to be the driver on the evaluation. And I finally came around to, okay, you can have both of these, but one of them is going to be the driver. And what the SRB has really caught on to is that neither of these objectives are driving the results, the adopted TCYs. The commission has been making decisions that are somewhat ignoring that B36% objective by going with really high SPR values or low fishing intensity. So that the question is, is there an underlying objective here? Maybe this objective only applies, when the spawning biomass is low, and these decisions are only because the spawning biomass is low, and we can just hope we get out of this and then start using our reference SPR again. And these are just short-term tactical decisions. I don't know, but I think it's worth, with 2 years of these results, continued decline in spawning biomass, concerns about that, stakeholders worried about their catch rates. It's worthwhile to think about this and say, do we have a new objective? Should we be addressing this objective, and should we be evaluating our management procedures to make sure we meet this objective?
Thanks, Alan. Looks like Forrest's hand is up, and I have a quick question comment after him.
Thanks, Pete. Thank you, Alan. So I'll just start with the things that I'm not in favor of. Not in favor of like commercial fishery WPUE being a driver or a metric for any options. Maybe the FIS WPUE, if it was taken at a coast-wide level, and that one area, as Jim was saying, doesn't trigger reductions in all other areas. I do like the concept of a coast-wide absolute biomass metric, because I think that all of us are taking that into consideration. Some have more fear than others, but it seems it's hard though, because what you said in a slide or two earlier, that it's unknown what a minimum biomass amount is, and I don't know if there's a way to get at that eventually by comparisons to other stocks, species that are similar. But I think that first one, absolute spawning biomass, and not O26 or O32 spawning biomass, is probably the most important, because it's who's contributing to the spawning events and recruitment. So that said, the way I would see this working is not a substitute for, but an addition to a harvest strategy, policy, or management procedure. Is like, if you get in this realm, that it's in and of itself a trigger, because I am a proponent, and I think I would represent the recreational fishery here. I'm a proponent of letting a particular SPR work and run its course, and having those biological boundaries on the low end from the harvest control rule. But I think that if you do get in a situation like this where, and I think some of the concerns were justifiable, that if you don't want to get to below a critical mass. So I don't know if we can add it instead of substituting, that it's another component of information, and it probably correlates with fishery WPUE when we get down here. So it could be a good proxy for that anyway.
Thanks, Forrest. I see that Tyler's helping Linda with some of her mic issues, but she mentioned there in the chat, I do think it's worth considering a threshold or objective related to absolute spawning biomass, since it seems to be driving the process at this time, or possibly the FIS. And we'll see if maybe she has more to add to that in a minute. I see, Chris, you have your hand up next.
Yeah, sorry, Pete, though I thought you had a question. I don't want to.
Oh, no problem. No, I'll wait till we kind of get through everyone, and perhaps you guys will ask my question anyway as we go. So
okay, I guess the thing is, when I'm looking at this and thinking about it, I think we're wondering, why were these decisions made at the commission decisions in 2023 and 2024 seem to be different from these objectives here. And as I said earlier, I think it's because the decision making is focused on the short term. They're looking at, the statement, catch rates at the lowest level since the early 1990s, the spawning biomass at its lowest level, and absolute spawning biomass is lowest level in 35 years. So I think it's pretty hard to, when you're in that position, to look and say, oh, well, if we just harvest at an SPR 43, it'll work out over the long term. And I think that is we're faced with a, let's think about it. If we were at a much higher level right now and having this discussion, I think it would be an easier discussion to have, and decisions would be made. So that's sort of my first comment, is I think that I don't think we've got, the long-term objectives, I think, are being overshadowed by what people are seeing in the short term, I guess, and I'm one of them. But in terms of a new objective or what to do here, I do think that the current objective around the B36, I don't think it's. I think what happened there is we initially started out as having this something that would be, we wanted a limit reference point, something to stay away from. We want a very high probability to stay away from. That's a conservation thing. But then the next question was, okay, well, where do we want to be in terms of the stock? And this is what Alan's kind of getting at here, and what it is. And we at the time we picked B36, and it was a target. It was equal to 50% of the time, not at least 50% of the time. And it was because, as we talked about earlier, we took it as that was MEY, that was equivalent to BMEY, or as a proxy. And the idea being there on BMEY is that that's where you're maximizing your rent. You're fishing at a lower level. The biomass is higher, and you're fishing at a lower level of yield compared to MSY, but the fish are more abundant, so your costs are lower. You get the fish, because you catch the fish faster, and so that's sort of the concept behind MEY. I think what's happened though is that we've changed it to a threshold, and it does now really become redundant with a limit reference point. We've got two thresholds. I think having the threshold of the limit reference point is critical. That's where we want to stay away from. But then it's kind of coming to what we're getting to is this option, this conservation B, objective B, is not. It's not working. We're not treating it as a target. We're treating it as another threshold. And so I think if we're gonna do anything, it's about replacing that objective or modifying that objective, not necessarily adding a new one, because something's wrong with that objective. And then the other, in that it's we haven't looked in it and talked to ourselves, where do we want the stock to be, not where we want to avoid. We've had that discussion. I think it's where do we want the biomass to be? And the question is are we talking about relative spawning biomass or absolute spawning biomass when we do that? And what's most meaningful to stakeholders? I'm still kind of going around in circles on this one, but I do think though the short-term decision making is what's creating an issue for this conception that somehow we've got the objectives wrong. I just think it's the current status. People are going, oh, we can't take an increase. We got to take a cut given the status of the stock. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Chris. Good comments. Alan, do you have any response at the moment?
Yeah, no, I think those are great comments. I'm just wondering, Chris, if this is short-term tactical thinking based on where we're at, does that mean the MSAB might want to consider adding something into the management procedure that reacts when the spawning biomass or the catch rates get to this level that we are seeing currently? So in other words, is there some sort of control rule that says, oh, look, when the FISW PUE is less than this, or the catch rate from the fishery is less than this, we do want to reduce the spawning level to rebuild it up to certain levels? I guess I'm just wondering, is that something that you think, Chris, would be useful to consider, or is this just something like, oh, this is something we just need to leave up to the commissioners and their decision-making process?
No, I think that in terms of, and again, I'm focusing more on a target, not where we don't want to be, but where do we want to be? And I guess the thing that I'm struggling with, and you and I have exchanged some emails on it, is right now we're at B42. And, that is, if BMSY was B30 and BMEY was B36, by sort of normal fisheries management practice, that's, we're in a pretty good spot over the long term. But it's this where we are at in the short term time is, I think, what's causing people to be hesitant to say, okay, hold it. We have to be cautious. We have to take some cuts. When in fact, you've shown in the graphs the other day that if we were harvesting at an SPR of 43, we would over the long term bring the stock to B38, right? Which is still probably around MEY. So I guess the question is, and one thing I was thinking about in my head is, could you have a target objective where when the biomass is a certain level, your target is this. When the biomass is another level, your target's that. I just know Sablefish up in Canada uses something like that. But having said that, I haven't quite figured out how that could work in this case. But I don't think this is something we want to necessarily say, oh, this is a commission decision. I think this is, okay, where as stakeholders my question is, where as stakeholders do we want the biomass to be? Do we want the stock to be? Obviously, commissioners can accept or reject that, but that's sort of where I'm at in my thinking.
Yeah, that's a good point, Chris.
Okay, we have Peggy and Michelle with their hands up, and we're starting to leak in a little bit to the break, but we'll maybe after that we could wrap up and we'll talk about heading to a quick break. So go ahead, Peggy.
Thanks, Peter. So is it possible for us to include a certain number of year classes, a certain diversity of year classes in the biomass, in the spawning biomass as an objective?
It certainly is a possibility. I haven't put much thought into that. I know some. Go ahead.
The reason I say that was a huge consideration for, I think, many people, many of the commissioners, was that we were putting pressure on so few year classes in the commercial fishery. So there are a lot of components to a healthy spawning biomass, but we have focused on about 3 of them. And I'm wondering if we should add another, as if it's possible to add it as an objective.
Yeah, certainly it would be maybe worth considering. I know Alaskan Sablefish is considering that, and there's a lot of things to think about. And I think the reason that that's been a focus now is because spawning biomass is low, and we're sort of relying on this 1 year class. But what happens when spawning biomass is high and there's a high proportion of 1 year class? It might be a little different. So yeah, no, I take the point, and yeah, it's something that we can certainly think about if the MSAB wishes us to do that.
All right, thanks, Peggy. Michelle, I saw that you put your hand down. Are you just want to ask your question, or?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay. Yeah, Alan, my thoughts are sort of kind of where Chris is also, but in the sense that there's potentially going to be different responses at different levels of biomass. Like there's going to be some sort of like threshold effects there. When you're at a higher biomass, your concern of a decrease in the next year may not be as much as when you're in lower biomass. And that was, I think, one of the issues this year was that high probability of decreasing biomass in the projections. And that was kind of where my question was. In slide 28, you have that table where you're showing the different SPR rates and the probabilities of being less than this 2023 biomass. The thing I'm having a hard time kind of reconciling is that when I look at the decision table from the annual meeting that Ian presented to us, the probability in 24, 25, 26 that biomass was less than 23 was upwards of 70%. Here it's only like 20 to 29. So I'm wondering if and how like the MSC operating model can better mimic what is coming out of the stock assessment, because I think that was a big driver in some of the decision makings, was that high probability of continued decline when you're at a low abundance.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Pete. there does seem to be a big discrepancy. The short period is 4 to 14 years in the future. I think 4 to 14, 4 to 13. And so it is, it's quite a bit of time to allow that stock to rebuild. Other important assumptions in the MSE is we don't know what weighted age is going to do. And weighted age is at its lowest we've ever seen, and we're seeing trends of it increasing. So I think the MSE model is actually predicting an increase in the weighted age as well, which contributes to that higher absolute spawning biomass. The other, another part of that is the recruitment and things like that. But I think it's partly that some of that period is including that year 13. And I'm trying to, I think yesterday in those operating model plots, there's the slide 13 from yesterday's presentation, and it actually shows, that is interesting. But it does show an increase in the spawning biomass. The MSE does, but I think that's just all it can do, given that we're at low weighted age and have had low recruitment. It's just we're in an unlikely position right now, I think. But yeah, that's something I'll look into.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Alan. It seems that if there is to be an objective related to recent divergences from the reference assessment that may be reflected in the MSE. I had seen Forrest's hands up, but I see it's down now. So perhaps, Alan, would you like to go to break? And we'll see if any others have more questions on this after break, or would you rather continue on with your presentation to try to wrap that up before the end of the day?
I was thinking the remaining parts it's just exceptional circumstances, which we've talked about a lot. That shouldn't take long. And then, just asking that question, is there anything else, any additional considerations that the MSAB would like to consider? And maybe just asking that question right now will allow people to think overnight on that. And then we can come back tomorrow and just take care of those last 3 or 4 slides. And right now might be useful for a break. And then we go into a review in the MSAB drafting session. I think we've had enough presentation for today. That's quite a bit. I don't know if people agree or not. If they want to see more, I'm happy to present more.
I think that's a great plan to go into review and then the drafting session, and we can wrap up whatever's left in the morning.
Okay.
So
and we have a couple people already leaving, like Gwyn and Jim have left. Or Jim's about to leave.
Right.
And Linda has a comment in the chat again. It seems the other reason stakeholders are concerned about current status of stock is current reliance on one strong year class. So yeah, that's what Peggy also mentioned.
Okay, well, so 20-minute break and we can be back. Let's see, it's 3 o'clock down your guys' time at 3:30 and back on the agenda schedule.
Perfect. That sounds great.
Okay, awesome. I'll see you then.
All right. Thanks, Pete. Thanks, everybody.
All right. We are at 3:30. Go ahead and give it just a minute to get everybody back. And I believe where we were going to head is we'll dive into a review of the day and then into the drafting session. And then we'll wrap up the presentation tomorrow, Alan.
That sounds good. I think we have plenty of time to do that.
Okay. Very good. Well, as a review of the day, we covered a lot of ground today, or you did, Alan. And I think my review was going to try to hit the waves tops, but probably not do justice as to everything we went through today. But started up with continuing on with agenda item number 4 and the updates to the MSE. highlights there, continued to review the MPs, and then went into constraints on the TC-wise changes, exceptional circumstances, environment versus fishing. Within the environment versus fishing, one of the discussion points there was whether or not the Secretariat had provided what we had been asking for in terms of the PDO relationship. There was a comment that perhaps a bit more explanation could be provided, but I feel like the poster that was presented at the annual meeting was a pretty good job towards that end. And there was some suggestion that if more outreach materials would be developed, that yes, there's some more explanation there. And also a suggestion was to look at some of the unfished scenario where you turn bycatch or directed fishing on and off to see what the effects of that could be. And then we went into agenda item number 5, the program of work for the MSC. So we started with the harvest strategy policy, and one of the discussion points within that was embedded within that is a distribution procedure that you need to be able to perform the MSE. Our discussion on that was that the most recent distribution was reasonable, but that also another distribution procedure that could be based or that could be compared to would be to base it on the distribution of the FIS as a potential alternative. And then Alan went into talking about the assessment frequency and some of the statistics and metrics for that. And there was some discussion on how best to compare the variability in these across the different frequencies. That's a kind of a tough one to think about with the different 2-3 year frequencies and trying to match those years up and make apples to apples comparisons. And then also is noted that a statistic around the maximum change across that could be useful. And then Alan wrapped up with this objective relating to an absolute biomass, where perhaps the 2023 value is used as a limit reference point. There was some discussion around that. Also, thinking about changes going forward from that point and how the MSC model is working. Which brings us to now. Alan, do you have more to add? I'm sure I missed a lot there.
No, thanks, Pete. I thought that was actually a really good characterization and summary of the day. I felt there was a lot of great discussion today, and I certainly learned a lot. And I think we have some good things to put into the report. Some of the things presented were, especially in agenda item 4, were to just really address the MSAB requests. And so as we write the report, the question might come up, is this action item completed, or does the MSAB want to keep the same request in this report, or do they want to modify it in some way that the Secretariat keep working on it? And there were just those couple, I think 2 or 3 requests noted in the actions arising document from MSAB 019 that were still in progress or pending. So I asked the MSAB to just consider those when we write the report.
Great. Well, shall we dive into the report drafting session?
Sure, I'd be more than happy to.
All right.
Yeah, so again, unless there's any questions, if anybody has any follow-up questions that came up during the break, we can jump right into the report while people are thinking about that. I just want to remind everybody, I haven't looked who's online, but I certainly appreciate everybody's attendance today. And thanks, Brian, for attending today and introducing yourself. The report writing is not the most fun part of the meeting. So we typically, if you're an observer and you don't want to stick around, don't feel bad for leaving. But if you want to watch us write paragraphs online, then stick around. And the same goes for MSAB members. In the past, we've typically had a report writing subcommittee. And then as we did this morning, or actually last night, we'll distribute the draft that comes out of this report writing session to all the MSAB members in attendance today, so they have a chance to review it. In the morning, we'll start off with the first thing is reviewing the draft report and allowing people to make comments or any changes at that point in time. And then before the meeting ends today officially, before we go into report writing, it's probably good to review the agenda for tomorrow. We have a couple of slides left from presentation 7, agenda item 5. Then we'll go into other business, where other business will basically be discussing future MSAB meetings. When would the MSAB like to make requests for those meetings? We'll take a break maybe, or we'll draft up any last minute paragraphs, have another drafting session. And then hopefully over lunch, the Secretariat will clean up that draft and have a report for adoption. And then after lunch in the afternoon, unless we get to it earlier than that, we'll conduct a review of that report and then adopt that report at the end of the session tomorrow. And we'll all give ourselves a pat on the back and have a good weekend, I guess, after that. So not seeing any questions popping up. So maybe we jump right into the report then.
Let's do it.
All right, I'm going to share my screen. Thanks for bringing up the agenda to the Secretary. Okay, let's see. I'll set up my screen here. Perfect. All right, so we're back in the report. We have what was added yesterday. This is all what was added yesterday. Okay, so I think actually this was new today. Was this paragraph 28 new today? I tried to add in a few things over lunch that I thought came up just to give a good start to this, but we might as well review it. Yeah, so I remember yesterday we had drafted this one about the retrospective empirical rule. And maybe we did this yesterday, but we can review
Yeah,
it.
that looks like it was in last night's version that you sent around.
I'll just undo the font color on it, but this is a drafting session, so you're welcome to make comments on previously drafted items as well. Okay, so I'm just trying to look at this. Okay, so Pete, you mentioned in your review that we finished up agenda item 4. So maybe there's, not sure if there were any other items in agenda item 4. I think we have a couple at least about fishing and the environment, or potentially. So let's see. We also talked. Here, trying to find my notes.
Were those just as a reference? Are those the highlighted section there after? That's from last year.
Yeah, the blue stuff is from last year. The red text means it hasn't been looked at. And I've kept highlighted in blue last year's stuff. And then you'll see down below, I've added a few from this year, but they're still in red, but they're not highlighted in blue. So actually that should be in red too. But what I haven't done is add anything else under agenda item. Agenda item 4. So actually, I'm wondering. Yeah, I think these two paragraphs are fine under 4.1. And then, were there any updates to evaluations of the current interim harvest policy? Under this, were what did we examine today? Seems like so long ago. We looked at some fishing intensity performance. Oh yeah, we looked at the trade-offs between fishing intensity, the TCY and the yield. We had those plots that we saw. We talked a little bit about constraints and looked at the decisions the commission has made and how the variability in those decisions is less than the variability in the coastwide reference TCYs. We discussed the general concepts of exceptional circumstances, but we'll talk about those a little bit more tomorrow morning. And then we talked about the environment versus fishing. So under those topic, are there any paragraphs that the MSAB identified? I didn't see anything in particular, but Pete, you mentioned a couple of things about the environment versus fishing. Whether or not that item was finished or if the MSAB has anything else to request. For outreach materials, for example.
Right. Yeah. No. Right. Looking back through, the questions that came up with like fishing intensity or constraints were more like clarifying questions, and then a kind of note about that cool quadrant figure you guys are working on.
Yeah.
But that is a question to the rest of the MSAB is to whether the work that you've done on this, the outreach materials for the PDO, whether that's sufficient or the MSAB would like more work done on that. I'm kind of looking at the membership to see if anybody has comments. So go ahead, Robert. You got your hand up there first.
I think Linda brought it up is just the while I guess it's done. If you're looking for communication, it needs to be a little bit more easier to digest for the general population that hasn't been involved in this. And even for myself, it's still a bit of wrapping your head around. So maybe figure a way to dumb it down.
How about just starting with a note of that analysis, and then we can add a paragraph if there's any requests on what the MSAB would like for if they want any outreach materials or further analysis. So the MSAB note updated analysis of fishing versus the environment, their persistent low PDO.
Okay, I see, Michelle, you have your hand up as well.
Oh, actually, I'll just note here real quick, in blue are some things from last year that I don't know if the MSAB would like to keep in actually, related to these analyses. We can probably delete 30. Go ahead, Michelle, sorry.
Thanks. The only comment that I had was just specific to how to clarify on the fished versus unfished, and I appreciate that we don't want to shine a light on the 12 bycatch aspect of it, but what would be helpful, I think. First of all, I think the poster is great, and I would love to be able to distribute it to others. I think it's got great conclusions in it that are very helpful for the different regions. And the only thing I would propose is that perhaps instead of unfished or something that clarifies it's zero fishing mortality, or something that just doesn't leave open the question of whether this is just the directed fishery or not.
Okay. So what we could do is make the MSAB could make a request to update the outreach materials, be a little more specific. The last request was to create a poster or a pamphlet, but maybe the MSAB would like something like a short paper pamphlet that could be easily distributed to their constituents or communicated with.
I would definitely support that.
Okay. So down here, how about we just modify this what is paragraph 34 right now, and work on that one. And
I also think that keeping paragraph 32, I think we all really appreciate the work you guys are doing on this and trying to explain it.
okay, well that will, yeah, I think that'll remove 30 then. Keep 32. It's basically the same.
Yeah.
I'm not forgetting your comment, Michelle, but maybe we can just work down these paragraphs until we get to 33, and then we'll modify 33 based on your comments, and then add one about the amount of fishing mortality also. So what about 30? Yeah, last year this was put in just as a precursor to this, analysis, that noting that we can investigate management procedures, but we can also take a look at scenarios and try to understand different concepts. So should we keep in 30?
I don't see any objections.
Okay. Might as well keep it. It wouldn't hurt. Then I'm not going to track these changes today. Make it easier. Let me track them for when I do this. Okay, so we'll keep 30. And 31 we do want to keep. Is that correct?
I think so.
Okay. And 32 are some results. The MSAB interested in keeping that one as well.
Were those results presented at this meeting?
There was the table presented at the end. I don't know that we discussed it. We talked a little bit about the distribution. Yeah, we talked about affected the long-term distribution of spawning biomass differently in the biological regions. We did, I mentioned that it does have a lower TCY in the low PDO and a higher TCY in the high PDO.
Which slide talked about the long-term distribution of spawning biomass? I know that we've made that comment, but was there specifically a slide?
Yeah, I think it was the last slide of presentation 6, the one with had the table on the left and then those plots on the right that showed the percent spawning biomass with unfished and fished in them.
Right. Yeah.
I did not present the in the document. There's different SPR values, 40%, 46% to see the effect, higher and lower fishing intensity, but I did not present that.
Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Looking back at 31, investigating the impacts of the PDO, shouldn't that be investigating the correlation? Because we haven't really been able to directly tie PDOs to anything. It's just there's a very strong correlation.
Yeah, I would say it's investigating the impacts of different regimes on the Pacific halibut stock, assuming, assuming the correlations in the operating model. So if those correlations were true, these would be the impacts.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So should we put in correlations?
I would like correlations.
How about the impacts on the halibut stock of assuming about the impacts on the Pacific halibut stock, assuming different effects of Pacific decadal oscillation PDO regimes on average recruitment, movement, and distribution of recruits.
Thank you. That's definitely more clear.
Okay. Yep. And then what about 32? I'll just uncolor it since we're considering it easier to read. They have a larger. I'm really wondering if the MSAB would agree with C. May have a larger effect on the long-term distribution of spawning biomass fishing when using the current end. It's just saying that C is just saying the PDO might have a bigger effect on the distribution of spawning biomass than fishing. It's a little bit could probably be modified if you want to keep that in there to be a little bit more consistent with the results.
I'd delete it. We didn't really ever talk about that.
Yeah. All that we really talked about is that it's different.
It can have effect on the long-term distribution, but we didn't compare it to anything.
Okay. How about that then? We okay with 32?
I think that works.
And then is this then, do we want to add a new 33 about the fishing mortality that unfished, that well, unfished is defined as zero fishing mortality across all fleets. And that now I'm writing this as a noted, but it's, we could upgrade this to a agreed or a request or something like that as well. And that trying to figure out what the MSAB wants and what may be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Along that lines, I think this is trying to get at what you're saying, Michelle.
Yeah, I think that covers it. I'm really just trying to get a better understanding of what the impacts are of the PDO regimes, that the environment versus the directed fishery.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes when I go home at night and I look at these, I'm like, I can word this a little bit better. So I may change the wording, but I'm trying to get down the sentiment, providing the impacts of the environment versus the impact of the directed fishery. Does that look good?
Mm-hmm. Yep, thanks.
And so this last one, does the MSAB want to make a request to update some outreach materials? And exactly what would that look like?
Well, I mean, from what I heard, I think there is a request to work on these to try to simplify some of the explanation. I'm hesitant to say that you know what that is yet. It's one of those things like once you see it, you're like, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. But coming to that point isn't that straightforward. Linda, I see your hands up.
Yeah, you may have. I mean, maybe what you're saying, if I'm understanding, is you think it's too soon to interpret the results for the public. But I guess what I was going to say is that I felt like just providing this information without a little bit more interpretation or discussion of what is presented in that information wouldn't be all that helpful to the public, that there should be a little bit more interpretation of the materials, but that it would be helpful to have those materials with that interpretation to share more broadly.
How's that first sentence look now? All I've done is really add on this last little bit. Simple terms with interpretation and consequences of the outcome. Simple terms with.
I see a thumbs up from Peggy.
Okay.
I think that works.
And does the MSAB, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying it looks good, Ellen. Thank you.
What about specifics of what this might look like? I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of creating posters, but I will if necessary. But the thing is, the poster is hard to distribute too. You know, if it's great at an annual meeting, people can walk up and we can discuss it. But if you know somebody would like something, it's like, hey, I'm going to an alpha meeting or whatever. I'm going to bring my poster. Oh. That's not very fun. But you know, does the MSAB want something in like a 2-page document, a pamphlet, or something like that?
Well, whatever I would be sending, I'd be sending as an attachment to the invitation to the meeting. So as long as it's clear and can be attached to an email, I'm good.
Okay.
But
Yeah, thanks, Peggy. That's exactly what I was going to say. Something that we can be emailed out.
Okay. So we'll just keep it at a pamphlet or a short document, and then to be reviewed at a future MSAB meeting, which means I'll have to bring this back, which is fine.
yes, I like that.
Okay.
Is there a way that you could, as you create this item, is there a way that you could distribute it via email to us for input before the next meeting? So in that case, that's not the first time we see it, and if we want to make changes, we can do that before it's actually officially presented.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking the same thing, Scott. If for the next MSAB meetings next May, perhaps, that's a long time to be waiting for this.
Mhm. Before the interim meeting, maybe?
Okay, if that's okay. Or it's a 100, isn't it? There, you got the time frame in there. You got the specifics. This is a good request. That'll give me something to do this summer. Email by MSAB members. There, I put in by the Secretariat just to make it clear. The Commission doesn't have to put this together.
Great.
All right. I'm pretty happy with that. Is there anything else under 4.2? Not seeing anything. Let's move on to 5. Now, the first thing we discussed was the harvest strategy policy and the reference distribution procedure, as well as the distribution procedure for the MSC simulations. I'm just going to back up a little bit and see if we wrote anything about the HSP, the harvest strategy policy up here. No, we didn't specifically. I don't know if the MSAB wants to say anything about the harvest strategy policy and the separation of the scale, coast-wide scale and the TC-wide distribution.
It does seem to be an important note. Robert, go ahead. I see your hand.
We did talk about it a little bit. I can't remember exactly when, whether it was yesterday or today, that the harvest strategy policy is important for the MSC to maintain that the new standard in version 3.0. So I think we need to maybe make a note of the fact that this is an important thing to get done in a timely manner so that we can maintain our certification.
Yeah, I'm trying to, sorry, just adding on to your comment there, Robert. I'll get down what you said first. Adoption report to that's fine. So,
Alan, this is Michelle. I noted that I think it was up in number 22 in the report that you distributed that we reviewed this morning, mentioned the separation.
Oh, okay. Thanks. What I'll try to do is actually find that exact reference, and maybe we can even quote it.
Okay, one thing on that, Alan, just so you know, they've pulled back standard 3, right? It's been taken off the table. They're delaying the implementation of it. I would just say,
okay,
the adoption of MSAB important, the adoption, but also the evaluation through a management strategy evaluation process is important to set requirements of certification agencies or eco certification agencies or sustainability certification agencies.
Okay.
Because that's the key thing, is that it's that the harvest strategy policy has been evaluated, was the requirement for RFMOs in the new, well, as you said earlier, in the new fishery standard 3. It's not going to go away. I just know they're going and they're modifying standard 3. That's all.
Yeah, I've been actually wondering what the status of that is. So thanks for bringing that up, Chris. So the evaluation of management procedures is important to satisfy requirements of.
I wouldn't say, sorry, management procedures. I'd say the harvest strategy policy or harvest policy.
Okay.
That's, I think, the explicit for RFMOs. It has to be evaluated.
Okay, I think they stated as harvest strategy, but I'll double check. And then you had the last requirements of certification agencies. You had sustainability in there somewhere.
Yeah, I would say sustainability, sustainable fisheries certification agencies or something.
Just a note to myself. How's that? And was this the point in time when we had a discussion about feel bad, I can't remember, but we had the discussion about how to simulate distribution in the MSC simulations? It was before we talked about all this, I think. No, that was after. Oh, that was during the management procedures part. So we can move that down.
If I recall correctly, yeah, that discussion was in agenda in the program of work.
Yep, in 5.1 when we're discussing. Yeah. So 38, or sorry, I'm going to delete that 37. So this is 37 was from the previous MSAB meeting. I don't know if the MSAB wants to delete that, modify it, or keep it. Noting that a multi-year assessment management procedure with empirical rule and non-assessment years increases the importance of FIS data. And then I thought we had the discussion about uncertainty in FIS with the reductions in the design. I thought that paragraph might lead into that next 37 might lead into 38 quite nicely.
Did we just lose the?
You lost me, and for some reason, It did this last night, but right after we finished. So I'm back, I think. My computer says I've been on this way too long. I'm going to reshare my screen here. Okay, it should be back. Okay.
There we go.
Okay, so we're talking about 37 and 38.
I think the 37 leads nicely into 38, and I think 38 is an important note. I'm looking to the rest of the MSAB to see if there are any other comments. Go ahead, Chris.
I just think for 37, I think it's broader than Phys. I think it's a multi-year assessment MP with an empirical rule in non-assistant years. I think it's just more, we recognize that it may not be the Phys, but you need something. And I know I guess we're trying to include that in 38 as well. I just, because, we expressed concern around using the Phys data just because of all the changes. We also expressed the concern about possibly using commercial. I don't know if we need to add those in within each of those sentences, though concerns were expressed about, using the Phys with the changes or using WPUE, using commercial. I just think that was part of the discussion for 37 and 38.
Yeah.
No, sorry. No, you've captured it in 38. Sorry. I was thinking about the point about some of the other things, not just the Phys, because we talked about other possible options.
Okay.
In non-assessment years. What were I'm just looking for the slide.
Yeah, there were, it's slide 5 in today's presentation, 07. FIS 030, just constant, FIS 032 WPUE, FIS all sizes WPUE, projected TCYs from the stock assessment, commercial fishery catch rates. And then there was also a comment about age observations as well. So
I'd also just add the point, I don't think that it was just the reductions in the Phys results in more uncertainty. I think it was also just that, there's been a lot of changes to the Phys, and maybe that's what you mean by reductions in the number of Phys stations. And just to make it clear, we're not talking about the reductions in the results of the Phys, but just the fact that there's been changes in the last few years.
about changes in the FIS design may result in more uncertain and possibly biased estimates of coastwide WPUE, which can reduce the efficacy of a empirical rule. Chris, I'm just going to paste in really quick. It's going to get a little messy here. These are the 5 things presented on slide 5 of today's presentation for an empirical rule. Does the MSAB want to list these in their report anywhere? And then there was a comment, I think, from Robert about potentially using year class strength or age. Yeah. Age observations as well.
Yes, that was something I added too. And I don't know if it's going to be a data point of diverse age classes, number of age classes. I know that where we don't want to be is having only one year class that we're fishing. So that might benefit from some more discussion.
Wasn't it in a more than one strong year class was
Yeah, that would work.
above average? Maybe that's a better way to put it.
Yeah, thinking where.
I was just thinking of using the age class as given there could be some uncertainties depending on how the FIS is designed, and so it's just getting an age structure, and then that would also include commercial catch plus FIS data, so you'd get a broader picture of the age structure of the fish coastwide.
Yeah, and I think, Peggy, that your comment about age diversity might fit better under the objectives when we're
I think so
discussing.
too. I agree. I like what Michael just said too.
I think that was Robert.
Yep, that sounds good.
Okay. This. So does the MSAB want to list these in somewhere? And if so, we can modify maybe 37 or put a new paragraph that introduces these concepts. We could simply tack on to this.
I mean, it could be just exploring different empirical rules or whatever that to explore, whether it be using FIS data, FIS WPUE, commercial PUE, and or age structure or something. I don't know, something along those lines, but it should be under the empirical rules. That's kind of where we were discussing that.
My screen is not updating.
Thanks for mentioning that. I noticed that.
Yeah, I've typed all sorts of stuff. You're all wondering, is like even listening?
I was flipping back and forth, but I still couldn't find it.
Yeah. Okay. Let me reshare my screen because I happened to look up at our main screen. Yeah, I think Connect is doing some weird stuff for me right now. Let's see where I'm at.
There we go.
Yep, now it's updating. Okay, so yeah, so I've pasted in the 5 from the presentation, and I added F as age observations from the FIS or commercial fisheries, and noted that there's this 37, and then I put on the end an empirical rule may include the following sources of data. So I think that's an introduction. What I'm wondering, if I'm hearing Robert say, is there a request to develop an empirical rule using specifics of these different sources of data?
Well, I think we might, I mean, I might be speaking out of turn here, but I mean, I think that's kind of what we should be looking at, is if we are going down these the biennial and triennial assessments, that we might need an empirical rule, and how do we go about looking and evaluating those empirical rules if we don't have some potentially designed.
Yep.
And then I would just add with F is, because now that I can see that you've written what I was talking about, age observations from the FIS or commercial fisheries, or a combination of the two, because like again, depending on the size and the structure of the FIS, you might be getting limited data for the outlying areas, whereas with the commercial data, you would be getting data from those outlying areas.
Okay.
That would just be my suggestion, but again, it's you guys are the guys, scientists that know more than me, but I just looking at a way to get some data from data poor areas in years that FIS isn't surveying those areas.
How about we add that to this what's 39 right now, Robert? Since we're talking about that, changes in the FIS design could affect this empirical rule, and supplementing an empirical rule with age, FIS or FIS and or do you just want to say commercial, I guess, commercial age observations?
Well, no, because again, the FIS it should be picking up earlier year classes in the commercial generally, isn't that correct? So I think you'd want to include the FIS because you're always on the lookout for that next potential year class that's coming up. And so I think that would be beneficial to include the FIS as well as commercial data.
Yeah.
Okay, then if we have that, then maybe we follow up with a request about developing an empirical rule that requested empirical rules and we can say, I think the FIS 032 WPUE is one.
Like how many, like I know from when we're doing the other evaluations that if you start putting too many, you start getting bogged down because it's how much simulation time can you run. So I think it's like how many realistically is a good number for you, Alan, to design and run.
Yeah, I mean, it's that question is twofold. One, how many is good, useful? You don't want to get too many for the design and the running of it, but also for the evaluation when the MSAB comes back up. If I'm trying to show you 58 different runs, that becomes a challenge. So I would say if we limited this to 3, that'd probably be good. Is the MSAB interested in the concept of the same TCY over, say, during non-assessment years, to not adjusting the TCY? So this option A, which actually I might delete from this top.
So I don't think we had that discussion because I had some thoughts on it, but are you asking now? And we put it in the report as if it was discussed?
Well, if it hasn't been discussed, then we can bring it up tomorrow, but we're trying to get a request here on what empirical rules to simulate. And I think that's, one of the real purposes of the MSAB. What management procedures would you like to simulate? So my question is, the presentation was to present ideas and then have that discussion. Of course, we're limited on time. So if we want to put something in the report and have that discussion in the morning, if you feel it needs further discussion, I think that's fine too.
All I remember is that in my mind, and I didn't say it and I didn't hear it discussed, is that I'm at least right now, without further discussion, I'm not in favor of static TCY between assessments. Yeah. So I don't know if maybe it needs to come out tomorrow morning or something.
Yeah, and I wrote in here. Yeah, I wrote 41. I thought I heard being said that some sectors felt that multi-year stability may be desirable for some sectors. But we can put a note in or not even include it if you don't feel it's useful. I guess I'm asking the drafting subcommittee here if they feel like including an option of a static TCY, developing an empirical rule based on the static TCY is something of interest.
I mean, I think we're trying to when we come back to this and looking at results, I mean, like you want to have a suite of things to compare to, and it could be that yes, we don't want a static static rate of over a number of years, but again, we won't know that until we run the model to see what the results come out at. So I'm not saying that I'm in favor of it or against it. I think if we are requesting that some empirical rules be developed, I think we should have a suite of things to look at so that we can discuss it.
I see Linda and Michelle have their hands up as well.
Okay.
Good, Linda.
Sorry, thank you. I guess it's not, I mean, I don't feel like we discussed it really, whether we wanted to have a static or not static look at, and it's not clear to me if we still have most MSAB members still on the call. I guess I'm just not familiar enough with the names and how many people are on MSAB. So I guess I feel like we ought to bring it up in front of the group tomorrow if we don't have a full contingency here.
Well, I think that would be useful. I mean, it sounds like many people here are concerned about that. So what we can do is we can just flag this one to, I'll color it. What color do you want it? Oh, pink doesn't work. That's ugly. Yeah, that'll get our attention.
Yeah, mostly because we can't read it anymore.
Yeah. But and that's something that the drafting subcommittee identified as something needing further discussion. But it is true, and I think Robert's right. If program of work includes multi-year assessments, it'd be nice to have a little bit of guidance on what empirical rules might look like. And we can discuss this tomorrow, but just to note, we have analyzed A and B in the past. And A, the coastwide TCY remains the same from the previous year, has foregone yield involved, but a very low variability. So let's flag that one for further discussion tomorrow.
Yeah, I think as a bookend, it makes sense because just use status quo until something else says you should change it. And certainly as a bookend, I think it's appropriate to have it in there.
Okay. I'll just put it in noting for discussion.
Looks like Chris and Michelle also have comments.
Okay.
Their hands up anyway. Chris, go for it.
Chris has his hand up for no reason.
Okay. Michelle.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest the wording for number 39 that instead of empirical rules, maybe these are like empirical rule options.
Okay.
Alan, do you want to, so in this discussion, do you want us to identify like specific empirical rules for you to go and simulate, or do you just want us to identify the data sources that you'd use to go and develop some and then bring them back?
I think it would be useful. I don't think the MSAB at this meeting, we have time to discuss the specifics of these, but if the MSAB can provide guidance, and this is really in the interest of time, provide guidance on, general what sources of data they are interested in using in developing these empirical rules. You know, that to specify those. With that being said, of course, this is then presented to the SRB, and the SRB can provide feedback. The commission can provide feedback at their intersessional meeting as well. So I do think it's important for the MSAB to provide some sort of request here related to empirical rules. And maybe it happens, maybe the MSAB in the past has made a request. I'll just scroll down. I don't know if it's in here, but the MSAB has made requests in the past that just listed all the management procedures in one paragraph that they were interested in. Maybe that can come here, or that can come later. So I do think this needs a little bit more discussion.
Yeah, I do think, if I recall correctly, and you brought it up, Alan, is one of the requests that we did have was like, I can't remember how many procedures, it's like 8 or 9 procedures for you to just kind of free reign to go and play around with, and then come back with results. And then we kind of started narrowing it down from there, because again, you don't know what you need to do until you run some stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that can happen for sure. All right, well, we can further discuss this. I just put the note of percent change. There was a comment like it doesn't need to go up exactly with the change in the WPE. It can go up 50% of the change in the WPE or something like that. So are we happy to move on from 39 and discuss that again in the morning?
I am, yep.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. A comment that I heard, and I've just inserted this at lunch, is the MSAB noted a TCEY held constant in non-assessment years provides multi-year stability that may be desirable for some sectors. Does the MSAB want to keep that in, or remove it, modify it?
I feel like it needs a little qualifying, because in a low 3-year period, or in a declining 2-year period, that would work, but we don't want it to be that way if it was an increasing 3-year period.
Okay.
So somehow qualify that with the temporal considerations there. Mm-hmm. That sounds good. Thanks.
Okay, and we can have a discussion of that also in the morning. Is the drafting committee okay to keep that 40 in for now?
I guess I'm wondering what that means. Does that mean we're okay with it being stable if it's supposed to be going down? I mean, if abundance is going down, but we're not okay with it being stable if abundance is going up?
Yeah, we're saying a lot in one sentence.
Mm-hmm.
So what we mean is that TCEY held constant provides stability across a certain number of years, and that might be desirable. However, it may be different depending on the direction the stock is going, increasing or decreasing.
I was just going to recommend a period after stability.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm a little uncomfortable saying we want TCY increases when it's going up, but we don't want them when it's going down.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think that's
Right. We don't mean to say that.
stability.
Yeah. We don't. Let's put the period after stability. That's good.
Okay. And then another concept we heard today was that, and I'll be more specific. I can modify smoothing the data, what that means. But noting that smoothing the data used in an empirical rule may further reduce interannual variability in the TCY non-assessment years. So we had that, there was a concept of what if we averaged over 3 years or something like that.
Yeah, and this is Forrest. You dropped something that I was comfortable with, and that's maybe desirable for some sectors in 40, because in my mind, in the discussion, and I think that it had come up that the variability that you get when you go from this level to that level the negatives may outweigh the positives of having the multi-year stability. And I'm not saying that we said all that. I'm just saying that specific to certain sectors, because I don't know if that would ring true for the recreational sector.
What about if we just added, this may be desirable for some sectors in certain years?
Sure.
Does that maybe then begin to capture what you were saying, Peggy, that, sometimes it may not be desirable?
Yeah, that's fine. That's great. Linda, okay with it?
It's vague, but at least provides a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have 41 with the smoothing. And this is all about management procedures now that we're talking about here. And we also talked about multi-year assessments, assessment frequency, constraints, and fishing intensity. And those three are captured in MSAB's previous, number 42, in MSAB's previous request. And I think first thing that we need to do is delete subsequent to an agreement on a distribution procedure. And now it reads that MSAB requested that the evaluation of annual and how about, I'm phrasing another request from the MSAB, partly from my selfish point of view in getting some advice provided for the MSE process. And I'm being pretty specific so that I know what to do. Evaluation of annual, biennial, and triennial assessments. So specifics include.
Does this kind of tie into? Sorry to interrupt.
No worries.
Does this kind of tie into 39?
It does, and we probably will end up moving 39 down.
Okay, just because I started reading what your concepts are, and I'm like, well, that kind of seems like we're talking about 39. So
yeah, so we could say I'm just phrasing it here. I'm just trying to help out the MSAB here, but jump in at any time with anybody with specific wording. I think the MSAB requests that the evaluation of annual, biennial, triennial assessments include, but is not limited to, the following concepts. Annual change in the TCY is driven by an empirical rule, and then we can define that empirical rule later. We can move 39 down below. Or we can just define it right here. I think it'd be better to keep 39 and put it after this request. That way we just recall. Be a little cleaner, I think. I'm going to unblue this to make it a little easier to read.
So is the idea there that even if we had a triannual assessment, so every 3 years, that even at that point, we might consider saying no more than a 15% change in coast-wide TCY?
Yep.
Whoa.
And we talked today about whether that constraint might be applied to only non-assessment years or assessment years only. So that could be a concept that we put forward. So a constraint on the coastwide TCEY to reduce interannual variability and the potential for large changes in assessment years of a multi-year. Wow, that does say only in assessment years. Yeah.
But that would be 15% from the previous assessment year? Like, let's say we're not holding the TCY static between the assessments, it's changing, or we're holding it static in either of those. Does that mean we would only change, we would be committing to not changing the coastwide TCY by more than 15% from the last time an assessment was done?
I've always interpreted this as compared to the previous year.
The previous year. Okay. So if it was held static from the previous assessment,
Same thing. Yeah.
yeah. But if we're allowing it to change between, then it's
the previous year.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that seems like a pretty significant potential difference in how much constraint we're putting on change.
I think, Linda, that you kind of got to grasp the, and I'm just trying to, it's a concept that you have to grasp, that Alan's going to run a bunch of this stuff and it's going to come out and it's going to be messy, and you just kind of pick through it and you don't know what the question you're supposed to be asking until you ask it and run the simulations. Then you look at the simulations, because we're not telling the commissioners this is how we want it to be. We're refining it. So the only way you can refine it is to run the simulations to get to the point where you're like, okay, I'm happy with how this is turning out.
Yeah, I think I understand that. I just wanted to make sure we're clear about what the simulations we're asking Alan to run, and that there's a pretty big difference between saying we want TCY held static for 3 years and then no more than a 15% change, versus saying it's changing despite only having an assessment every 2 or 3 years, and there's no more than a 15% change from the year before. And if we're asking him to look at both, that's fine. I just was trying to be clear that that's what we were asking.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's I think that's kind of, well, I don't see it in there, but maybe we should be asking that to look at both. But from the other runs that he's done, is you kind of need a constraint of something in there. But again, maybe not.
Go ahead, Michael. I didn't mean to interrupt. Did you finish what you were going to say, Michael?
Yeah, it's Robert, but yeah,
Robert, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. It's fine. It's just like it's all good. I know what you were talking about. It's fine.
Oh, you're very patient. Thanks. Those results that he showed us, though, show very few examples. In fact, it's only the triennial that is 15%. All the others are higher. So at some point, it might be good for us to have an another conversation about increasing that 15 to 20%, for instance, on some of these considerations for an alternative, an empirical alternative. God, sorry about the name. I know who you are, Robert.
Yeah, no, all good there. Not a problem.
Yeah, I think what I'm trying to get here is what you're saying, just some guidance on what simulations to be conducting, what your recommendation or request to the Secretariat is, which the Commission will also take into account. And I see 3 concepts that we discussed, well, 4 really. 3, the multi-year assessments with an empirical rule, a constraint, and I've added in a constraint that acts on every year or only assessment years. And that may be 10 or 15% slow it fast down or similar approach. And then the last thing are SPR values ranging from, I think we can increase the 30%. 30% it might tell us a little bit, but probably way out of range. And I think 50% is a good upper point. And so we can modify maybe that. But the other thing I heard today was maybe removing trigger reference points in the harvest control rule, not focusing on those. So is it okay if I delete alternate trigger reference points and just focus on SPR values? Any opposition?
No.
So, and then maybe we get what I was doing, maybe a 34% instead of a 30%, just to reduce the number of simulations.
Mm-hmm.
How does this look for a request? 42.
Was 56 a bit too high there, Alan?
Playing
Or
with those numbers, where do you, I don't think we've ever discussed anything that low. Is it valuable? Looks like connections back.
Oh, go ahead. Were you referring to SPR, Forrest? So the 56 is that was a request of the MSAB in the past, and I think that is a valid SPR to investigate, given that recent decisions have been using an SPR 42. 52. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, 52. So I think that's within the range of possibilities, but it's also, we want to think about a wide enough range to really get a good feel for what happens across different SPR values. So I think 56% is a good sort of low fishing intensity, and 34 is a good high fishing intensity. Do you think, what's the range in the decision table? Does it go outside that range much?
Well, I go all the way to 0 fishing, but just so that you can see all the dynamics.
But you do use an SPR. Wait, the MSY proxy is 35. So maybe we can put it 35 would be a good place to.
Alan, just correct me if I'm wrong about the SPR values and the way what we're doing here. This is assessing out to 100 years still. Is that correct?
It's 60 years, but that's the long.
Or 60 years. Yeah. So are we? I mean, yeah, we're at 52 right now, but I'm just like, we're only there because I think we're just at the low abundance of the stock. So like over 60 years, are we going to be, how many times do you think we're going to be going up to 56? I'm hoping not very often. So is it better to maybe just have, I don't know, I guess more simulations is always good to look at the data, but sometimes it gets too much. So is 52 a better upper one to go to, or is it, I'm just like, again, like how much time and resources do you have to run all the different models that we're looking at?
Yeah, I think 52 would be fine. You know, I take your point. This is really a long-term reference SPR. And, you know, it's more likely the decisions would be made in that 40 to 46 range, as we've discussed in the past. So 56 may be going out a little far.
That's kind of what my thoughts are. But again, I'm not trying to direct it one way or the other. It's just like, I just, if you feel 56 is useful and we'll get something out of it, then
you know, I
definitely
would
put
do
it
it
in.
then.
Yeah. But I'm just thinking, like, if for the amount of runs that you're going to have to do to get some data out of this is and the fact that we're looking out into the long term with these models is the reality is we're hopefully not going to be at ultra low fishing, but you never know.
Yep. Yeah. And no, I think this is fine. And really, I want this report to reflect the opinions of the MSAB. And as you said, if I get up to 52 and I'm like, you know what, I just want to see what 54 looks like, I'll do it, you know. So, but I think it's important to have this reflect the range that the MSAB feels is important.
And again, I'm not speaking for everybody on this. I just, like, if everybody's happy with 52, then, or if somebody doesn't, I'm happy with 56 too. It's just, I'm just cognizant of the amount of runs that you're going to have to do and the effort that you're going to have to go into to doing all these ones.
No problem. And we'll have this discussion on this tomorrow. And so we can, and we'll have it at least twice tomorrow, actually. I'm going to move this one down. So I've changed the numbering slightly. Now we have this request, and there's, you know, a chance to think about this tonight and bring any comments forward tomorrow. But the general concept for this drafting session is we have a request of the different management procedures, followed by another request with specifics of the empirical rule. And what we can start this one is with a recalling paragraph 41, item A. The MSAB requested empirical. So we're still linking those two together, but they're in separate paragraphs. I think keeps it a little bit clean. And then we'll revisit 42 tomorrow. Oh boy. Now what happened? Disconnected me. Sorry, I got disconnected.
No problem. I just saw Lynn's comment, and I was debating saying the same thing, but I'm not sure if you can read that with that highlight in there. But online, you can't read that one at all.
Yeah, and part of the reason for that is I don't want to read too much into it.
No problem.
But I think it, you know, I'll change it. But it's something that we really want to flag for discussion tomorrow. That was a concern in this meeting. So why don't we do about that green? That's still ugly, isn't it?
April green. I love it.
Yeah. But it's May now.
It's May. Oops.
Yeah. Okay, so we have those two. How about we move on? And the last thing is the we had that discussion about distribution, and there's a couple of things that I wanted to capture from that distribution, and noted 3. And this is those 3 options. I'll just copy them in a second.
I thought we discussed 4 with the FIS, or am I on the
Yeah, possibly.
Okay.
Yeah, if you have that, sorry, I'm just trying to copy these three. Oh, right. Yep, I do remember that one. Thanks. Well, yeah, so we can have a quick discussion. I think what you might be talking about is that the FIS, the stock distribution, could be a subset of B, one of the options for B. So maybe we can add a fourth thing. Well, yeah, I don't know how best to say this actually, because it could be an option under A as well. Maybe we create a separate paragraph with that comment, Linda, just stating that a range of the MSAB noted that a possible range of distribution procedures could be using stock distribution to recent proportions or something like that. It's starting to get ugly. I'll fix it later. Oh, lovely. Let's see if this will work. There we go. We'll use the possible range of relevant distribution procedures. Something along that lines.
Could you just take bullet C? No, okay, hang on.
I think the recent years TCYs are pretty different from the FIS.
Yeah, and I think my thinking on this is from the conversations I heard today are, okay, here's three methods that we can use. And whatever, whatever direction from the commission is, However, the MSAB noted that from these three, you could then define a range of relevant distribution procedures from, estimates of FIS stock distribution to using recent observed percentages, which would be a combination of those, I guess.
So Alan, on letter A, where it says use multiple distribution procedures, did you mean by that you simulate both and both are presented? Because that kind of captures 44, doesn't it? If you put those in possible range and just move that up to A, or maybe I'm misinterpreting it.
I think we want to avoid presenting individual distribution procedures. given the direction of the commission to not investigate distribution procedures. If we start presenting individual distribution procedures, then we get back into the discussion of, well, what are the distribution procedures? And instead integrating over them. So I'm going to actually change this.
Well, in the context of informing the MSC simulation, of course, is what I meant, but
Yeah, they would be individually simulated and then just the results combined, as we've done in the past.
I think that's good.
I think this is okay. We can always flag this for further discussion in the morning too. People wish. Okay, let's see my notes. Was there anything else in this distribution? I think that captures everything I have in my notes that came up during discussion on those two. Anything else in the management procedures? Noting we'll have another chance tomorrow in the presentation. I have a last slide. Any other considerations that is preceded by a slide indicating other things we might want to consider. So we can come back and add to this section if needed. So anything else at this time?
Nope.
Okay. Okay, so this 45 we already have above. We've listed recall, paragraph 76, and the primary objectives. I'm just going to delete that. And I'm going to delete all of these pass-fail things, if that's okay. We have not discussed that. And all right, thanks, Michelle. So this 45 is actually a request, and this is what we discussed. And so the question I have for the MSAB is 45 satisfied at this point in time? Or do you want to continue with that request, or do you just want to note some of the discussion that we had around that request? And what I have are the duration of stability might be of interest, that a number of metrics were presented, and those metrics will be useful for the evaluation of variability. And then there was the note that a performance metric indicating the maximum change in a 10-year period might be useful as well. So let me. We can list them out. Thanks, Lynn. I can list them out in a more precise way, but for now, we'll just get them. Just to see where I'm going with this. think that captures what I have in my notes. Comments on these two. These really 45, 46, and 47. Noting that I have not put in any paragraphs related to any sort of objective. Oh, Robert also had the point about maybe 15 years.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up. I didn't know where to put that.
But we put biennial and triennial. That's sort of capturing it, Robert?
Yeah, I think that when evaluating the differences, maybe the differences between biennial and triennial, because that's ultimately what we're going to be looking at, is what the differences are between the two.
Should we include annual in there as well? Annual, biennial, and triennial?
Yeah, it doesn't hurt, I don't think.
Okay. Any thoughts on these ones? Anything else under the, well, I guess, is there still a request to develop new performance metrics?
I don't know if we finished that discussion. We kind of went around it, but I don't know if we actually landed on it.
Okay. Why don't I highlight that in a really ugly color again so that we can make sure that we discuss that tomorrow morning. Does that sound good, Chris?
Sounds good to me. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I thought, Chris, when you were saying we don't want to leave it up to the commissioners to just be doing sort of the ad hoc short term, we want to provide some ideas of, when we're out of this yellow light zone and willing to manage
Yeah,
more.
I was talking more about, I was talking when we were talking the context of where we want the biomass, not in terms of changes in TAC-wise in non-assessment years and assessment years.
Yeah, so that will be the next discussion. So we're still just talking about changes in the TCUI.
Right.
And then we'll start adding paragraphs related to that biomass objective.
Roger that, sorry.
I guess with that being said, let's start talking about the biomass objective. And I know we had a lot of discussion. One point that I noted was maybe we don't focus on what we want to avoid, but more where we want to be. More of a target objective. And that, well, this is a paragraph the MSAB wrote last year. Let me unhighlight it. So last year, the MSAB felt that it was really related to situational and it was dependent on many factors. And so that it was difficult to identify an additional objective. Given this, you know, the Secretariat saw very similar concerns came up in this year that were mentioned also in 2023, and we start feeling that, well, it is situational and dependent on many factors, but do we want to bring that into the MSE and framework and analysis? So that's something the MSAB can change, or they can still have the same opinion.
I think we have the same opinion. We're just trying to figure out what to do about it.
Yeah.
And that's one thing is, have you ever run across, Alan, and maybe this is a discussion for tomorrow, but I know in the Canada stablefish, they have for their target biomass, when the stock status is a certain level, the target's that. When the stock status is a certain level, it's a different target reference point. Have you ever seen anything like that anywhere else, like in any other MSCs you've looked at?
I haven't. Typically, yeah. I mean, it's a potential given different productivity regimes. Well, I've seen like sardine has a control rule that changes, right? With temperature, right? Temperature. Yeah. So there are some. It's not really an objective, but the control rule actually changes with temperature. So the idea is you harvest differently in a different regime, productive regime or a non-productive regime, and that's sort of what is happening with Pacific halibut. We're just in that non-productive regime right now, and absolute spawning biomass is low. We're affecting the stock, but we're not affecting it in a great manner, not any more than the environment is, I would say. But you know, so yeah, maybe I'm wondering if the MSAB would like to make a note about the you know, just that two perceptions, trying to capture that the stock status is, you know, above B36%. However, the FIS and the catch rates are at their lowest seen in the last 30 years. Would the MSAB be interested in something like that?
Part of that troubles me because, well, no, that's not true. Catch rates aren't dependent on weight so much. I guess what I've been thinking about is that the biomass is low. A big part of the reason it's low is because of age. And how many other key factors like sex ratio, like year class, impact that, impact what we define as a healthy biomass. So, you know, I don't mean to get into this conversation, but maybe we should at least let me just simply ask the question, can we separate out something diversity of the biomass, age alone, or and then list a couple of ratio, age, place we want to be, or are we really asking change?
Peggy, you're really breaking up and hard to hear.
Oh, you can't hear me?
It's just coming a little bit in and out.
Sorry, I'm as close to the mic as I can get. I'm just wondering if we can add a diversity of year classes that we target in the commercial fishery. Oh, I see. You've got it down there. I haven't.
Does this begin to capture that, Peggy, number 50, paragraph 50?
Yeah, it does. Thank you. Perfect.
The only possible addition to that would be just the low weighted age also.
Oh yeah, right.
So is diversity of your classes the same as a robust age structure in your guys' mind?
Yeah.
I do like robust age structure,
Yeah, me too.
but I mean, what do any of these things mean?
Oh, no, don't do that. It's too
Yeah.
late in the day.
And Pete, what was it that you said? And oh yeah, and
Sex ratio.
Low weighted age.
Low weighted age, yes. And sex.
and I'm trying to think. I have it that a healthy stock can be defined with, I guess, just weighted age.
That's the key.
Hey, could you say robust weighted age or rotund weighted age?
Oh, I like rotund.
There we go.
Probably better than voluptuous.
Especially if we're talking about the, sex structure.
Okay, so do these three, well, do these three paragraphs begin to capture the discussion on the objective? And does the MSAB want to make any recommendations to the commission on the objective? I note that because the SRB has a request to the Secretariat to actually, or there's a recommendation to the commission actually, to consider this objective B, this B36%. So this is really a good time for the MSAB to weigh in on that conversation. The conversation is being had.
I don't think we ever wrapped it up.
Oh,
So
we didn't wrap it up exactly. I think we'd like to, and I think we were starting to kind of circle that, but
okay,
we didn't wrap it up.
Okay, well, that's the end of what we're adding to this report today. So we can flag that for discussion tomorrow as well. So Pete, I have 3 things flagged for discussion tomorrow. The data sources for empirical rules. This request, whether there's still the request on the table to develop new performance metrics, or will these paragraphs satisfy that? And then this discussion of the objective. Is there anything else to add to the report tonight?
Well done.
I think this is a really good progress. I will, of course, work on this tonight and clean it up. And I might, I'll add a few things like specifics here and just make sure they make sense, and then send out a draft tonight. People can review. We'll have a review in the morning and tidy up these discussions. And then I'm just going to look and see what I have to present tomorrow. We just have exceptional circumstances, which actually I'll give you a little preview just so you know. That's, that's just buttoning up 55 and something else. I'll actually put in the paragraphs ahead of time, so you just see them in the draft report. But we've discussed that a lot, so hopefully that's not too long of a discussion. And then the open question, is there anything we're missing? Have we missed anything in the discussion about management procedures or additional considerations? So yeah, that's it. I really appreciate going through this efficiently tonight.
Getting better.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Okay, before we close the meeting tonight, anything else?
No, thanks
Hope
for
you
great
get
meeting.
a break and some sleep tonight there, Alan.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, plenty. Yeah. I just train and prepare for this meeting all year. This is my A game right now.
He's not kidding.
I know.
The annual meeting is just warm up for the MSAB. Really. It's a training run.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you,
All right.
Pete.
See everybody tomorrow.
Have a good evening.
All right. Thanks a
Thanks,
lot. Really
everybody.
appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, see y'all.